Oh, excuse-moi. Affaires courantes, ordinaires.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, reprise de l'état.
Resuming study of the question of privileged, failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Berthold.
Debate. The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon has 4 minutes left on the clock. 4 minutes for question. Oh, excuse-moi. Je m'excuse.
Sorry. Something else was written down here, but the member has 20 minutes.
40 minutes. I'll take 40, I'll take 20, I'll take 4, but I think it's 20, Mr. Speaker. But thank you very much. So, you know, the first thing I think we talk about today is to ask the question of why are we here and why is the House seized with this matter? And it's actually not very complicated. It is documents that the House ordered to be produced that this government is not producing. I mean, that's it. So I could sit down right now and everything would be done if they just gave the documents. So there can be all kinds of convoluted arguments of Conservatives are, talking about this too much, but the people that have the answer to this are all just sitting right over here on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals could end this entire thing by producing the documents, not the documents that Conservatives have requested. Let's make that very clear. These are documents that the House of Commons has requested, and they are not doing it. So this is why we're here. It could be over in literally 5 seconds. A member from the government could stand up right now and say, we're producing all the documents that Parliament has requested, and we all resume our normal duties. But they don't. And so you have to ask yourself the question, why are we here? Well, it's probably because the documents contain so many things that this corrupt Liberal government does not want released. And I don't use the term corruption lightly, but when we look at the specifics of this particular incident, we know there is corruption. It's unequivocal. And so the specifics of this is, on June the 10th, Parliament adopted a motion compelling the production of documents from the Green Slush Fund. And of course, this was supported by all parties other than the Liberal Party, the government, right? Because they have something to hide. And they did produce some documents. That's true, because they're going to stand up during questions and comments and say, no, we produced some documents. They did. Except the Prime Minister's personal department, PCO, they redacted the documents. And for those watching that might not know what redacted means, that means they took a big black marker and covered up all the juicy parts, right? Anything that could get the government in trouble, they said, ooh, we better not release that. So this is actually where we are. And the motion that Parliament adopted, it didn't say, well, you know, the Liberals, they can pick and choose which parts of the document they want to disclose. Nah, the Prime Minister's personal department, PCO, they can go through, they can take out anything that might hurt the government's reputation. Although I will say that reputation isn't so good right now, so it must be really bad if they're afraid that it's going to hurt the reputation of the government. Now, let's remember, the redactions that are being done by, again, the Prime Minister's department, PCO, this is a Prime Minister who has been convicted not once, twice, of ethics violations. So when they're looking at what they're going to redact from these documents, let's be clear. They're not redacting that, you know, the fund met and they had a couple of coffees and then they decided that they would, you know, look at this company that's at arm's length and there's no conflict of interests, and so they gave some funding. This is not what's been redacted. What's been clearly redacted are things they know will be damaging, which is why we're here. Parliament is supreme, and Parliament does not take on these powers just on a whim. And of course, as I said before, this was supported by all of the parties. So this isn't one party trying to gang up on another. This is the will of Parliament. Parliament has said that we want these documents produced, and we don't want them redacted, because that was not in the order of Parliament. Parliament said all the documents. And we had to fight to get there. It wasn't as though this Liberal government said, you know what, you're right, this fund really didn't operate well, there were some problems, let's get to the bottom of it, here you go, here are the documents. No. There was a long, painful process where we had to continuously push and push and push to get the government to actually where we are today. It's their continuous refusal to produce the documents, whether at committee or any other time, that's led us to where we are today, where Parliament actually adopted a motion. And Parliament doesn't take this on lightly. We don't do this all the time. It's a rare and exceptional circumstance when Parliament demands the production of documents. And when we do so, the government should have the respect of Parliament to follow the order. The order was not for redacted documents, documents that the Prime Minister's personal PCO chose what the redactions were. It is a flagrant violation of the will of Parliament. And as I say, this is why we're here. This is why it's going on. And it could all end in 5 seconds. They could just say, we're producing the unredacted documents. We've been now pushing this issue for 3 days in Parliament. At any time, they could have done this, but they're not. And you have to ask yourself, why? These documents must contain so much evidence of corruption, Liberal, crony, appointed members who rewarded themselves and other Liberal insiders. These documents must be so bad that they are willing to let this debate go on for days and days without producing them. There can be no other conclusion that you can get to when you look at this. So let's now talk, so now we know the why we're here. It's a summary of why we're here. But let's now talk about how we got here and why we're requesting the documents, because this stuff is stranger than fiction. You actually, if you tried to come up or make up a scandal, you couldn't make it up. I mean, we thought the scandal way back in the day, the sponsorship scandal, I'm old enough to remember that. That's when a bunch of Liberals were handing around money in brown paper bags to people. $400 million of taxpayer money disappeared. Many of it, again, most of it, handled by Liberal insiders, given to Liberal insiders. Now, that's nefarious and secret, and you can understand how maybe it went on for a while without being detected. This is very different. So this is a government program. I'm going to call it the Green Slush Fund because that's what it effectively became. And this fund had about $1 billion of taxpayer money they gave away. So when we talk about taxpayer money, you have to think about who are paying these taxes in a really difficult time in Canada. So, we've got a single mother working 2 jobs just to make ends meet. Her taxes went into this Green Slush Fund and was abused by Liberal insiders. Now, when I talk about abused by Liberal insiders, let's unpack that just a little bit. So, the Auditor General reviewed 50% of the contracts that were given out. And of that 50%, 82% of the contracts awarded had a conflict of interest. Now look, when I was in high school and university, 82%, I was really happy when I got 82% because I did a hell of a job. I apologize, I did a heck of a job. This is corruption 82% of the time, on half. So if you extrapolate that, you're looking at 82% of 100% are pretty darn close, because I don't think it was just a strange coincidence that half of the contracts, 82%, had conflicts of interest. And every dollar that this fund spent had to be approved by the board. And of course, who's on the board? A whole bunch of Liberal government crony appointments. And so what did they do? They just lined their pockets. This is the unequivocal truth of this. They lined their pockets. And when you think about that, you think about the Canadians every day right now, 1 million Canadians in Ontario going to the food bank, tent cities everywhere, because life has become so unaffordable under this NDP Liberal government. Now, what does that actually mean? All of this money could have been used for far better purposes. If you talk to the single mother who's working 2 jobs and paying taxes and told her that a bunch of crony capitalism went on with $1 billion, they would be absolutely outraged. They would say, get to the bottom of this, because this money could have actually made a difference in my life, could have made a difference in my friends' lives. This could have been used to build housing as opposed to tent cities. But this is what happens. And it's actually what happens when there's Liberal governments, because I mentioned the sponsorship scandal, so none of this is new. The sponsorship scandal was Liberal cronies giving money to other Liberal cronies. All this insider stuff, $400 million worth of taxpayer dollars evaporated, much of it in brown paper bags, handed around in shady meetings. And what they learned from that is, we actually don't have to hand the money around in brown paper bags in shady meetings. What we actually can do is just appoint a whole bunch of our friends to the board. They'll approve contracts for themselves and their buddies, and everyone gets rich. And it's all legal, because this corrupt Liberal government doesn't care about corruption. And they said, do whatever you want while you're on the board. And there were no checks and balances. This went on for years and years. It's only until, through the hard work of Conservative members of Parliament, that this corruption was then discovered. And then, they started to do a couple of things. But really, this is what's happened from Liberal insiders, the Prime Minister's office appointing Liberal insiders to run a fund where they give each other money. Now, there's some of the people that, I gotta tell you, they're getting an A+ in corruption. So, like Cycle Capital, one director of the board has an interest in, she runs Cycle Capital. It got $250 million from the Green Slush Fund. Like, this is outrageous. Canadians should be rightfully and are rightfully outraged. Imagine that. You get appointed to this board by, your liberal friend, and you say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to give $250 million to my own company. Why not? I mean, the money's got to go somewhere. Why shouldn't it go to one of my companies? So, this is unbelievable. Now, did the director declare a conflict of interest and recuse herself from the deliberations on these things? No, not going to do that. Then the money might not actually get to my company. All under the watchful eye of this, corrupt Liberal government. And I use the term watchful eye with great derision. There was no watchful eye. They just let it happen. And they had to know it was happening, because they know who they appointed. When you get appointed, they look into you a little bit. They'd know the interests that they had in various companies. They'd see the money going out to these companies. So they must have known and just didn't care. I mean, you can't draw any other conclusion from this. And it wasn't a one-off. It wasn't a one-off. So, let's talk about another incident of this. The former chair of the board, Annette Verschuren, who resigned from the board in 2023 following the opening of the Ethics Commissioner investigation into the agency. And boy, oh boy, we know how well companies affiliated to her did. They did exceptionally well, Mr. Speaker. And, she did not recuse herself from decisions to award money to early stage companies which were nominated by 2 institutions in which she was a member. The conflict of interest is unbelievable. During her time on the board, 7 out of 25 companies invested in by the venture capital firm Cycle Capital, of which she has an interest, were funded by the Green Slush Fund. Again, I say this, like, when you actually listen to it, you give your head a shake. You say, this can't be possible. Like, how is this happening in Canada? This is, the kind of corruption you would see in other countries where there is real problems with corruption. The only time we actually have real problems with corruption in Canada is when the Liberal Party or the government's sponsorship scandal, everybody's making it rain for all the Liberal insiders. And now, of course, we have the Green Slush Fund where, once again, who's getting rich? Liberal insiders. So, Guy Ouimet also was on the board, and he received, he is also a venture capitalist on the board of Lithium Technologies, which received almost $4 million from the Green Slush Fund. So, look, I mean, you can go on and talk about this, but the fact of the matter is, this is corruption on a massive scale, and we have to get to the bottom of it. So, how do we get to the bottom of it? Well, we get to the bottom of it by them producing the documents. And Mr. Speaker, one thing I'm concerned about is, where's the NDP going to be on this? Now, I know the NDP. They talk about fighting crony capitalism all the time. So we need them to stand strong with us in the demand for these documents. 2 days from now, is the NDP going to say, well, I think we should, move on and give up on this? Well, that would be a tragedy. That would be defying the will of Parliament and the Canadians who want to get to the bottom of this. And get to the bottom of it, we will. We will get these unredacted documents. I just hope the NDP is going to choose to be on the right side of this, as opposed to going back into the unholy coalition with the Liberals. Now, what you're going to hear from the Liberals is a whole bunch of what I like to call gobbledygook. They're going to say that we are disrupting the normal course of Parliament because of this. When you hear that, automatically remember this could end if they just released the documents. So whenever they say this is taking up too much time in the House of Commons, you just say, release the documents, and it's over. But they won't, because they know how damaging those documents are going to be. So they also say that this is going to be some kind of charter rights violation and we shouldn't be giving documents to the RCMP. This is also a bait and switch. They're trying to deflect from the fact that they do not want to produce the documents. So anytime they come up with this grandiose scheme, we all know this, right? When someone says you need to do something and you start making up all these gigantic excuses, the dog ate my homework, I got caught in traffic, there was a massive pileup on the highway, you start to realize that they're actually just explaining why they're not going to do something. They never had an intention of doing it. So they're going to come up with, and you'll see it in the questions that they're going to ask me. They're going to try and make the claim that somehow what we're doing is a charter violation, the RCMP shouldn't get these documents, or the RCMP already has these documents. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all just an attempt to deflect from the fact that they won't produce the documents. So no matter how many little circular arguments they try and make, when they try and go through that maze and it goes through 17 different things to try and explain why we should stop, just remember, if they produce the documents, all of this would stop. So, the RCMP, yes, they do have some documents, the redacted ones. They should get the unredacted ones, because we all know why the documents were redacted. Let's think about it again for a second as I'm getting close to the end of my time. Why would the government fight so hard to not release the documents? Do you know the statement, if you've got nothing to hide, the truth is very simple? The truth is very simple on this. Release the unredacted documents. Everything else they have and say is smoke and mirrors. It's an attempt to deflect. It's an attempt to rationalize their absolutely unacceptable behavior, their assault on Parliament, and the supremacy of Parliament. This is what they're doing. They're going to try and justify. You're going to hear it in just a couple of minutes. Oh, this, that, the other thing. No. Produce the unredacted documents. That's where this all finishes, no matter what they say. And let me tell you, they've been going on a barrage of this. They're all over social media saying how it's outrageous what we're trying to do and that there's other things, like as if we're in control. They're in control. Release the documents. Release the documents and the truth shall set them free. And you know what? The truth actually feels good, you know? Like, I think they should just get it off their chest and then beg the forgiveness of Canadians. You know what? Yep. Look at these documents. We engaged in, the people we appointed to this board engaged in severe corruption. We should be ashamed of ourselves. We are ashamed of ourselves. We apologize to Canadians. And resign, yeah, but they won't do that. And I was going to say, and they'll promise never to do it again, except they will. It's like the story of the scorpion and the toad when they're swimming across the river. Why did you sing me? Now we're both going to die. Because I'm a scorpion. It's what I do. Why do they keep doing these corrupt things? They're liberals. They're corrupt.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, maybe give some advice to my member across the way when he says the truth will make you feel good. You want to talk about the type of garbage that the member is talking about, Mr. Speaker. He talks about SDTC and the chair and how corrupt and how bad she is and all this kind of stuff. The character assassination of the individual. And he says that she's nothing more than a liberal hack. A liberal appointee, as they say. Does he not realize that it was Stephen Harper that actually appointed her to the advisory council, his economic advisory council? That it was Brian Mulroney that she also advised, Mr. Speaker? I can't recall. I understand there was even one member that suggested or said that she actually donated to his own party. Yet he classifies that as a liberal hack, Mr. Speaker. I say that to pose the question to the member. Why does he continue to be so dishonest with Canadians in the comments he says in the House of Commons?
And be very careful about how we use our language. The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
I've had worse things said about me by much better people, Mr. Speaker, so I'm not really concerned about what that member has to say. But on the specifics, the real problem, I guess, is that corruption seeps onto people. So there's no claims that this person had any problems when they were doing other things with other parties, but a few years with the Liberals, and I guess the rot just spreads, and therefore all this crony capitalism was engaged in, the taking of taxpayer money. Look, what I say to this member is this. What does he say when he speaks to the single mother in his riding, when his government behaved like this, let 82% of contracts, 82% of $1 billion be given away by Liberal cronies to other Liberal cronies? Like, what does he say to that single mother?
L'honorable député de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a simple question. I am troubled. Every time we have a situation of contempt of Parliament, there was a simple request here. We know that what actually happened is that we got highly redacted documents. It's confounding. According to my colleague, what is so serious in these documents that the Liberals don't want us to see before the election? And what kind of a dangerous precedent does this set if we let it slide, this lack of transparency?
Dufferin-Caledon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent question, and one that, of course, the government never wants to answer. They won't answer why they're redacting the documents. They won't answer about how they could just make it happen in a second. Instead, you know, the members' questions are to question my authenticity because they actually have nothing to say on this. They know the documents are going to be very bad for the Liberal government. That's why they're trying to hide them and cover up from them. And it's a very serious issue. They are defying the will of Parliament. This is a very serious issue. And they don't even care. They don't say, look, we're really sorry we're defying the will of Parliament, but we think we got a good reason. They don't. They don't care. They're defying the will of Parliament intentionally. Why? Because to release the documents would be bad for them, and it's disgraceful conduct.
The honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So my colleague asked during the course of his speech where the NDP is. Well, we're right here, and we will await patiently the day when Conservatives stop enjoying the sounds of their own voices so that Parliament can actually come for a vote, and we will vote in favor of both privilege motions as they stand before the House. So just want to put that on the record. And, you know, I did read that the RCMP have these documents, that an investigation's ongoing. So I guess my question to you, Mr. Speaker, is when will Conservatives allow us to execute a vote on this so we can get the business going and get this investigation underway? Thank you.
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased that the NDP is going to vote in favor of this motion. And when we do, we will be there as well. But there's a lot of stuff that needs to be litigated in the chamber. And again, the simple answer is, like, why does it have to go to the vote? Right? The member over there, the Liberal member, is laughing because this is all funny for him. Corruption's funny. All they have to do is release the documents. And I say to my NDP colleague, use whatever influence you have left from your supply and confidence agreement and tell them just to release the documents, and then this all ends.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fact of the matter is this House can vote on this question of privilege, but the government still can refuse to hand over the documents. I would argue they can't legally, they can't constitutionally, but what we've seen in every other case with this government is that they will still refuse to hand over the documents. And this is why it is critically important for us to take this stand and tell the government that at this critical point, the corruption must come to an end, the documents must be handed over, and when the documents are handed over, then this whole discussion ends. But fundamentally, it's not about a vote, it's about getting the government to hand over the documents. And the NDP has a choice to make. Will they stand with us in insisting that this corrupt government hand over the documents and be transparent? Or will they facilitate a way out for the government whereby the government will avoid handing over the documents? This is the question that's before the House, and I wonder if the member can reflect on just how critical this point is and the steps we need to take to fight back against Liberal corruption once and for all.
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
I want to thank my colleague for the question. Look, I analyze it this way. So there's one way that this ends, right? Which is the member right there could get up, the deputy house leader or deputy whip, I'm not sure, I forget what his position is, could stand up right now and say, we're giving the documents unredacted. Then we all go home, right? It's all done. It's literally that simple. The challenge we have is this, right? They're going to try and say we should just stop talking about it. But in fact, the only reason we're talking about it is because they won't release the documents. So this is the problem. And we know why they're not releasing them, because the documents are really, really, really bad. And we hope the NDP is going to stand with us on this and make sure that we can put the pressure on the government to release the documents. And that's what this debate is doing. It's putting the pressure on the government to release the documents. We're going to keep that pressure up until they do, and we hope the NDP stands with us on this.
The honourable member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We support the motion. We believe in getting to the bottom of Liberal scandals. We also believe that we should have been able to get to the bottom of all the Conservative scandals that happened on their watch. The ETS scandal, the G8 scandal, the F-35 procurement scandal, the Phoenix Pay System scandal, the Anti-Terrorism Fund scandal, all of whom were blocked by Conservatives in the House of Commons and in committee. So we couldn't get to the bottom of this. Now, we've first recently heard of a new scandal in Manitoba among Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, the Manitoba's Conservative Party paid $3,800 for services from an intimacy coach. This is according to documents acquired by the Winnipeg Sun. Now, this was hidden as rental car fees, but according to the website, somatic sex education is a form of sex therapy that individuals can engage in alone or with a partner. These are taxpayer reimbursed funds. So my question to the Conservatives, and it's quite simple, they're always saying that they don't think about sex, but the reality is, in this case, this is an absolutely inappropriate use of taxpayer reimbursed funds. Will the member agree that the use by the Conservative Party in Manitoba for an intimacy coach is absolutely inappropriate?
The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, appears to be rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I often say it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, but this is no pleasure. He wants to talk about issues in Manitoba. Perhaps he should run in Manitoba, or perhaps he should talk about BC NDP scandals, because there's no shortage of them. Not relevant. Thank you.
I see the honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon is rising on his feet.
So I'm trying to understand this, Mr. Speaker. So the NDP's contribution to this is, his question is whether or not Conservatives think about sex. Like, this is how serious the NDP is. So that's their question, and they talk about an invoice from a province and a provincial party. So when we're talking about how this government is engaged in corruption and a cover-up and won't produce documents, and then you get that kind of a serious question from the NDP. I mean, it's really sad and it's pathetic, and I'm not going to talk about something that allegedly happened in a provincial party that has nothing to do with this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for a very brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. 20 seconds.
Yes, very quickly, Mr. Speaker. And my question to the member is, why does the Conservative Party and the leader of the Conservative Party not respect what it is that the RCMP and the Auditor General are saying, and that is that this particular motion, or what it is the Conservatives are asking for, is making them feel highly uncomfortable. And that is one of the reasons why it is that there's a great deal of concern.
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Yeah. Again, I go back to where I spoke in my speech, where I said, whenever they come up with this sort of thing over here, we know that the answer is they could just produce the documents, right? That's the simple answer. So the smoke and mirrors coming from there, oh, it's a violation of this, oh, this person's concerned, this, that, the other thing. It's like when you're trying to solve that little riddle as you take your pen and you go through this maze to get somewhere. That's basically what their answer is to this. It's some complicated, hazy, mazy thing that no one quite understands, and to try and distract, produce the documents. And guess what? Everyone here will stop speaking. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, and this instance is no different. Although I wish it was a different circumstance. I wish we weren't speaking about Liberal corruption. But before I begin, I do want to recognize a couple of things. This is my first time outside of an emergency debate to rise substantially in this chamber. So I'd like to recognize a marriage. One of my esteemed staff members was married this summer. Jesus and Jenna Bondo are now one. It was a beautiful ceremony. It was just such an honor to attend, and I wish them all the best in their marriage. Yes. Also want to give a shout out to a gold medalist, Olympic gold medalist from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. He was born in Nanaimo, but we'll forget about that for the moment. He was trained in Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, and currently resides there. He actually is coached by another Olympic gold medalist, or another Olympic medalist from Beijing, Dylan Armstrong, who I actually went to high school with. He was double my size, literally, when we were in high school, despite being younger than me. And we're very proud of Dylan and his contribution to Canadian athletics. And he coached Ethan Katzberg to an Olympic gold medal in the hammer throw. Ethan was one of the two flag bearers for Canada when the closing ceremonies took place. We're incredibly proud of him. And on the floor of this chamber, I wanted to give him congratulations. Mr. Speaker, we hear the NDP talk a lot. I've often said, if this was a radio station, it would be all talk, no rock, because that's really what we're dealing with. If I could actually pose a question, and who knows, the NDP maybe answer this, whether they will eventually support a closure motion from this government. Who knows? If this were the old NDP, the pre-coalition NDP, I would say no. This was a party that historically fought for the underdog, that historically fought for Parliament, that recognized parliamentary supremacy with its limits, not many, but all of its effective exercises of discretion. That was the NDP, often known as the conscience of Parliament, a party that would challenge other parties to think about the ramifications of its decisions. In fact, that is what opposition parties are supposed to do. Opposition parties have a constitutional obligation to provide that opposition, conscientious opposition, thoughtful opposition, but opposition nonetheless when things aren't going right. And here we stand on the floor of the House of Commons looking at a scandal in which insiders got rich. Now, as a kid from North Kamloops, as I would say, as somebody whose parents immigrated to Canada without 2 pennies to rub together is the term I like to say, when I see the enrichment that took place on the backs of taxpayers, I am disgusted. There are people out there who are lining up at food banks as we speak, and Liberal insiders got rich. And if that isn't repugnant enough, the Liberals here will not provide the documents to tell us exactly who got what, when, and why. The NDP have said that they will vote in favor of this motion. Will they vote in favor of a closure motion from the government? I've heard before, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this, Mr. Speaker, about the charter rights. Now, it's no secret I was a lawyer. The charter is meant to protect citizens from the government. So when I hear the government stand up, and perhaps they can enlighten me, I'm certainly open to hearing it. Maybe there's something I'm missing about the charter, but the charter is meant to protect people from government action. It's always interesting because the Liberals like to use it as a sword. The charter was always meant to be a shield, to shield the people from the government. This is basically what they teach you in undergrad courses or first-year law, and yet the Liberals are talking about protecting themselves from the release of these documents, the government protecting itself, coming in here and saying, we don't want to release this because of the charter. Perhaps they can connect the dots, because I'm certainly open to hearing that. Even if there is an ongoing investigation and there are questions about that, and I understand the integrity of the investigation, Parliament has a job to do, notwithstanding that there is an investigation occurring. That's just the fact. Investigations typically take, of this magnitude, years to complete. And then you have to go through what's called a charge approval process, where somebody has to look at this. They have to get all the disclosure. We have the Jordan decision, which we know well in this chamber. All the disclosure. It could be years before we actually see any charges. If they're merited, that's for someone else to determine. Far be it for me to say whether somebody must be charged. That's for an independent prosecutor to determine. So where does that leave us, Mr. Speaker? It leaves us with a scandal where insiders, presumably people who are fairly well off to be in positions to further their own interest, in other words, to own a company and to further that interest, people who got richer. And they got richer on the backs of taxpayers. This is so disgusting. And as I say it, I feel myself getting more and more angry that we're standing here saying, why aren't the documents just tabled? Like, is there anything more repugnant than stealing from the state? And when I say from the state, it's actually stealing from you, Mr. Speaker, from me. Whether somebody is like the 104-year-old veteran that I awarded a King Charles III Coronation Medal to, who fought for the freedoms, like that, stealing from him and his taxes, stealing from the newborn. These are the allegations that are before us, and frankly, a lot of them are substantiated. Whether it's criminal or not is another question. But what we know here is that there was a complete and utter misappropriation of funds. So much so that if I understand your ruling, Mr. Speaker, it is that we are dealing with nothing until we deal with this. The Liberals don't like that. Well, there's a pretty easy solution. They can put forward the documents. I was trying to think to myself, when you get into politics, obviously you think about pros and cons of any course of action. And I was thinking to myself, what is going through the Liberal machine right now? What's going through their heads? They can put forward the documents and bring an end to this, or they cannot. Now, what are the pros of doing that? Well, if this is openness by default. I'll get to that in just a minute. Why won't they do this? Why won't they put them forward? And I'm thinking out loud here. There has to be something so damning in those documents that they refuse to put them forward, that grinding Parliament to a halt is worth it. They are prepared to put aside their legislative agenda because there is something in those documents that somebody in a Liberal back room or front room has said, we do not want to be revealed. What could possibly be that bad? What could possibly be that bad? To the person, I always make reference to my parents, and I apologize for those who watch my speeches, although I think it's just my mother. The reality is that I always think about the common person. I often will reference my father. He started loading boxcars by hand with wood at a sawmill when he was 17, 18. Did that till he could no longer medically do it, about 40 years. What does that say to him? What does that say to the person who newly immigrated to Canada and is looking at their pay stub, working any job they can, often because the Liberal government has been so slow to allow people who have immigrated to this country trained in fields that we need people in, doctors, nurses, other fields, that they are forced to work any job that they can take and see their paycheck evaporate into rising taxes, and then what's left evaporate into inflation. What does it say to them when this government, who's talking about the middle class and those hoping to join it, won't even tell the middle class and those hoping to join it who got rich off of their backs? This is utterly shameful. It's disgusting. And the Liberals will stand up. They'll invoke the ghost of Stephen Harper, who's not been here for 9 years. They talk about how terrible things are right now because of Stephen Harper 9 years ago. Talk about a lack of accountability, Mr. Speaker. You have this government not taking any sort of accountability. I'm sure the member from Winnipeg will stand up and ask a question for the 1624th time in this place. And at the end of the day, where do we get further? Just release the darn documents. Just release them. I'm going to pause here, Mr. Speaker. I think that this is an appropriate time to recognize two people in Kamloops Thompson Caribou who were recently engaged, one of whom is a young man that I spoke with, and who I've spoken with regularly. I've known his father. My mom actually worked with his father when she was beginning to be a legal assistant. My sister went to school with his aunt. His name is Spencer Paul, just a terrific young man beginning his teaching career. And I want to salute him and wish him and his fiancée, Yulia Voloshenko, all the best on their engagement, and I wish them a life of prosperity together. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about openness by default. There's actually a professor, Matt Malone, I believe that Professor Malone's website that looks at various government order paper questions, things like that. It compiles them. Professor Malone has done great work called Open by Default. For a government that said it would be open by default, it has been anything but. We're standing here today because this is the height of a lack of transparency. This is a government that promised sunny ways, openness, transparency. And what do we hear? How many days have we been here? 4, 5? Because this government is choosing to obfuscate. And this isn't even just deflection that a lot of politicians do. People do it on all sides. This isn't that. This is deliberate, not even obfuscation. This is deliberate stymieing. The Liberal government has chosen to ignore the will of this House because there's something so bad in those documents. I question, Mr. Speaker, why won't they just put them forward? And the Liberals will stand up and say, oh, but this person really isn't a Liberal. They were a Conservative once. Did you know that? I don't care who they are. They could have been my campaign manager. If they got rich off of the backs of taxpayers, they should be held accountable in this House and through whatever independent mechanisms there are. But the buck stops here when it comes to Parliament, and we should see those documents, and they should be tabled. I don't care who they are, just like when it comes to the 11 who have either wittingly or unwittingly helped hostile states. I don't care if it's the person sitting next to me, they should be named. If they cannot be named here, then where can they be named? There's a Liberal government that has so much to hide. It is getting tired. And the expectation is that people will run defense for them, that people will do different things. People who stand here, who sit in the balcony at question period, and they question, why aren't the questions ever answered? Why do you have to ask the same question over and over and over again? And I would invite this rhetorically. If the Liberal members who are here, if this was a Conservative scandal, I wonder what their response would be. SDTC is supposed to be, well, for those at home, Sustainable Development Technology Canada is supposed to be an arm's length, not-for-profit organization. It's supposed to be to support projects that develop and demonstrate technology. Here's the problem. SDTC executives awarded projects in which they held conflicts in over $330 million of taxpayer funds. $330 million. So let's go back to the middle class. How many middle class families does it take for their federal tax burden to equal $330 million? Now, we all know that the Prime Minister has lavish tastes and he has no problem pontificating about carbon taxes while he jet sets all around the country and still gets a carbon and tells people about how they've never had it so good with their carbon rebates that really don't make up the complete picture, that really don't tell people how much they're actually paying, especially when we think about tax upon tax and how it's levied at each and every single step. $330 million. So how did this happen? 2019, the Liberal Industry Minister, Navdeep Bains, began appointing people who would have conflicts of interest. These are Liberal appointees. So for those people who talk about Stephen Harper and, oh, this person served under Stephen Harper, as I heard earlier today, the SDTC appointees, they were done by the Liberal government 5 years ago. And if we know one thing about Liberals, is that Liberals help Liberals, Liberals want to fund Liberals, and Liberals appoint Liberals. And what did they start doing? They started giving themselves contracts. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. We're here in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I talked about my roots being a kid from North Kamloops, the child of immigrants, thinking I would never probably be in a place like this. But if I ever had envisioned it 30 years ago, 20 years ago, the last thing I would be thinking is that a government would be stymieing the production of documents over people who got rich. And I'll make this clear. Anybody who works for me, if you use your position to get rich, you use your position to steal $20, I would have no problem terminating you on the spot. Period. Because that's what's expected. And yet, when it comes to the Liberal government, when it comes to them, having to deal with this scandal, they put up roadblock after roadblock. Why the roadblocks? Why are they hiding something? The reason is because there must be something substantial. There must be something explosive. And I invite people, watch question period. Watch the answers. Watch how little of substance is said. We have these vague references to charter rights. We have, well, the RCMP are investigating. We have nothing more to do. The RCMP are investigating. The last time I checked, we are not the RCMP, we are Parliament. And Parliament should have the right to figure out its own processes, and we do. And the people in the Liberals, they don't understand that there are actually separations. You know, they say we as Conservatives want to meddle. Well, they don't realize that Parliament controls its own destiny and the RCMP control their own destiny. These are the documents that need to come. There were whistleblowers, and our whistleblower legislation, in my view, should be enhanced, that came forward and said, this is wrong. And this is so wrong that I'm prepared to put my career on the line for it. And what do they get? People who bravely came forward, putting their career on the line, they get stymied. And the member for Winnipeg North, I'm sure, is just going to stand up and tell us the reason why this shouldn't happen. When whistleblowers put their necks on the line so that Canadians can know the truth. Release the documents, give us the truth. It will set us free, especially the Liberals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, let me start off by saying I am not a lawyer. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, when I think of Annette Verschuren, who was an appointment of Stephen Harper, who was an advisor to Brian Mulroney, and who has been appointed indirectly to as the chair and no longer is the chair of SDTC, Mr. Speaker, if she goes to court, as we all believe that she will ultimately end up going to court, and we do the work that the RCMP have recommended or indicated to this House that they are not comfortable with, in terms of what it is that the Conservatives are calling for, he was a defense lawyer, or he's a lawyer, I should say. The member opposite is a lawyer. Would he not agree that if you collect information inappropriately and hand it over to the RCMP, that you could be compromising the trial, and the defense lawyer for Annette, for example, would be able to cite that, which could cause problems in terms of issues related to the Charter? Putting on his lawyer hat, does he believe there is any merit to that whatsoever?
The Honourable Member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Absolutely not. What charter right is compromised by what he is saying? A person has a right to a free trial, and I will fight for that right for anybody. I don't care who worked for Brian Mulroney. Like I said, I don't care if it's the person sitting next to me. Canadians deserve transparency. And that member wants to obfuscate. I don't care who they are. The RCMP will do their thing. If somebody is entitled to disclosure, they will get that disclosure as part of the criminal process. We in Parliament have the right to do our thing, and we should do it, and we shouldn't have people from the Liberal government standing in our way.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy Monday. Well, what I'm getting from this is that there are projects which are not eligible for a total of $59 million, which do not meet the requirements in agreements between the government and the foundation. That's what I understand from this. The Conservatives are really insisting on this, and for good reason. The government must face the facts and produce the documents. Here's my question. What is the difference between a conflict of interest, possible negligence, and corruption? Because this morning I hear a lot of talk about corruption, saying the government hasn't produced the documents. But why are the Conservatives insisting on using the term corruption? We do agree, though, that the government should not be refusing to produce the documents. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. I thank my friend for the question.
The difference between corruption and conflict of interest. A conflict of interest arises when somebody can benefit themselves. I think that corruption is actually much more wholesale, and that's not to say that the two can't have any overlap. I think that they've got substantial overlap here. In my view, when you have a Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, that is providing contracts to its friends or allowing its friends to provide contracts, that's not just a one-time thing. It's not just a one-time thing of, I will line my own pockets. This was a decision to systematically fleece taxpayers and to do it in a way that would be covered up. That is corruption. I don't know how that isn't corruption if a person or a party, in this case the Liberals, deliberately decides to ensure that people get rich off the backs of taxpayers. Those individuals were in a conflict of interest, or even an apparent conflict of interest is enough, as in, if it looks bad, you should be recusing. This didn't just look bad, this was bad. Hand over the documents.
The Honourable Member from Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, I'll again put it on the record that New Democrats will be supporting both of these privilege motions so that there's no doubt about that. But given that my honourable colleague is a lawyer, I'd like to know when the Conservative Party is prepared to make its closing arguments so that the House can actually arrive on a decision and we can start executing some action on this. And maybe one follow-up question, Mr. Speaker, is, from 2011 to 2015, the Conservative majority government had no qualms about using its legislative muscle in the House to quash numerous investigations, some of which were actually seeking documents. So through you, Mr. Speaker, does my honourable colleague think that maybe the Canadian public would have a little bit more legitimacy in Conservative arguments if their record weren't just as bad as the Liberals?
The Honourable Member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Oh, this question really fascinates me. It implies that Canadians don't have an appetite to investigate scandal. It's like the people of Canada are saying, oh, go ahead, please, take our $330 million and give it to Liberal insiders as you see fit. Just give it to them. We just don't care. Nothing could be further from the truth. I will stand here as a Conservative, but more importantly, as a parliamentarian who is representing the people of Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, and I will look right into the camera and say this to the member through you, Mr. Speaker. I will make my closing argument when those Liberals hand over the documents.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to repeat a question I've asked previously, and that is when you have the RCMP, an independent institution in Canada, and you have the Auditor General, again, an independent institution of Canada, both expressing concerns with the Conservative tactic and raising the issues and concerns that all of us should be sharing. You have the Conservative Party of Canada throwing up their hands saying, we don't care about those institutions. We want what we can't have, even though Stephen Harper never, ever, ever, ever provided these type of documents. But they have a right, Mr. Speaker, and it doesn't matter about civil liberties.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
I would invite this member here to expand upon his point about what is going to be compromised by the release of this document. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, Parliament controls its own destiny, and I am confident that if there are articulable bases on which these documents should in some way be safeguarded I'm confident that we as Parliament can work that out. But the Liberals refuse to do it. They talk about Stephen Harper time after time after time after time. It's like the ghost of Stephen Harper is hiding under that member's bed, spooking him every single night. Oh no, I don't want to give out the documents because the ghost of Stephen Harper is going to haunt me. Give me a break, Mr. Speaker. Hand over the documents.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to talk about Stephen Harper under beds. That's too much for me to grasp on a Monday morning. But I would like to ask the ghost. I don't care if it's a ghost or him or whatever. You can have the ghost then. That's all good. I know that it was in jest anyways, Mr. Speaker. But I do want to ask a serious question about, we got to this place before with the Afghan detainee documents that weren't released before by the Conservatives, and now we have this situation right here. One of the solutions that we can have for Parliament is actually updating our Crown copyright. And I'll be real brief, Mr. Speaker, but it is important to preface, Crown copyright is the privileged access that Canadians get to documents, information, research, that should be publicly made available on a regular basis. Canada is one of the Commonwealth nations that has not updated this. All the others have. In fact, our laws go back to the early 1900s, have been rarely reviewed, rarely done. The United States doesn't have this problem. So why are the Conservatives still opposed to updating Crown copyright? Because we could have done that. That would have prevented a lot of this mess right now. And I'd like to see that passed. Perhaps if the Conservatives would agree, we could get that done and get some of the documents earlier.
L'honorable député de Kamloops Thompson Caribou, une minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Unlike so many of the questions we've had today, that was a very, I believe it's a very sincere and legitimate question. I'm not going to purport to be an expert on Crown copyright. I know next to nothing about it, so I'm certainly prepared to take my honourable colleague's suggestion under advisement because, frankly, I would need to get up to speed before I could provide a fulsome answer, and I'm not prepared to venture into something I'm really not as knowledgeable as I would like to be before answering that question. Thank you.
Before proceeding to the next speaker, I believe the honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader, has a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or special order or usual practice of the House, during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on the motion number 61 to concur in the 31st report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier. All questions necessary to dispose of the motions be deemed put and recorded division deemed requested and deferred pursuant to Standing Order 66.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving this motion, please say no.
Motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Motion is carried. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as my colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lake said, here we go again, debating yet another breach of privilege by this Liberal government. The Liberals' continued refusal to comply with parliamentary orders shows their complete lack of respect for this institution and parliamentarians. As frustrating as this is, it is not surprising. After all, on July 25, 1969, during the debate of a motion to adjourn the House, it was reported that Pierre Elliott Trudeau made the following statement regarding the opposition. When they get home, when they get out of Parliament, when they are 50 yards from Parliament Hill, they are no longer honourable members. They are just nobodies, Mr. Speaker. Well, I can confirm for you today that the apple hasn't fallen far from the tree. Right from the beginning with Elbowgate and motion number 6, which would have given the Liberals new powers to control the business of the House, and was described by the member for New Westminster Burnaby as both fundamentally anti-democratic and a sign of the greater disrespect that we've seen developing now for the last few weeks, and a completely undemocratic move to take away the tools we, opposition members, have to express our differences by the member for Regina Capel, or their attempt to exploit the pandemic by introducing legislation that would have allowed the Liberals to carry on for almost 2 years with no parliamentary oversight. This Prime Minister's disregard for parliamentarians in opposition and the rules that govern this place is obvious. According to Standing Order 108(1)A, parliamentary committees hold special powers to summon people and order the production of documents. It states, and I quote, "Standing committees shall be severally empowered to examine and inquire into all such matters as may be referred to them by the House, to report from time to time, and except when the House otherwise orders, to send for persons, papers, and records, to sit while the House is sitting, to sit during periods when the House stands adjourned, to sit jointly with other standing committees, to print from day to day such papers and evidence as may be ordered by them, and to delegate to subcommittees all or any of their powers except the power to report directly to the House." These powers are essential as they allow parliamentary committees to conduct important work. These powers are fundamental to the proper functioning of Parliament. When the government obstructs the work of committees by unlawfully refusing to provide documents or providing them heavily redacted, they are not only insulting Parliament, but Canadians who have sent representatives to this place to be their voice and hold the government accountable. This Liberal government has a pattern of trying to obstruct the work of Parliament and its committees by refusing to hand over documents, and they are regularly supported by the NDP in this regard. In fact, during our study at the Government Operations and Estimates Committee of the government contracts with McKinsey, Conservatives called for unredacted documents from government departments related to those contracts. Nearly every department either sent heavily redacted documents or no documents at all. And this included the Department of National Defence, the Department of Natural Resources, Export Development Canada, the Atomic Energy of Canada Limited, the Canada Development Investment Corporation, the Department of Employment and Social Development, the Department of Finance, the Department of Veterans Affairs, the Business Development Bank of Canada, the Canada Border Services Agency, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, the Canada Post Corporation, the Department of Citizenship and Immigration, and it was all led by the Prime Minister's own department, the Privy Council Office. 13 government departments, Mr. Speaker, agencies and Crown corporations refused to comply with a motion passed at a parliamentary committee. These departments, led by the Privy Council Office, denied the supremacy of Parliament, stating that they were able to decide what documents Parliament was entitled to have, granting themselves far-reaching, unconstitutional powers. When we tried to escalate the issue to the House to force departments to provide the unredacted documents, the Liberals filibustered, claiming that there was nothing to see here and that we were wasting our time. They convinced the NDP, their staunchest supporters in this place, to yet again bail them out and shut down our document request, hiding vital information about these contracts from Canadians. This, despite the fact the law clerk was brought to committee to provide the legal basis for parliamentary powers and provided the following testimony, and again I quote, "As the Grand Inquisitor of the nation, the House of Commons has the right to institute and conduct inquiries, as well as to send for papers and records. These rights are part of the House of Commons privileges, immunities, and powers, oftentimes referred to as parliamentary privilege, that are constitutional in nature, as they are rooted in Section 18 of the Constitution Act 1867, as well as in its preamble. These rights, including the constitutional nature of parliamentary privilege and the fundamental role of the House of Commons and its committees, have been recognized by the Supreme Court of Canada. There is no limit to the right of the House of Commons and of its committees to order the production of documents, providing that the documents are available in paper or electronic format and are in Canada. This power is subject only to the exceptions and limits explicitly stipulated by Parliament, the House of Commons, or its committees. In a later intervention, he reiterated the following. You asked me to explain and clarify the right of the House and its committees to send for papers and records. This right to send for papers and records is one of the parliamentary privileges that the House of Commons and its committees have. This power is constitutional in nature, and it is subject only to the limitation that Parliament, the House, or the committees will impose on themselves. When requesting documents, sometimes a committee may be faced with a confidentiality claim. In such circumstances, the committee may decide to put measures in place to protect sensitive information. It may decide to no longer insist on its production order, or it may decide to insist on its production order and insist on the production of documents unredacted. Ultimately, it's for the committee to decide what option it wants to choose. Mr. Speaker, despite our protests and the rules that supported our request, Conservatives were outvoted by the NDP Liberal coalition. And our study of McKinsey was stalled, with the NDP once again covering for the scandal-ridden Liberal government. However, their victory was short-lived, with the Auditor General tabling her report earlier this year, which found that contracts should have never been awarded to McKinsey in the first place. The Liberals had, yet again, inappropriately given a sweetheart deal to a company being run by a close friend of the Prime Minister. This may have come to light earlier if the NDP had not helped the Liberals with obstructing the work of our committee. Instead, even to this day, we still not have received these documents. By allowing the bureaucrats to defy our order, the Liberals were successful in denying our committee access to the documents and keeping us, and indeed all Canadians, from seeing what they were trying to hide. In the case of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC, the facts are even more startling. Hundreds of millions of dollars were given to Liberal insiders by hand-picked board members who had conflicts of interest related to the companies being given taxpayer dollars. The Auditor General found 186 cases of conflict of interest by board members. These board members were allowed to vote to give taxpayers' dollars to companies they had an interest in. 186 times, Mr. Speaker, and this government did nothing. They didn't ask any questions. They didn't check up on who was sending money where. They just allowed the board to give money to anyone they wanted to. And it turned out they were sending money to companies that they themselves were involved with. These 186 instances of conflict of interest involved $334 million. Even more concerning, the Auditor General didn't get through all the cases. This means that there could be hundreds of millions of dollars more that have been given to companies that these Liberal insiders have an interest in. Canadians deserve answers, and parliamentarians need to see what other egregious corruption is hidden in these documents. For now, we know that $334 million were spent without any oversight, without any accountability, and now it's gone, and Canadians are left footing the bill. Can we expect this Liberal government to get the money back, or that the wrongdoers will be held accountable? Probably not. They'll continue to sweep this under the rug, chalk it up to the cost of governing, and move on, much like they did with a ride scam, which they still have not recovered any money from. In fact, it's no wonder we'll see no accountability from these scamster board members, given a current minister used to work for one of the most prolific of them. The current Minister for the Environment worked for Cycle Capital, a company which benefited greatly from the SDTC grants. He was, in fact, their lobbyist. While working as their lobbyist, he managed to secure them $111 million in grants before he was elected. And guess what? He still holds shares in this company to this day, as was pointed out by my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's. This practice of funneling hundreds of millions of dollars to companies which Liberal insiders have a vested interest in is a deeply disturbing pattern with this government. It is actually corrupt. We saw it with McKinsey, with over $100 million in contracts being inappropriately awarded, while a close friend of the Prime Minister, Dominic Barton, was the chairman. We see it with Rio Tinto, being given $222 million just 5 months after the same Dominic Barton was appointed as their chairman. We saw it with the Rive scam, with tens of millions of dollars going to middlemen who did no actual work. We saw it with the $237 million contract given to the company of a former Liberal MP, Frank Baylis, for ventilators, which were later sold for scrap metal. And we see it with the purchase of the $9 million luxury condo on Billionaires Row, purchased for the Prime Minister's media buddy, Tom Clark, in New York City. Time and time again, Liberal insiders get rich at the expense of Canadians and are shielded from any accountability by Liberal members of Parliament and their NDP coalition. While the Liberals have been creative in finding ways to abuse taxpayers' dollars to ensure they find their way into the pockets of their friends, they've also shown themselves to be uniquely corrupt and untrustworthy. When this government and their bureaucrats hide these documents by refusing to provide them or by heavily redacting them, they not only insult this House and infringe on the privilege of its members, but they also place themselves above the Constitution and the very foundation of our parliamentary system. And while it has become commonplace under this Liberal government, with new scandals coming to light week after week, Canadians need reassurance. They need to be reassured that this corruption is not normal. This is not the way government is meant to work. Government is meant to work for the people, for Canadians. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, this will not be how things are run when Conservatives form the next government. That is actually why Conservatives have brought forward this motion, a motion that calls upon the House to order the government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the Auditor General of Canada each to deposit with the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council within 14 days of the adoption of this order the following documents created or dated since January 1st, 2017, which are in its or her possession, custody, or control. And it intentionally includes all files, documents, briefing notes, memoranda, emails, or any other correspondence exchanged among government officials regarding SDTC. It includes contribution and funding agreements to which SDTC is a party, records detailing financial information of companies in which past or present directors or officers of SDTC had ownership, management, or other financial interests. It includes SDTC conflict of interest declarations, minutes of SDTC's board of directors and project review committees, and all briefing notes, memoranda, emails, or any other correspondence exchanged between SDTC directors and SDTC management, provided that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council shall promptly thereafter notify the Speaker whether each entity produced documents as ordered, and the Speaker in turn shall forthwith inform the House of the notice of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council. But if the House stands adjourned, the Speaker shall lay the notice upon the table pursuant to Standing Order 32.1. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council shall provide forthwith any documents received by him pursuant to this order to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for its independent determination of whether to investigate potential offences under the Criminal Code or any other act of Parliament. Canadians deserve a government that respects Parliament and its fundamental role and powers. They deserve a government that will be transparent and accountable. They deserve opposition members to do their duty in holding the government to account. They deserve a government that will respect taxpayers' dollars. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve an end to this corruption, and it is time for a change. And Conservatives are ready to provide the kind of leadership and government that Canadians deserve. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those that are following the debate, I think it's important to recognize that SDTC is, in fact, an arm's-length organization there to support Canadian industry in a very environmentally friendly way. Annette Verschuren was the chair of that board, someone that was actually appointed to Stephen Harper's Economic Advisory Council during 2008 and an advisor to Brian Mulroney. Now, there is no doubt something's gone wrong. That's the reason why the government took swift action upon learning. To the degree in which we had 2 independent audits done on it. We're supporting the Auditor General. There's been a freeze on the funding. The board has been replaced. The government has taken action on this. For the Conservatives to label it as corruption, tying it to the Liberal Party, it's just wrong, and part of the problem where the Conservatives continue to spread misinformation to try to get wedge issues at the cost of what I would suggest to you, an organization, not that board, an organization that has done so much for Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while there was no question there, I will repeat what many of my colleagues have pointed out, and that is that 5 years ago, it was a Liberal minister that appointed the board of directors of SDTC, and he needs to take, and they need to take responsibility for those appointments and what has ensued since. And you know, Mr. Speaker, while this member obfuscates on the issue of ignoring parliamentary privilege, Canadians are struggling. There are hundreds of tent cities cropping up across this country, and millions are lining up at food banks. And what is obvious during this debate is that the Liberal government's priority is to continue to line the pockets of their Liberal insider friends and then go on to cover it up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de La Pointe.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear from my colleague on the following topic. Of course, it's unacceptable that the government is refusing to grant these documents that the House has asked for. We have heard allegations that this also happened with preceding Conservative governments. Does my colleague have any ideas on what we could do to prevent such a situation from happening again?
Monsieur Carleton, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my colleague for his question. You know, when Conservatives formed government in 2006, we brought in the Federal Accountability Act, and this was to clean up the mess that was left behind by the previous scandal-ridden Liberal government. However, I would have to admit that no member of Parliament could have foreseen the blatant corruption and disregard for Parliament that this government has shown over the past 9 years. I believe we will need to take a very hard look at how this government has subverted parliamentary practice and procedures time and time again, and determine how we can prevent this kind of corruption in the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Skeena, Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. I have a fairly simple question. I read through the motion and the amendment, and essentially this motion is to refer the government's refusal to produce the documents, to refer that to committee, and to direct the committee to call certain witnesses. Now, the implication being that the committee's work is what is going to lead to greater accountability and getting Canadians the answers that they deserve on this important matter. Now, if that's the case, and assuming that Canadians deserve those answers as quickly as possible, why would we not vote on this motion, refer it to committee so that these witnesses can be called, and undertake that important work so that we can get answers as quickly as possible? I don't understand the rationale or the strategy for drawing out this debate for days and days when the actual work should be done at the committee.
Yep, that's a good question.
The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my colleague for the question. Of course, he was not sitting on the Government Operations and Estimates Committee when our committee was seized with a very similar situation where we were calling for unredacted documents from a number of departments within government in order to be able to get to the bottom of the contracts that were awarded to McKinsey. And it was his own colleague from Courtney Alberni that voted with the Liberals to ensure that the committee could no longer do his work. I am not convinced that the NDP at this point in time, especially with their coalition with the Liberals, would actually allow the work to be done in committee. Instead of stating here that they're going to support this motion, and they're supporting it, so I'm not sure why he's concerned with this motion, but instead of just saying what...
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Windsor West.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, it was the NDP that helped bring this motion to the floor of this chamber. In fact, I did the intervention myself, as well as a member for Bertie New Westminster.
But that is a point of debate. Appreciate the clarification. The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much. Well, perhaps he could clarify that with his own colleague, who's asking why we're here today instead of referring it to committee.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you. I've been listening to the debate. We have said that we agree about the substance here. We need to ensure that the House's privilege is respected. We need to get these documents. However, as I've been listening to the debate, what I've noticed is that the Conservatives don't seem to be focused on actually getting the documents. Rather, they seem to be focused on making our business in the House here grind to a halt. Could we vote on this motion and thus force the government to take action? Or if they don't give the documents to us, they'll have to pay a political price. But if this keeps going on, I feel like it's never going to come to an end. What is the Conservative Party real goal here? Is it to get the documents, or is it to bog down what's happening here in the House and then claim that the government isn't doing anything?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to quote what Michael Bedard said to committee when we were seized with the issue of not being able to get documents as called for. And I quote, "The courts have recognized the existence of the power to send for records and papers. In parliamentary privilege jurisprudence, they have recognized that the exercise of the privilege itself is not something that is subject to court scrutiny. The manner in which the privilege is exercised is for Parliament alone to decide. And in recognizing the power to send for records and papers, they haven't set any limit to this privilege." And I would simply say to that member that the only people that are obstructing the documents from getting to this place and the work of Parliament to be done are the Liberal members on the other side of this chamber.
Time for another question. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that wonderful speech. You know, I think back to the early 2000s and the sponsorship scandal, and to me, it was one of the first things that made me understand really how Liberals think and how they are always trying to put money in the pockets of their friends. And I'm just wondering if the member could maybe just remind this House of some of the scandals similar to that have occurred under this Liberal government, where they have demonstrated that innate response and innate ability of them to continue to take taxpayer money and use it in ways it shouldn't be used. Thank you.
Honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for the question. As I know he is aware, it's a very long list, and it's a very long list that creates deep concern for Canadians across this country. When we look at Arrive Scam, when we look at the external contracting that's been going to Liberal insiders and their friends, when we look at the $9 million condo that was purchased for the Prime Minister's media buddy. The list goes on and on, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to how this Liberal government is spending taxpayers' money and are not willing to be held accountable and transparent to what it is they're actually doing. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Mission, Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sitting here and reflecting on the privilege motion before the House of Commons today reminds me, I believe, of the 40th Parliament from 2008 to 2011. I was privileged as a graduate student to be in the chamber when the former Governor General Michel Jean gave her speech from the throne, and to be in this very chamber as an observer when papers were thrown in the air. Papers were thrown in the air because the former leader of the Liberal Party, Michael Ignatieff, brought forward a motion to produce documents related to the F-35. Through a debate at Procedure and House Affairs, there was back and forth between the government and the official opposition at that time to determine what papers were in fact needed. But behind that very debate was not the Conservative Party saying we're not going to comply with Parliament. No, it was about working. They wanted to work with the official opposition. But the Liberals then used it as a political ploy to go into an election. And thankfully, Canadians understood very clearly what Michael Ignatieff and the failed Liberals were trying to do. And that was to take advantage of their parliamentary powers to push forward an election. And thankfully, they were defeated in that election. But it raised a serious question for me as a graduate student at that time and a former Canadian parliamentary intern. Why use the power of privilege only to defeat a government when the very purpose of that privilege was to get to the bottom of what the government was doing at that time? And I think that's an important historical point to raise here today. It seems that only Conservatives seem to be bothered by the hypocrisy we've seen from this Liberal Party once again. So with that, the recent events surrounding the government's handling of Sustainable Development Technology Canada Program, or SDTC, have brought this issue again to the forefront of our democratic discourse, and that is the production of papers, the right of this very House to demand anything from the government that it so decides to do. That is a fundamental privilege of Parliament. So last week, the Speaker rightfully ruled on a question of privilege raised by the House Leader of the official opposition. His ruling confirmed what Conservatives have said all along, that the government violated the expansive powers of this very House by failing to surrender crucial records or papers related to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Let me take this time to remind you of the government's corrupt mishandling of SDTC, otherwise known as the Green Slush Fund. This program was designed to support innovation in sustainable technologies. It was established in 2001. It operated with few issues under Liberal and Conservative governments until this Prime Minister took office. Earlier this year, the Auditor General released a damning report. It revealed that $123 million had been misappropriated by the Liberal-appointed board of SDTC. The report outlined serious governance failures, including a staggering 90 instances where conflict of interest policies were not followed, nearly $76 million spent on projects connected to friends of Liberals who sat on the board, $59 million awarded to projects that were not eligible for funding, and $12 million spent on projects that not only fell into conflict of interest, but were also ineligible for funding based on the government's own criteria. This situation not only represents a betrayal of public trust, but also illustrates a significant failure in oversight by the current minister. We must ask ourselves, how can we ensure accountability in government if those in power are not held to the same standards we expect from others? Conservatives have proven that the privileges of parliamentarians were violated by the government's refusal, which is why we are continuing to speak about this serious action the government has taken, and indeed why the House is completely seized with this matter. This is not just a procedural misstep. It is a direct challenge to the very foundation of our parliamentary democracy. The Auditor General report made it clear that this scandal falls squarely on the shoulders of the current Liberal minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to insiders. The minister even went so far as to suspend the SDTC board because he knew that he was in hot water, and he took the correct action. So the government is unjustly infringing on the right to access these documents today. Now, to understand the gravity of this situation, we must first reflect on the historical context of parliamentary privilege. Our rights and privileges as parliamentarians are not mere formalities. They are rooted in centuries of struggle against tyranny. As the British House of Commons gained eminence as a legislative assembly, it establishes privileges as statutes as part of common law aimed at protecting its members from interference, namely from the Crown. Erskine May, a cornerstone reference in parliamentary procedure, defines parliamentary privilege as the sum of the peculiar rights enjoyed by each House collectively as a constituent part of the High Court of Parliament and by members of each House individually, without which they could not discharge their functions. In other words, I can't do my job, nor can any other member of Parliament do their job if this privilege is compromised. This underscores that our privilege is essential for holding the government, the Crown, to account. In Canada, we inherited the legacy of the UK through the Constitution Act of 1867, which enshrines our rights and privileges, ensuring that they are not exceeded by any authority outside of this House. The Parliament of Canada Act 1985 further states that we retain the privileges, not exceeding those held, enjoyed, and exercised by the Commons, House of Parliament of the United Kingdom. In other words, we inherited that democratic tradition, I'm repeating that because it's so important, of Westminster parliamentary responsible government. This is a powerful affirmation of our rights and responsibilities as members of this institution, drawing on hundreds of years of precedent, which brings us here today. So back to the motion. In June, the opposition House Leader tabled a motion asking for all files, documents, briefing notes, memoranda, emails, and any other correspondence exchanged among government officials regarding SDTC. This motion was sent through, and the SDTC and associated parties either redacted the documents, withheld the documents, or outright refused to present the documents to the official opposition to this Parliament. This is a clear violation of our collective parliamentary privilege. In making his arguments, the opposition House Leader referred to page 239 of Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, 2nd edition, and I quote, "Disobedience to rules or orders represents an affront to the dignity of the House, and accordingly, the House could take action not simply for satisfaction, but to ensure that the House of Commons is held in the respect necessary for its authority to be vindicated." Let's repeat that, for its authority to be vindicated. Without proper respect, the House of Commons could not function. When the rules of parliamentary privilege and the House are disregarded, it undermines the authorities and the powers the House can enact and diminishes its ability to govern properly. Let us not forget, it is not the government that decides which papers it must provide to Parliament. It is Parliament which decides which papers it needs. without respecting the use of parliamentary privilege and obeying the orders of the House to produce and bring forward the requested documents, it displays a complete disregard of respect for the House and its authority and duty to Canadians to provide them with accurate and transparent information. In response to the House Leader's motion, the Speaker confirmed the accusations that the government violated its powers. In his ruling, the Speaker referenced page 985 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, affirming that no statute or practice diminishes the fullness of that power rooted in House privileges unless there is an explicit legal provision to that effect. This clearly establishes that the House has an inherent authority to compel the production of documents vital to our oversight functions. He went on to say that procedural precedents are abundantly clear. And I quote, "The House has the undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents from any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out its duties." To strengthen his ruling about the absolute nature of power to order the production of documents, the Speaker referenced a ruling from Speaker Milliken from 2010. In the debates at page 2043, we can find Speaker Milliken quoting the following: "Procedural authorities are categorical in repeatedly asserting the powers of the House in ordering the production of documents. No exceptions are made for any category of any government document." However, the government has argued that the order to produce these documents may infringe upon charter rights, particularly regarding police investigations and privacy. The House Leader has contended that this order exceeded the authority of the House by seeking documents for the exclusive use of a third party, namely the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. This is a very wrong and dangerous interpretation by the government House Leader. The House Leader does not have the right to predetermine when documents can be disclosed. It is up to Parliament. Even after Conservatives have called out the House Leader and the Liberal Party for their blatant violation of parliamentary privilege, the House Leader still stands by her statement that the Conservative Party wants to infringe on the charter rights of Canadians. She's even gone onto social media to spread a false narrative that Conservatives are infringing on charter rights. She's using the Charter, Mr. Speaker, as a shield of what would otherwise likely be a criminal investigation. How is finding out the truth about mismanagement of this program an infringement on charter rights? What do the Liberals really need? What are the Liberals really trying to hide from Canadians? It is essential to recognize that the House of Commons exists to hold the government accountable. The notion that the government can refuse compliance under the guise of protecting individual rights undermines the very principles of transparency and accountability that govern our documents, that govern our democracy, which have been clearly established by multiple speakers and are, of course, written in the Constitution Act of Canada. The privileges we enjoy today were established to protect the House and its members from the power of the Crown and other authorities. As noted by Enid Campbell in her analysis of parliamentary privilege in 1966, the House of Lords and the House of Commons may investigate any matter whatsoever. However embarrassing the inquiry may either be to individuals or to the government of the day. That's why we retain the privilege. We obviously know that this whole charade is very damaging to the Liberal brand in Canada. In fact, I, as a member of the Industry Committee, when we conducted hearings with Annette Verschaeren on her contact as board chair as SDTC, that became very clear. There was a clear conflict of interest with Ms. Verschaeren, so you'd think with this new open and transparent appointment process, Ms. Verschaeren would have been disqualified immediately from even sitting on the very board. But you think wrong. Former Minister Baines, ignoring several warnings about her conflict of interest, proceeded with the appointment within 3 weeks of Basili's removal when he still was in cabinet. With the arrival of Ms. Verschaeren at SDTC, an environment was created in which conflicts of interest were tolerated and managed by the board. Board members would go on to award SDTC funding to companies in which they held stock or positions. Minister Bains appointed 5 more of the board members who engaged in unethical and illegal behavior by approving funding to companies in which they held ownership or seats on the board. Officials from the Department of Industry, Science and Economic Development sat on the board as observers and witnessed 96 conflict of interests, but did not intervene. Former Minister Bains would be replaced in January 2021 by the current minister, and in November 2022, whistleblowers began raising internal concerns with the Auditor General about the unethical practices they were seeing within the department. In February 2023, the Privy Council was briefed by whistleblowers and commissioned 2 independent reports. In September of last year, the allegations became public, but it took the industry minister a month to agree to suspend funding for the organization. In November, the Auditor General announced that they would be conducting an audit of SDTC. And that brings us to today, and the Liberals continuing to cover up the scandal by not tabling the requested documents that Parliament has requested. If the House cannot access the necessary documents to fulfill its duties, we are left vulnerable to government overreach and mismanagement. The ignorance surrounding parliamentary privilege by the government House Leader has allowed the executive branch to resist transparency, and it is our duty to correct this. In conclusion, I urge all of my colleagues to recommit to the principles of parliamentary privilege. The Liberals refusing to hand over all documents related to the Green Slush Fund within 14 days is just simply unacceptable. We must ensure that our House retains the authority to demand accountability from the government. We must also recognize that while certain information may need to be withheld for legitimate reasons, this should not be a blanket excuse for a lack of transparency. The current situation is a wake-up call. It calls for a deeper understanding of our roles and responsibilities in the House. Canadians deserve a government that is accountable and transparent, and which is why Conservatives will continue to hold this government accountable and call for a carbon tax election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand the messaging that the member is trying to get across. Yes, the Parliament of Canada is supreme in many different ways, but it doesn't justify the walking over the Charter of Rights. It does not justify the actions that the Conservative Party is taking. To try to say the RCMP's opinion doesn't matter, to try to say that the Auditor General of Canada's opinions don't matter, and then we get another Conservative just the other day standing up talking about how wonderful it was that we had a jail inside the centre block at one time, and the Parliament should, in essence, be able to put someone directly from the bar into the jail, walking over Charter of Rights. The idea of innocence until proven guilty. The Conservative appointment that Stephen Harper made back in the day, and the advisor to Brian Mulroney, ultimately then became the chair of the board in question. Yes, there will be a consequence for her, no doubt about that. But I am concerned that the Conservative Party, in their games and quest for an election, are putting at risk walking all over a person's Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I find that disgraceful.
The Honourable Member Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, what is disgraceful is that the Liberal Party of Canada doesn't understand that the power of Parliament to investigate any matter whatsoever, however embarrassing the inquiry may be, either to individuals or the government of the day, cannot is the ruling authority of this country. Parliament rules supreme. And it is not for the government to predetermine how documents will be used when Parliament demands such papers. No matter how embarrassing the investigation may be, Parliament will always retain its authority to request documents from government, because we are the ones who approve how government spends money.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on September 16th, the Conservative leader challenged or questioned the role of the Auditor General when it comes to this file. Some accusations were made by the leader of the opposition, who was essentially doubting what she had said and written. Here's my question. The Auditor General is an honourable person. Not honourable like MPs, perhaps, but very respected individual who's respected by this Parliament. So my question is, does my colleague agree with what the Conservative Party leader said about the Auditor General? Also, are these not unkind comments which lead to this Parliament becoming increasingly dysfunctional?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would agree that the NDP Liberal coalition that just fell apart has made Parliament very dysfunctional. That is a fact. The Auditor General report also clearly outlined the immensity of the corruption that we are dealing with here today. It is not every day that the Auditor General finds a prima facie case where the ethics laws of Canada were violated in up to $173 million. What we have before us here today and why this motion continues to be debated is that the government will not come clean on its obligation to meet the demands of Parliament to produce the necessary documents so Canadians can really know what went on behind closed doors between Liberal friends and insiders.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my intervention from my colleague, who I missed on Industry Committee. I think it is important that he was part of SDTC original examination that took place. So I'll give him credit for that. I do want to ask, though, about some of the problems that we have is appointment processes and transparency, and whether he would agree or disagree, and would the Conservative Party support changing the current practice of these appointments. Because I'll mention Bruce Carson, who was appointed by Stephen Harper, got caught and charged with regards to influence peddling. There's also Arthur Porter, who the Prime Minister Harper appointed, who actually fled to Panama and sadly passed away in Panama after waiting for extradition. So there's a series of litany of appointments by both the Liberals and Conservatives that we still see no transparency, and whether he would agree to have those documents of the reasons why they're appointed to be more transparent and not be redacted so much, so all of Parliament, all of Canada, could see why somebody is going to actually work on behalf of the taxpayers and government when you're appointed by a person in power, being the Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Well, I'd like to thank the member from Windsor for his question related to appointments. Indeed, irrespective of government, I think there can be more transparency in the way we appoint individuals to boards that are funded by the Government of Canada. I think that's a very fair question. So I will say as well, Mr. Speaker, the New Democratic Party has a very serious decision to make today. Will they stand with the government and support their obfuscation of Parliament, or will they stand with Canadians and demand for transparency today? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I'd like to thank the member for his excellent speech, and I'm glad to have him at Transport Committee. He talked a lot about Parliament and the supremacy of Parliament, but to me, Parliament in itself is not special. Parliament is special because it represents the people. And doesn't he believe that people are entitled to find out what happened to their money?
The Honourable Member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for those kind words, and I think he's raising a very important question. If Canadians lose trust in our institutions, if Parliament cannot fulfill its constitutional obligation to demand for papers and receive such papers, then Canadians will lose trust in the House of Commons. A lot of Canadians across the country are feeling disillusioned with institutions, and it's because this institution is being prevented from doing its job. Canadians work so hard. Business insolvencies right now are up 50% year over year. We have seen a record loss of businesses in our country, and when those businesses that worked so hard to stay afloat, to create jobs, when they see this institution throwing around hundreds of millions of dollars and not getting to the bottom of it, they question what's really going on in Ottawa.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon for his contribution. This is an an interesting debate for a Monday, having just flown across the country and landed in the midst of this. I'm trying to understand the Conservatives' logic on this, and it reminds me of an 8-year-old student asking his teacher if he can go to the washroom, and then standing there for 10 minutes with his legs crossed, hopping up and down, reiterating how badly he needs to go to the washroom. We plan to vote in favor of this motion. The Bloc Québécois plans to vote in favor of the motion. That represents a majority of the House, and immediately we could vote on this motion, send it to committee, because after all, what the motion calls for is for the committee to do the work of getting to the bottom of this very important issue on behalf of Canadians. And the irony here is that he's not only obstructing the business of the House, he's obstructing the work of the committee that the motion itself calls for.
Member Mission Mascue Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I will refer back to the original motion from June, which called for unredacted documents to be provided to this House of Commons. Those documents have yet to be provided. That is why at the beginning of my speech, I referenced the gravity of what we're dealing with here today. And I was very, very disturbed by the government House Leader who used the Charter of Rights to try to move away from what's really at stake here, and that's the ability of Parliament to do its job for Canadians. We want the documents today, and when the government's willing to provide those documents, then we'll be able to move on with other important matters of this House that we all want to deal with. That is the issue at hand, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and it's my privilege to join this debate today. I'll actually just start with the question that was raised by the member from British Columbia from the NDP, would just like to address that at the outset. The whole idea of Parliament and the debates, and sometimes they digress, I agree. I know that members opposite, I've certainly been in the House for some very long digressions. But at the end of the day, it's supposed to be a chamber of debate, of conversation. And what comes out of that can sometimes be quite impressive and actually miraculous. From having the ideas of different parties, of different perspectives, of different backgrounds of individuals, all coming together in this wonderful place we call Parliament. And from that, you sometimes get to the most amazing conclusions, and it is, as Winston Churchill said, the best worst system. But it is certainly our system, and it's the one we've chosen. And so I will never apologize for debating an issue. And sometimes I don't like what I hear. But that's okay. That's okay. Even when I'm being heckled, sometimes I don't enjoy what I'm hearing. But that's okay. That's our right. And I'm proud to be in a country where you have the freedom of speech and where the people have representatives here in Ottawa to defend their interests. So let's, Mr. Speaker, let's go back in time, and because I think it's important that we put context around this debate today, because we've had 9 years. This is not, as much as this government sometimes likes to create the impression that they just walked into town and all these problems had existed and they're here to save it. Every new parliament is a complete ignoring of all the previous issues, and those were some other guys, probably those were Stephen Harper, so they did this, they did that. Even 9 years later, we still don't see an acknowledgement. I don't think I've heard once members from the other side said, yeah, we got this wrong. But they certainly have gotten a lot wrong, Mr. Speaker. So let's just see the background that this latest Liberal scandal falls into. So it wasn't long into this government's mandate. We had already seen the fall from Sunny Ways. And one of the initial scandals, I'm not going to cover them all because I only have 20 minutes, Mr. Speaker, and that would take hours and hours and hours and hours to discuss. But I will go over some of them because I think it's important. So not long after, we have the vacation which the Prime Minister took. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars, the Aga Khan vacation, as it was called, and he claimed it was a friend. However, the Ethics Commissioner disagreed, and that was his first ethics violation. So we're starting there, and so Sunny Ways is looking a little dim at that point, but we continue on. Then we have the scandal And I would say, I mean, there's many, many to pick from, but I would say one of the most challenging, most difficult scandals for this government was the SNC-Lavalin affair. And so you will hear, and I think this is particularly enlightening in this debate, you will hear the other side say, you know what, these conservatives, they're going to trample judicial independence. They are going to trample the bureaucracy. And no, we're not. We're just simply asking documents to be handed over to the RCMP in an ongoing investigation. That does not seem like the trampling of anything. But what was a trampling of the independence of the judiciary and as well as the bureaucracy was what was alleged to happen in SNC-Lavalin, in which the Prime Minister, if he didn't do it, he came very close to pushing on his Attorney General, Jody Wilson-Raybould, of course, who then who had to resign in order to avoid this interference with the independence of the judiciary. Of course, he was looking for a deferred prosecution agreement, or get out of jail free card in layman's terms, for his friends at SNC-Lavalin. And so there you had an actual case. You had an actual case of interfering with the independence of the judiciary. This is not that. And so, okay, so we've got yet another scandal on this journey of corruption. And so we'll continue down the Liberals' journey of corruption that went over 9 years, that we're hopefully seeing the end of very soon. The next one, which is really not that far off of the SNC-Lavalin scandal, you would figure that maybe they would learn. As a small digression here, Mr. Speaker, I have what I think are the best kids in the world, but they still sometimes, as a 10 and 8-year-old, go off the rails there occasionally. And I tell them, you know, mistakes are okay, but repeated mistakes are not. You need to learn from these things in life. And clearly, this government is so intransigent, is so dedicated to corruption that they will keep going. So the next one we go is the We Charity scandal. Now, who can forget this chapter, this notorious chapter in the Liberal government? And so we had, depends on the number. You can argue 500 billion, a trillion. It depends on the way you sort of look at the numbers. But we had Liberal insiders getting rich at the price of Canadian taxpayers. We had an organization which is now, thanks to reporting in the media and the great work of some of the Conservative members in the Ethics Committee, is troubled at best. Let's put it there. Getting a half $1 trillion of Canadian hard-earned taxpayer dollars for we don't know what. Maybe to build another well in Africa, or just rename it again and again and again. This is the organization that this government sought to give billions of dollars to. And then we have the other Randy affair. Now this is a more recent one. I've skipped over a bunch. Like I've skipped over clam scam, a number of other scams. I could go on, but I want to get us closer to the present here. So we have the other Randy affair, which we have. This is unbelievable to me. I cannot. I'm just shocked that this is not matriculated into an RCMP investigation, or if it has, I'm not aware of it. But that we have a sitting member of cabinet directing his business in a cabinet meeting. This is unbelievable. Literally millions of dollars flowing out the door to Liberal insiders. And then we have one of my personal favorites, Arrive Scam. If we look at Arrive Scam, and we had a piece of software that maybe, there were IT guys who came out and said, we could probably do this for $250,000. But let's be generous. Let's be generous. Let's say, it would have taken $1 million, $2 million. No, this cost the government $60 million, and we don't even know if that's the full extent. The Auditor General actually said their bookkeeping was so bad, it was so terrible, I can't even say for sure the amount of resources that were dedicated to this disaster there. And now let's come up to the SDTC. And so the SDTC is incredibly problematic. And so we have this board, just so if anyone isn't following along at home, which I'm sure they are, we have this board that's there to give out millions of dollars of taxpayers' dollars, funded, I believe, in the most recent funding agreement with $1 billion, to give out $1 billion to help the environment, to fight climate change, and to modernize our economy. And so I think, too, it's important to put a little bit of context around that as well. Our economy, Mr. Speaker, is in dire straits. Our GDP per capita has not grown over the last 10 years. There are a number of different issues. Most of them funnel back to this Liberal government as to why we are on such a terrible trajectory to have our growth the worst in the OECD going forward. But there's a lack of capital that the government has smothered with overtaxation, overregulation. But one of the things that a lot of folks will point to is Canada's troubling record on innovation. We produce some of the greatest ideas in the world. And I say ideas for a reason, not intellectual property, because oftentimes before it makes that jump from someone's idea, from someone waking up in the middle of the night and saying, "Eureka, I've got it," from drawing it on a napkin into a commercial idea, it's already left the country. And so the idea of this organization, of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada, is not in itself a bad one. It was the execution, and it could have had great utility if that capital had been directed to some of the great minds that are currently in Canada, that our wonderful universities produce, that our companies and our businesses. It could have had a real lift for the economy. It could have solved one of our productivity issues, in fact, one of our main productivity issues, which is the lack of innovation in our economy. But instead, it was funneled outside of our economy. So but what happened? So for those of you who aren't aware, that there's a lot of sort of specific information, but if we want to really boil this down here, we had the SDTC, their board. Their primary job was to allocate capital. So that's a fancy term too. So their job was to take the $1 billion they were getting from the federal government and give it to individuals who would grow our economy by promoting innovation, by providing that capital that businesses need to start. And oftentimes, especially with tech companies, they can be very capital intensive, and it can be years until you get a product. And so by having that funding operation there, it could have added real value. But instead, let's just go over what the Auditor General found. There were numerous, up to $390 million of money that was misspent. And that money misspent, I think it's important actually to categorize that, because there are different varieties of this that are there. So one is that there was ineligible. So you can imagine you are given a rule book to say, like I said, the government gives this $1 billion to SDTC, and they have a rule book of which they have to give that money. That makes sense, Mr. Speaker. And so what did they do with that? They ignored that. And just in the sample that the Auditor General took in her report, there were 10 separate enterprises that did not fit the criteria eligibility, but still got nearly $60 million worth of projects. That $60 million, where they said, the board member said, you know what, we know what we're supposed to do. We have it in writing right here in front of us, but we're not going to give that $60 million to those businesses that fit the criteria. Instead, we're going to pick these other businesses. And I don't think the Auditor General said, as to why, but perhaps we can draw our own conclusions there. Then we have other cases where a conflict of interest means that you're conflicted, meaning that you have an interest in a decision that's making. So a director may have ownership, they might have a spouse who's got an ownership in this. This is a normal thing. And in tens of millions of dollars went outside the door, and where they fit in with the conflict of interest. So they said where someone declared a conflict of interest, and they went through the criteria, and they awarded it anyways. And then there were also tens of millions of dollars that they just simply didn't follow or abide by their conflict of interest rules. And so when we get to that, we get hundreds of millions of dollars which are leaving taxpayers' hands to go to, in some cases, Liberal insiders. And so this is extremely, extremely troubling. Now, when we go back and we go, okay, so we've got the scandal now that's going on. This has taken years, by the way, to make its way through, thanks to the great work of our Conservative members on the Ethics Committee. What will be the impact on that and where we are right now? Well, the RCMP has come out and said that there is an ongoing investigation. And so the Conservative Party, along with supported by other opposition parties, brought a motion to bring forward documents. And unfortunately, what we got from the government was not a complete set of documents. What we got were piecemeal, redacted documents that did not meet Parliament's criteria. So, as I said in my question, and my other colleagues earlier's great speech, that is troubling not just on the substance of this particular issue, but also on a broader impact as well, because the Parliament is in itself not special. I am not special. The other 337 members are not special. What is special is the people that we support, that we represent. And so each one of us represent 100,000 people combined, the over 37 million Canadians. And so it was their money that was taken. And so at the end of the day, when we look at, there's over $1 billion. That's $1 billion taken out of the pockets of Canadians. And so when we look at that, that's Canadians handing over hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars. And that's money that could have gone to helping feeding their family. That's money that could have gone to a down payment of a mortgage. That could have gone to helping an individual meet their rent. There are so many causes, there's so many good causes that could have gone. Instead, the government, as is their rightful authority, took this money, but there is a real importance to, when government takes that money, to accounting for it to the rightful owners, which is the Canadian people. The rightful owners of those dollars were not generated in Ottawa. They were taken from towns like Colborne, Ontario. They were taken from places like Skeena Balcony. They were taken from places like Toronto and Montreal, and all brought here to Ottawa. And sometimes that money can be spent very well, like support for our women and men in the armed forces that this government has woefully neglected. But when we take that, when this Liberal government takes $1 billion and awards it to its friends, you're hurting the economy, you're hurting Canadian people, you're hurting the most vulnerable in our community. And last but certainly not least, you are bringing into, you are undermining the authority and the legitimacy of our democratic institutions. Because when people go out and they see scandal after scandal after scandal, at the same point when they are paying more money to Ottawa than at any point in the history of our country, Canadians are wondering increasingly, what am I getting for these dollars? What am I getting? I know how hard it is to earn. I know that with this Liberal government's record record cost of living crisis, record increases in interest rates and inflation, that I'm having a harder and harder time. But then to see insult to injury that this government, which is taking more money than ever before in Canadian history, and just burning it on fire, in addition to taking all that money, also running up the credit card. So not only will our families all have to pay this government debt back, it'll be our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren that will have to pay this debt back. And what will they have to show for it other than a few Liberal insiders got rich? And so that's why, Mr. Speaker, it absolutely makes my blood boil when this government has the audacity to say that Conservatives, by calling for accountability, by calling for this government to not be corrupt, somehow we are trampling the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Come on, man. Come on.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting. The Conservatives, virtually from day one, have been nothing but character assassination, in particular with respect to the Prime Minister. And I understand the game that the members in the Conservative Party are playing. They talk about Liberal insiders. What they don't say is that Annette Verschuren was actually an advisor to Brian Mulroney, and she was actually appointed to a position with Stephen Harper. Yet he continues, and Conservatives continue to try to say it for what it is. It's an arm's-length organization that made very serious mistakes that caused it to shut down, the board to be replaced. The moment in which the government found out about it, actions were taken to resolve the issue and ensure that the taxpayer is in fact being protected. That's the reality. But the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, want to play the
Order. A little bit of crosstalk going on here, and I just want to make sure we keep that possibly to a minimum. I don't know if the Parliament Secretary was almost done with his question. Sure.
And just finishing up, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are playing a game here. That's what it's all about. It's not about Canadians. It's about the agenda of the Conservative Party, which is nothing more than the thirst for power.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I'll be extremely generous and just hope that member just simply doesn't understand how government works. So let me explain what happened. So the SDTC and the Government of Canada entered into an agreement where the Government of Canada would give $1 billion for having those dollars go to technology companies. It is the Government of Canada's responsibility to manage that contract and to design that contract in that way. The buck stops with the Liberals, and they need to take account for it.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Long.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All of the debate that we've heard since earlier, I think there's some type of malaise, and I'm wondering if my colleague feels this. We're obviously in favor of this motion. We've said it. It's a corruption case, and the government has to be accountable. We agree with that. We've said it many times this morning. But it seems to be paralyzing the work of the government for so long, and there's so many issues that are so important. The housing crisis, the chronic underfunding of health, and waiting periods in Quebec in the hospitals and here in Ottawa, climate change, public finances, seniors that we want to talk about. There are so many subjects that we could be talking about, but we're paralyzed right now because of this one debate. I feel uncomfortable with this. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of this. The Honourable Member.
Merci pour les...
Thank you for the question.
The issue is this, and I believe, and I would hope that my colleagues all would believe too, this government has failed. This government will not make anything better. If the 9 years have not proved that, then I don't know what will. They need to join us. The NDP and the Bloc need to join us and call for a carbon tax election so we can get these problems solved.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened intently to my friend from Northumberland, Peterborough South's speech, and near the beginning, I think he was arguing that the importance of having these long, drawn-out, filibustery days of debate is that sometimes things that are miraculous happen. in the course of debate. And I'm wondering, through you to him, whether that miracle happened during his 20-minute speech, how I would know it happened, because I didn't feel anything, and whether the miracle will come in the questions and comments period, or did the miracle just not happen and I have to wait till his colleagues get up later in the day for that miraculous thing to happen so that we can send this to committee, which after all is the point of the motion.
L'honorable député de Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, the miracle could happen right now. They could stand up behind the NDP leader and say, we are actually ripping up this agreement and we're voting non-confidence. But they won't, because this is a house of hypocrites.
On a point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that members of the Liberal Party and the Bloc and the...
I think what I'll do is I'll simply ask the Honourable Member for Northumberland Peterborough South just to withdraw their remark. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and pleasure for me to rise and ask a question of my friend. And it's funny how history repeats itself. I remember as a young man, I wrote a paper in university called "Have the Liberals Lost the Legitimacy to Govern?" And this is actually around the ad scam scandal that eventually took down the Chrétien-Martin government because, as my friend from Regina Coppell says, Liberals are going to Liberal. So the more we go through this, the more we see history repeating itself, except on a much larger scale. $300 million, Mr. Speaker, is what we're talking about. And for the NDP and the Bloc to say, this doesn't matter, we'd love to see the opposition come forward and actually hold this Liberal government to account on how Canadians are getting poorer and their friends are getting richer. So the question to my friend is, do the Liberals continuously repeat this cycle? And how much deeper is this going to go to see how many people got rich and why?
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I thank the member for that tough but fair question. Thank you very much. And yes, I mean, it's clear on his face. We have scandal after scandal after scandal. I rattled off half a dozen significant scandals that were billions and billions of dollars that were spent. And you know what? Ultimately, I can jest a little bit about that, but it's deadly serious because a couple of things that are going to happen there. That is billions of dollars that aren't going to our social safety network. That is billions of dollars that's not going to health care. That is billions of dollars that continues to undermine our economy through overtaxation and overregulation. That means that there'll be children who don't reach their potential because this government decided to spend more money on Liberal insiders than it did on health transfers.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires? Resuming debate, reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Avignon-Amétis, Matane.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Amétis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today in this House. Of course, I would have preferred to be debating something else, to be moving forward some of the bills before the House. My colleague for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert just pointed out that there are many other things that would deserve our attention at the moment. For example, housing or climate change, which we don't discuss often enough in this place. We're in the middle of a climate crisis, but we barely seem to be paying attention to it. I saw this morning that this government is continuing to invest in research for small modular reactors, whereas we know perfectly well that the correct way forward is to invest in renewable energies, such as wind and solar, instead of investing in other forms of energy that remain harmful for the environment. It's a shame to be wasting our time debating questions like this one. This privilege motion, I know we've been debating it for around 15 hours, and I'm not saying it's not important. Of course, matters of privilege are important, but I feel that this is a Conservative Party tactic to block the business of this House and to block some of the legislation from going forward. Like my colleague for Longueuil Saint-Hubert, I'm concerned. Like he said, there are so many other things we could be debating. And I want to make this very clear for our constituents who may be listening into this debate and who expect their elected officials to debate matters that matter to them, that can help them on a daily basis. However, even though I think this is a pity, I'm still willing to speak to this matter that has been before the House since Friday. I'm going to revisit topics that have already been debated. Several of my colleagues, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, they've all established our position on this matter. Yes, I do feel like this is a bit of a waste of time. Nonetheless, I want to ensure that this matter of privilege before us is legitimate. When Parliament requires documents to be produced, well, when the House has spoken, the government needs to respect it. Otherwise, what's the point of the House of Commons? This is a legitimate matter. So on June 10th, I'll just be revisiting some of the facts. On June 10th, the House voted on a Conservative Party motion to order the government, SDTC, and the Auditor General to table with the Parliamentary Council and Law Clerk within 14 days to table certain documents, and that these documents be referred to the RCMP. And then, so that motion was voted on, it was carried, and then later we realized that those documents had never been produced. And our party, as well as the Conservative Party, believe that this is a matter of breach of privilege. Personally, and I don't think this has been raised enough, I don't think that the AG should be asked to produce the documents, because this is ultimately a matter of government responsibility. It's not up to the AG to produce the documents. On September 26th, the Speaker of the House gave a ruling stating that the matter of privilege having to do with these documents about the government and SDTC was based on an appropriate basis, that it was legitimate, and that is why the Conservative Party now wants to send the matter to the Procedure Committee. So this is a legitimate matter, as I said, but it does upend the House's legislative agenda. I find these tactics unfortunate. I think the Conservative Party is taking advantage of this to monopolize the business of the House. And then they can turn around and say, oh, look, nothing is happening in the House. Everything is broken. We need an election. So it's not implausible to think that it might all be part of their strategy. After all, our Conservative Party was just saying that the Bloc Québécois and the NDP should join them to ask for a carbon tax election. You don't have to go very far from here. You just have to cross the river and go to Quebec and ask people if they want a carbon tax election. Well, very few people would say that they want that. That is not a priority for Quebecers at this time. They have other fish to fry. They are not looking for that. I'm not saying that the Bloc Québécois is not ready for an election, but it should be an election based on serious questions. We're asking this government to deliver for Quebecers. This Prime Minister has said he wanted to deliver for Canadians. And we're saying that we want to help Quebecers, specifically seniors, especially seniors, and not just seniors in Quebec, but throughout Canada. And if the government doesn't do anything about that, we would have a good reason to topple the government. We're not just going to wake up one morning and topple the government because on a whim we want to be Prime Minister like the Conservatives. We want a good reason to do that. So coming back to what I was saying, this Parliament does have the power to ask the government to produce documents, that's clear. And the only limit on that authority is the good judgment of this House, not the government's goodwill. And I don't think the government has a good reason not to produce the documents. This House was very clear on June 10th. It asked the government to provide a series of documents. Yes, perhaps there were a great many documents involved. Maybe that made it difficult, but what Parliament asked for was very clear, and the government did not respect it, which clearly is a matter that violates our privilege. And that's what we're bringing up today, and we want to ensure that the Speaker rules on this. The leader of the Bloc Québécois also discussed another aspect, the fact that the Conservative Party is using this motion to call into question the Auditor General. But let's be very clear. This is not about the Auditor General. She is a highly respected officer of this House, and our duty is to protect her from the government, not to put her in a difficult position. The documents that she accessed for her own audits are documents that belong to the government. The fact that the government is refusing to obey this House placed the Auditor General in an extremely delicate position. But this is actually up to the government. It's the government that should be providing the documents. And it's the government, not the AG, who is violating the privilege of the House. This is a serious matter. We would like parliamentarians to address it seriously. And that's not what we've seen in the debates hitherto. We also need to avoid throwing around accusations willy-nilly. We need to avoid partisanship. Yes, we know that it seems very much that the management of Sustainable Technology Development Canada was scandal-ridden. Yes, that seems likely. It does seem that unfortunate things took place. I'm struggling to find the words to describe what happened, but if an inquiry is needed, then there should be an inquiry. The decision is not up to us. If the RCMP needs the documents, then it should get them. Maybe it doesn't need them for the inquiry. But if there has been corruption, if taxpayer money was misused, of course there should be an inquiry. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's not that much more that I can say about this. I could come back in more detail to the mandate of Sustainable Development Technology Canada. It's an arm's length fund that was created in 2001. Its mission is to support the growth and development of sustainable technology businesses. It's under the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. In November 2022, whistleblowers stated that they had concerns about the management of public funds and human resources within SDTC. They reached out to the Office of the Auditor General, who stated that they should send the complaint to the Office of the Privy Council, which then received a 300-page document from the whistleblowers with allegations dating back to February 2022. On October 3rd, 2023, the Minister of Innovation indicated that he had asked Raymond Chabot Grant Thornton to prepare a report, and the report laid out a number of cases where SDTC had not entirely respected its agreement with ICED, the department. At that point, the department sent SDTC an action plan to respond to the problems identified in the report, and they set a deadline, December 31st, 2023. They also asked for funding of all new projects to be suspended until the action plan was implemented. Then on November 1st, 2023, the AG's office announced that it would be carrying out an audit. an audit about how SDTC was funding sustainable development technologies. And the Auditor General finally ultimately published her audit on June 4th. And what the report said was that there are serious problems of governance in the fund, principally poor conflict of interest management and a complete lack of rigor in terms of the eligibility criteria. So yes, it's reasonable to think that there were problems and that it would be responsible to inquire deeply into the matter. But what really is facing us here now is that when Parliament looks at a situation like this and that it asks for documents to be produced, well, it's really not too much to ask for the government to respect the will of this House and that it produces the said documents. It's really very simple. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Avignon-Amicis-Matane-Matapédia. It's a pleasure to hear from someone in this House who offered such an excellent overview of the issue at hand. I am very grateful for the way she has taken this matter seriously. Now, this motion says that the entire matter should be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. What does my colleague think? Does she think that we should indeed wrap up the debate here and refer the matter to committee? The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for her kind words. Yes, I concluded my speech by saying that the Auditor General has been very clear. We can easily imagine that funds were mismanaged and that there were other problems. And as I was saying, we've heard from a number of people on this at committee, the Ethics Committee. The Conservative Party was clear in its motion. It's asking for this to be referred to the Procedure Committee, not necessarily to address the actual problems that happened at SDTC, but instead to look at what happened with the production of documents. The member opposite said that she was pleased that I offered a good overview of the situation. But this is actually something that has to do with her government. So I'm continuing to wonder why the government is refusing to produce these documents. Is that what the Conservative Party is going to be debating at committee? Is it going to be debating the issue of production of documents when the House asks for them? I'm not sure, but we do need to address the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question of curiosity for my colleague. Would you simply ignore fraud and unethical behavior if you were the owner of a company, or would you launch an immediate investigation to get to the root of the problem so it could be addressed and stopped?
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Amicis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this situation, it's very clear. No one would say, oh, let's let these problems go on without getting to the bottom of them. Our stance has been very clear on this since the beginning. If there is an inquiry needed, let's do it. Do we need to spend dozens of hours talking about this in the House rather than debating legislation before the House and making progress on that legislation? Our constituents expect us to move forward on legislation, so that's the real question.
For Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her intervention. I think she very clearly laid it out that, in order for the House to act upon this matter, we do one day have to arrive at a vote. And I have heard Conservatives making the argument that they need to prosecute this case in debate, but so far through their speeches, I'm hearing the same talking points repeated again and again. There are no new ideas being advanced through debate, so I'm glad she acknowledged that. But my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague is, there has been a lot of finger-pointing between Liberals and Conservatives today, and does my honourable colleague think that the Conservative arguments might have a little bit more legitimacy if their record during the Harper years weren't just as bad as the Liberals?
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. It's interesting that he is asking me this question because we sit on the Public Safety Committee together and we spend most of our time in committee watching the Liberals and Conservatives blame each other for each and every issue under the sun related to public safety. So here we are trying to bring up constructive matters, trying to be constructive. I'm not here to blame any specific group or person for the misdeeds which occurred. That's not my role. What I am insisting on is that this Parliament called on the government to table documents. They did not do so, so clearly then it's the Liberal government's fault. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here is my question. Does my colleague agree that, on the one hand, Conservatives are working to block and jam up Parliament? They are taking hostage all members of Parliament in this place. So on the one hand, we have those Conservatives, and on the other hand, the Liberals are not doing anything to get us past this. Would my colleague agree that this contributes to making Parliament completely dysfunctional and that it has been dysfunctional for 2 weeks? The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely agree with what my colleague just said. Here we are after 15 hours of debate on this question of privilege. Maybe the government prefers this debate on the question of privilege rather than debating its legislation and making progress on legislative priorities, because maybe this government is trying to buy itself some extra time. I'm not accusing anyone, but perhaps this long question of privilege is beneficial to both parties. Maybe they both prefer it this way. But is it essential to have this many hours of debate? One wonders.
Barry Springwater or Medante.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to my member down the Y here for her great words on this. I have a quote I would like to mention here on the floor of the House of Commons that came up during committee under hearings under this horrific scandal that we're hearing about with the SDTC, and I'd like to read this specifically, and I will quote it. I think the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation from being a public nightmare. They would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like SDTC in the public sphere. I would like to ask my colleague down the way just a little bit, through you, of course, Mr. Speaker, what her thoughts on this, if they understand why we are pushing so hard to have these documents made public.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. We do want to find the truth. It is legitimate to want to get to the bottom of things. In some sense, the Conservative Party is trying to shed light on the situation to ensure that we can all understand what occurred. That is legitimate. It is legitimate to want to get documents and information. That said, the Conservative Party might also want us to waste time here in the House rather than debating legislation before the House. So I struggle to understand the Conservative tactics at the moment. In fact, it makes me uncomfortable. The members for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert and Mille-Îles said similar things. That is, that we do need to get to the bottom of this, but do we need to jam up Parliament for hours and hours? Could we not just immediately send the matter to committee so that the committee can study it?
James Bay.
I was away for last week in Dublin at the European Security Council meetings, and I come back and I find that we're again playing these games of the Conservatives. And there's so much to be discussed in Dublin, and I believe my honourable colleague was there. Raised on songs and stories, heroes of renown, all the passing tales and glory that once was Dublin town. And I come back here to see this sort of gamesmanship, but I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, while the Europeans were talking about Ukraine, while they were talking about the climate crisis, while they were talking about Gaza, here we are in Canada with this dysfunctional, abusive party that's interfering with democracy. I'd like to get my honourable colleague's thoughts, and if she wanted to share a song from Dublin, I'd be more than happy to hear it.
J'ai aucune idée.
I don't know whether the honourable member wishes to sing, but she can reply to the question. The honourable member for Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. It was just last week that I learned that he enjoys singing as much as the Bloc Québécois member for Charlevoix. In fact, it's impressive when we participate in international forums, we see incredibly important situations discussed, like the situation in Gaza and the situation in Ukraine. There are conflicts all around the world. Then we come home from international forums, we come back to this place, to the Parliament, and nothing has moved forward, moved ahead. So we wonder really how legitimate the Conservative tactic is. Resuming debate.
And I will have to cut the honourable member off at 2 o'clock for statements by members. The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That sounded a little harsh when you said you're going to have to cut me off. I felt like I was back home there. But that also being said, I'm probably going to disappoint a lot of my friends and family members who were ready to tune in around 5 o'clock tonight on the edge of their seats ready for this. But we've brought it a little bit forward to 1:45 in the afternoon, so I don't think they're probably as keen around the TV as I thought they'd be. But anyways, here we go. Mr. Speaker, today I am pleased to speak to an egregious violation of parliamentary privilege as a result of the Liberal government's refusal and failure to comply with a Conservative motion that was duly passed by the House in June. The House of Commons, as a collective, and members of Parliament as individuals, have a number of rights and immunities that are necessary in order to perform their work. These rights and immunities are integral to the work of parliamentarians and are required in order to protect members of Parliament as well as the authority and dignity of the House of Commons. Individual rights of members include freedom of speech in the House of Commons and committees, freedom from arrest in civil actions, exemptions from jury duty, exemption from being subpoenaed to attend court as a witness, freedom from obstruction, interference, and intimidation. Collective rights of the House of Commons include the right to discipline those found in breach of privilege or in contempt and to remove members for misconduct, to regulate its own internal affairs, including its debates, agenda, and facilities, to maintain the attendance and service of its members, and to institute inquiries and demand papers. These rights are extremely important, and when the collective or individual rights of members of Parliament are violated, it is so serious that all other work must cease. The reason we are here today is because the Speaker of the House of Commons found that the Liberal government violated the collective rights of members by refusing to produce documents that the House of Commons had ordered. As I mentioned, the House enjoys the absolute and unfettered power, or it should, to order the production of documents that is not limited by statute. These powers are rooted in the Constitution Act of 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. Since the Speaker agreed with Conservatives that our rights as parliamentarians have been breached, all business of the House has ceased. There will be no debates of government bills and no debates on private members' bills because this issue is so important that it must take precedence over all other business, and because the Liberal government has refused to comply with the lawful order of the House of Commons. For the benefit of Canadians who may be watching at home, I will discuss how this motion came to be and why the House has been seized with this issue for months. Sustainable Development Technology Canada is a federally funded non-profit fund that approves and distributes millions of dollars in funds annually to small and medium-sized businesses in the clean technology sector. This fund was established in 2001 by the Government of Canada to fund the development and demonstration of new technologies that promote sustainable development. This fund managed to run without controversy for many years. That is, until the Liberal government came to power and turned it into a green slush fund for their well-connected Liberal buddies. The trouble began when former Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, Navdeep Bains, and his Liberal colleagues handpicked the board members and chair who went on to spend almost $1 billion of taxpayer funds. This flagrant disregard for taxpayers' dollars and blatant corruption flew under the radar for many years. It was thanks to the works of Conservatives on various parliamentary committees, but especially the Industry and Technology Committee, that this scandal came to light and was fully investigated. In February of 2023, the allegations surrounding financial mismanagement and ethical lapses first came to light in the form of a complaint from a group of employees at the fund. The Government of Canada responded by conducting an internal investigation which found several issues with how the fund was managed. Parliamentary hearings also began at the same time. The Auditor General of Canada first began to look into these allegations a short while later in November 2023 and issued a damning report earlier this year. She found that there were 186 times where conflicts of interest occurred, meaning the Board of Directors and the chair handpicked where funding was going on. Some of that funding went to their own companies. The Auditor General took only a sampling of the funding and found that 82% of that sample were in conflict of interest, totaling $330 million. The Auditor General also found that SDTC did not follow conflict of interest policies in 90 separate cases, spending nearly $76 million on projects connected to the Liberals' friends appointed to run the fund, spending $59 million on projects that were not allowed or have been awarded any money, and spent $12 million on projects that were both a conflict of interest and ineligible for funding. In one instance, the handpicked chair of the fund gave a shocking $217,000 to her own company. Canadians at home might be wondering how this could possibly happen. How could the Liberal-appointed board of the SDTC misappropriate such a large amount of tax dollars? How could the board possibly have so many conflicts? I will explain. Every single dollar that is dispersed by the billion-dollar Green Slush Fund has to be approved by the Board of Directors. The members of the Board of Directors would declare their conflicts when they happen to arise, and at the beginning of the meeting, those conflicts were declared. The trouble is that in many cases, a director would stay in the room, or in some cases, they would leave the room while members were voting to give funds to their own projects. This is, of course, a completely absurd way to run a fund and led to these members willfully and purposely enriching themselves and the value of their companies. One egregious example of this scenario is when member of the board, Andre Lise Metho, who runs a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital, received $114 million in grants from the Green Slush Fund while she was sitting on the board. Her company's value tripled during her time on the board at SDTC because the receipt of these funds lent an untold amount of legitimacy to her company. Another shocking tidbit from this example is that Cycle Capital's in-house paid lobbyist was none other than the Liberal Minister of the Environment. He lobbied the PMO and the Industry Department 25 times while he was the paid lobbyist for Cycle Capital. Ms. Metho then went on, after her time at SDTC, to become a board member at the Canada Infrastructure Bank, where she gave a handsome gift of $170 million in infrastructure bank money to a company owned by the chair of SDTC, Annette Verschuren. We will turn to Ms. Verschuren's conflicts, which are second shocking example of the corruption, that took place under this Liberal government's watch. Annette Verschuren was appointed to be the chair of the Green Slush Fund by former Minister of Industry Navdeep Bains after he removed the previous chair, Jim Vasili, given his public criticism of the Liberal government's privacy legislation. Mr. Bains proposed Annette Verschuren, an entrepreneur who was receiving SDTC funding through one of her companies, as a replacement. The Minister, the Prime Minister's office, and the Privy Council office were warned of the risks associated with appointing a chair with so many conflict of interest and were told that the fund had never had a chair with interest in companies receiving funding from SDTC. In 2019, Minister Baines proceeded with the appointment of Ms. Verschuren, despite repeated warnings expressed to his office. Ms. Verschuren sat in and moved 2 motions to funnel $38.5 million out the door in COVID relief payments. These are payments that went out the door in contravention of the contribution agreements with the SDTC had with ISED or Industry Canada. Not only did $38.5 million inappropriately go out the door in these COVID relief payments, but $220,000 was funneled into her own company, a company in which she was the CEO, founder, majority shareholder, and sole director. She moved a motion and voted on sending $220,000 to her own company. Just recently, Ms. Verschuren was found guilty of breaking ethics laws by the Ethics Commissioner. In his report, the Ethics Commissioner stated that Ms. Verschuren, quote, improperly furthered the interest of the beneficiaries of SDTC funding to companies associated with those accelerators. These are just 2 examples of the shocking revelations that were uncovered by the Auditor General, the Ethics Commissioner, and my Conservative colleagues. 9 directors, according to the Auditor General, accounted for the 186 conflicts. I will remind members of this House that this fund had run well, by all accounts, until the Liberal government came into power and turned it into a slush fund. In fact, one of the whistleblowers who worked at the owned company stated, and I will quote, "The true failure of this situation stands at the feet of our current government, whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems..."
So, for example, if I test it right now,
Listen, I want to remind people that are joining us online to make sure that their microphones are in the mute position. And I know if they are having challenges, well, that's their problems. Well, the honourable member wants to back up a couple seconds. I'll allow him for that. The honourable member for Barrie Springwater Ora-Medonte with the whole 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, and I really appreciate everybody wanting to hear me from the top there. That means it must be really riveting and they're enjoying my words. I appreciate that. And to the Speaker, I would have loved the opportunity to start from the top, but I will continue on from my quote, which was again, and it's a great quote, everyone. This was right from the whistleblower who worked there. Quote, "The true failure of the situation stands at the feet of our current government." I'm sure they wanted to hear that a second time. "Whose decision to protect wrongdoers and cover up their findings over the last 12 months is a serious indictment of how our democratic systems and institutions are being corrupted by political interference. It should never have taken 2 years for the issues to reach this point. What should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year." Another quote from the same committee that your Mr. Speaker was, and I'd like to quote this. "I think the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation from being a public nightmare. They would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like SDTC in the public sphere." And I heard someone asking who said that. That was an employee who used to work at SDTC who was at committee and said that under committee. They're quoted. So that's right out of the committee meeting. I'm sorry, it gives me 5 more seconds. I've got lots more to go, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking forward to continuing after QP.
The honourable member will have the opportunity to use the rest of his speech. I think there'll be about 8 minutes remaining in his time. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a problem. 30 years ago, polio was eradicated in the Americas. 2 generations of children were made safe from the death and disability that polio wrought. Now we must re-wage this battle. We're seeing long-eradicated diseases make a comeback, in most part due to the disinformation that fuels anti-vax communities. As a physician, I watch in despair as conditions like measles and rubella trickle back into our homes and classrooms, bringing with them chronic morbidity, death, and disability to a new generation. Canada was the first country to invest in the fight to end polio worldwide. Our objective was to totally eliminate the disease globally. Today, polio is on the rise again, and with global travel, it will become a pandemic. Colleagues, Canada must resume our global leadership. Our $151 million pledge over 3 years to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative to immunize 370 million children is a start. The world's children deserve no less.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 1 year since my Conservative bill C-280 passed the House of Commons. This important bill will ensure that Canada's fresh fruit and vegetable growers are paid for the food they grow, and it will save Canadians money. But this Prime Minister's hand-picked senators have held up the bill for months, and now some are actively looking to defeat it. In committee, one senator even told produce farmers, "Tough luck, the whole system is crooked, but life's not fair, and you're just going to have to deal with it." Talk about out of touch, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-280 supports farmers, protects our food security, promotes cross-border trade, and practically every MP voted for it. But Liberal-appointed senators want to ignore the will of the House and side with big banks instead. They need to get their act together, stand with common-sense Conservatives in support of C-280 and our farmers, and bring it home.
The honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, as the leaves turn to their brilliant autumn hues, it reminds us that Kitchener-Waterloo Oktoberfest is here once again. I'm thrilled to invite everyone to the 56th annual celebration of this iconic festival, running until October 19th. For over 5 decades, Kitchener-Waterloo Oktoberfest has been a cornerstone of our region. It's the largest Bavarian festival in North America. From the official keg tapping ceremony to delicious German cuisine served by local clubs and restaurants to vibrant cultural events, each day there's something for everyone. Our Thanksgiving Day Parade will be broadcast nationwide, and throughout the festival there'll be family fun for all ages, including activities for children and a free family breakfast. We also host a community food drive. So whether you're dancing a polka, enjoying a traditional meal, or participating in family fun, this festival brings us together in camaraderie, culture, and celebration. So thanks to the organizers and volunteers whose dedication keep the spirit of Oktoberfest alive and thriving. Enjoy Oktoberfest. Prost.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the creation of a very special ribbon in my region, the Nathan Ribbon. At the end of August 2024, Nathan Makamo, a young teenager, was hit by a car while crossing the road after getting off a school bus. As the father of 2 teenagers, my thoughts are with the family affected by this tragedy. And that's why I'm wearing this ribbon today. Yellow and black, the color of school buses that travel our roads. It's an awareness-raising tool created by Autobus Mahou, a company in my region. I salute the leadership of Pierre and Nicolas Mahou. Every day, these big yellow and black buses are on our roads with the most precious assets, our children. Every day, school bus drivers witness actions that can endanger the lives of our children. This ribbon is a way of honoring Nathan's memory, and I ask you all to obtain one. It's a way to remind everyone of our responsibility, and do not forget that when the lights are flashing, we stop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek.
It is my great pleasure to acknowledge the incredible work of the Global Action Network for Sickle Cell and Other Inherited Blood Disorders. This organization is truly making a difference for those affected by serious blood disorders. The challenges posed by inherited conditions like sickle cell disease, thalassemia, hemophilia, aplastic anemia, and Diamond-Blackfan anemia are significant. Yet the commitment of this network to raise awareness, advocate for timely diagnosis, and promote comprehensive treatments is inspiring. Global Action Network for Sickle Cell and Other Inherited Blood Disorders will be holding a reception tomorrow evening. I would like to invite all of my honourable colleagues to meet with professionals, advocates and individuals living with inherited blood disorders tomorrow evening in the Veller Building. Our support to this cause is invaluable. Thank you very much.
The honourable member from Kildone and St. Paul.
1 year ago today, Jews experienced the worst attack since the Holocaust. Innocent Jews were barbarically slaughtered. Women's bodies were broken from vicious rape. Children tortured in front of their parents. People burned alive and mutilated. 1,200 Jewish lives were horrifically ended that day. And 101 hostages continue to be held by Hamas terrorists responsible for this massacre. And since then, unbelievably, right here in Canada, Jews have experienced relentless anti-Semitism targeting Jewish businesses, schools, retirement homes, and synagogues. It is a national failure that Jews no longer feel safe in this country. And yet, Jewish people continue to fight. Their resolve is stronger than ever. Conservatives stand with them and with the State of Israel. We condemn the anti-Zionist hatred and the spineless Canadian leaders who have allowed it to take root here at home. Today, we pray for Israel and for the victory of Western democratic values. Am Israel High.
The honourable member from Toronto Danforth.
Today marks one awful year since a Hamas terrorist attack on Israel that took the lives of 1,200 people, including 8 Canadians. Also on that day, more than 240 hostages from dozens of countries were taken hostage to Gaza. Over 100 remain there today. Let us all recommit today to ensure that they can soon rejoin their loved ones. The killing, the sexual violence, the taking of hostages on October 7th marks the largest atrocity on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. It broke our hearts. But as Leonard Cohen said, there's a crack in everything, and that's how the light gets in. And today, we must come together to find and form that light. Hirsch's mother said that in a competition of pain, there are no winners. And there's been so much pain, and there have been no winners. But today, we can hold space to mourn those who were killed on October 7th. And we pray and we work for peace. We pray and we work for the release of the hostages. Let that be our light.
The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the important work that leading arthritis organizations are doing across Canada. This week they are on Parliament Hill raising awareness about the challenges faced by more than 6 million Canadians living with arthritis. They embody the spirit of advocacy that is so vital in the fight against this pervasive disease. Often misunderstood as an ailment of older people, half of the people affected by arthritis are under 65, including around 25,000 children. Arthritis is the most common chronic disease in Canada. It is estimated to rise to 9 million Canadians, or 1 in 4, by 2040. The debilitating pain limits mobility, hampers productivity, and sadly can lead to isolation and impact on mental health. Mr. Speaker, there is no cure to arthritis, but together we can make a difference and help improve the lives of those suffering from it by working towards building a healthier future for all Canadians, which includes reducing wait times for diagnosis and treatment and improving access to care. To Arthritis Society Canada and all the partners, thank you for your advocacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc has issued an ultimatum for October 29th in an attempt to intimidate its friend, the Liberal Prime Minister. On October 30th, the day before Halloween, nothing will change. The government will remain in place. It's all the makeup and illusions we've come to expect from the Bloc. The Bloc has abandoned Quebec. It has voted more than 180 times to keep the most expensive government in power. A government that trampled Quebec's jurisdiction. A government that broke immigration. The Bloc voted for $500 billion in inflationary spending, which added 100,000 public servants and doubled the federal debt. And that's why, amongst other things, it's called the Bloc Liberal Coalition. It claims to defend Quebecers, but it can't even defend the regions that will suffer from the Caribou Decree. The Bloc is a terrible negotiator. It got nothing for its vote that keeps the Liberals in power. Quebec friends, a word of advice. Beware of the Bloc Québécois.
The honourable member from Waterloo.
In Canada, October is also known as Latin American Heritage Month. We must applaud the late Senator Berga for making this recognition possible. Today I rise to thank the organizers, publishers, writers, artists, volunteers, alongside representatives of Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Spain, Panama, Peru, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay for contributing to Philibro Canada 2024. Language is essential to any culture, and this book fair is one of the most important forums for the promotion of Spanish literature while highlighting the importance of Hispanic culture in Canada. I would especially like to applaud Silvia Alfaro, Ramon Sepulveda, and Gabriela Lopez and their team, including Clara Mejia, as it was an honor to host the 6th Ibero-American Book Fair on Parliament Hill, where hundreds gathered to share, promote, and create a much-needed camaraderie in emerging cultural communities. Diversity is Canada's strength, and I hope even more people join us next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. We know that this Liberal government took a legitimate federal foundation called Sustainable Development Technology Canada and turned it into a green slush fund for their well-connected Liberal cronies and buddies. These Liberal insiders who were appointed to the board of SDTC gave nearly $400 million in tax dollars to their own companies and friends at a time when Canadians can't afford to eat, heat, and house themselves. Conservatives passed a motion ordering the Liberal government to assist the ongoing RCMP investigation by handing over all documents related to this scandal. The Speaker has found that the Liberal government has breached this order, which has now ground Parliament to a halt. Canadians do not have confidence in this Prime Minister, who has previously been found guilty of breaking ethics laws twice. It is time to axe the tax, cut the corporate corruption, and let Canadians vote in a carbon tax election.
The honourable member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
1 year ago today, Hamas committed the greatest massacre of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. The attack should have woken all of us up to the fact that the terror regime in Tehran and their proxy groups seek the destruction not only of the Jewish people, but of democratic values around the world. These groups care nothing for the lives of the people subjugated under their rule, and they subject them only to death and misery. The genocidal regime in Iran and its proxy terror groups are the foe today for which failing hands threw us the torch to guard against. In that, we must know that the promise of Canada does not self-perpetuate. We must fight for it every day. That means rejecting feckless leaders who placate lawless mobs within Canada's streets. And it means defending the right of Israel, a democratic nation, to protect itself from the same terror groups that also seek death to our Canadian way of life. Remember, colleagues, that peace never comes through appeasement. It only comes through strength. Am Israel High.
The honourable member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Minister of Housing and I had the great pleasure of inaugurating the new NATO Diana Centre in Halifax. The NATO Diana Centre will help develop dual-use technologies that address security and defence challenges. This initiative places Canada at the centre of NATO's efforts to maintain its technological lead and preserve peace and security. This investment of over $26 million is also a demonstration of Canada's dedication to the NATO alliance and to our defence. I'd like to thank Major General Pay Payton, who will be the NATO Diana Deputy Military Director for North America. I'd like to thank all of my caucus colleagues, the Liberal Atlantic Caucus colleagues, who have worked tirelessly to make this happen, particularly those in Nova Scotia who worked tirelessly to make this project a reality in Halifax. Thank you.
L'honorable député d'Algoma.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
As healthcare workers, the Band Council and family members of Wikwimkung unceded territory are working exceptionally hard to replace their aging long-term care home. Built in 1972, the current elders' home is at capacity and no longer meets current regulations. Detailed plans have already been designed for an expanded facility, but they need further investments to ensure that elders can age with dignity close to family and friends, as the license is set to expire June 2025. The community has secured $49 million for this project and need Indigenous Services Canada to cover the funding shortfall. The existing facility must not close without having another one ready to transition current residents within the community. Failure to do so would re-traumatize residents who are residential school survivors and reduce their ability to pass on their historical knowledge and teachings. Time is of the essence. Indigenous Services Canada and the Finance Minister must ensure the $20 million requested is advanced for this new elders' home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Today, October 7th, marks the end of a year of horror, a year since Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,200 people in Israel, a year since Hamas took nearly 250 hostages, including dozens of presumed alive but still missing, a year since the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. On October 7th, Hamas perpetrated acts of unprecedented barbarity, plunging the Middle East into a spiral of violence whose end is hard to see. The world has every right to deplore this spiral of violence, but we have no right to forget the victims of October 7th, innocent men, women, and children. We must not forget the hostages and their families who can no longer rest. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I reiterate my solidarity with the entire Jewish community who deserves to live through this tragic commemoration in dignity and safety.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
A year ago, the Jewish people were savagely attacked in the deadliest act of sadistic barbarism since the Holocaust. Over 1,200 souls were raped, murdered, and taken hostage by a radical death cult backed by the clerical regime in Tehran, 7 Canadians among them. 101 remain in the grips of terrorists, hidden in the tunnels of hell. 1 year ago, the glory of living a peaceful and safe existence in this country as a Jew ended. They have placated the mob of woke radicals and the anti-Zionist Jew haters that reign free in our streets and reward terror. We used to be a country that was clear and unequivocal about eradicating anti-Semitism here and destroying terrorists without conditions everywhere. For those who remain captive, those waiting for their loved ones to come home, for those who never made it back, we remember you. And for those horrified at the state of our country, we will fight to restore the Canada you know and love, even when they won't. Yeah.
The honourable member from Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, over 1,000 Israelis were killed in a terror attack by Hamas. Since then, Netanyahu's regime has killed tens of thousands of Palestinians and victimized hundreds of thousands in the region. As long as this continues, so too does the harm in our Canadian communities. Over the past year, our local synagogue has had to ask police for support during Shabbat and this past weekend during Rosh Hashanah. Palestinian Canadians who have lost entire generations of family members are afraid to grieve openly and continue to be targeted for their heritage. This is unacceptable. No matter your identity, you deserve to feel safe and to be able to grieve in our country. This is not a political issue, this is a humanity issue. And if members in this House continue to make this tragic loss a partisan issue, we risk losing a part of our own humanity. Today is the horrific anniversary for Jewish and Palestinian Canadians alike. Today is a day of grief, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. Fiona Hab, chef de l'opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that this Prime Minister isn't worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. The Liberals have paralyzed this Parliament by refusing to respect your judgment, to produce the documents and give them to the RCMP. This is a $400 million scandal. Liberal-appointed executives gave money to their own businesses. 186 conflicts of interest, according to the Auditor General. Will the Liberals respect your judgment and give the evidence to the RCMP so we can get back to work? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, what the Leader of the Opposition is saying is not true. This matter has been referred to the committee for further study. Will the Conservatives decide to follow that example?
The NDP Liberals are not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. The Prime Minister has ground the work of Parliament to a halt by refusing to respect your ruling. The government must hand over evidence to the police concerning the $400 million spending scandal that saw Liberal appointees give millions of dollars to their own companies. Wow. The Auditor General says there's 186 conflicts of interest in this scandal. Will the Prime Minister end the cover-up, respect your ruling, give the police the information so that we can have accountability and get back to work?
Yeah. The Honourable Leader of the House in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's demonstrably false what the Leader of the Opposition is saying, because your ruling was to send this matter to the House and Procedure Affairs Committee for more study. And so, in fact, it is only the Conservatives that are now obstructing their own obstruction, because they don't want this to go to committee, because it would demonstrate that they are trying to upend charter rights and override police independence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliament can get back to work this minute if the government will just hand over the evidence to the police about this $400 million Liberal spending scandal. I found it interesting. They say everybody's going to lose their charter rights if the police get evidence into this $400 million Liberal spending scandal. Right. No, what will happen is that the Liberal nominees and appointees who engaged in 186 conflicts of interest to stuff their own pockets will be held criminally accountable, and Canadians might get their money back. Why won't they hand over the evidence, respect your ruling, so we can get back to work around here?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, what's interesting about this is that there's actually proof that the Leader of the Opposition is saying is false, because in your ruling you said this matter needs to go to the House and Procedures Affairs Committee for further study, because this is unprecedented in what the Conservatives are putting forward, because, as the RCMP mentioned, it would upend charter rights and it would blur the lines between judicial and legislative independence. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives can follow your ruling and we can all go back to work, which is what exactly the Canadians want us to do. Thank you.
Yes, we did. I'd like to thank all members for being very patient and not taking the microphone. I'm going to remind the Honourable Member from South Shore St. Margaret's to do the same. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
A year ago today, a sadistic and genocidal death cult, Hamas, carried out the biggest attack on Jews since the Holocaust and has 100 more hostages. Bring them home. Here at home, though, our Jewish friends and neighbors have been doubly victimized as anti-Semitic mobs take to the streets shouting, "From Palestine to Lebanon, Israel will soon be gone. There's only one solution: intifada, revolution." Will the government clearly and unequivocally condemn these genocidal chants from hateful mobs on our streets?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Judy Weinstein, Vivian Silver, Ben Mizrachi, Netta Epstein, Shir Georgi, Alexandre Luc, Idal Vital Kaploun, Tiferet Lapido. May their memories be a blessing. It was my honor to have met with their families here at home and in Israel. And on the anniversaries of Hamas' horrific attacks, my promise to their loved ones is the following. Year after year, Canadians will honor their memories And to Jewish people, we stand with you. We won't relent until the last hostage returns home.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
She does relent every single day, just like her leader. I asked a very simple question. Mobs have taken to the streets in front of Jewish homes, hospitals, and businesses to shout anti-Semitic hate slogans. I quoted a number of them and invited the minister to rise to her feet and specifically condemn them, to stand with Jews against the anti-Semitism that has been allowed to proliferate on our streets. So once again, will she condemn these anti-Semitic chants?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Solicitor General.
Mr. Speaker, today is October 7th, an anniversary of a horrific attack on Jews. 1,200 people killed, over 200 people taken hostage. Our solidarity is with Jews in Israel and with Jewish people in Canada and right around the world. What we stand up against absolutely is the amount of hatred that we have seen in this country and countries around the world, where people will target Jewish Canadian schools, daycares, and synagogues for the acts that they have a problem with on another side of the world. We are better than that in this country. We need to stand up against that kind of hatred in support of Jewish people and in place of all people who defend their ability to worship how and whom they choose.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, seniors came here to the Hill last week to ask for old age security to be increased by 10%. According to a poll, 79% of people agree with that. 79%. And elected officials voted unanimously for it. We just need the government to grant royal recommendation to C-319, but it doesn't want to because it says that that's not how things are done. We are bringing up seniors' living conditions. We're bringing up democracy. And meanwhile, the government keeps talking about procedure. When will they stop dragging their feet and grant royal recommendation? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, I visited with many seniors in my riding over the weekend. I have dialogued with them, and knowing my honourable colleague, I'm sure that he has been very clear with seniors. For example, the fact that he is opposed to lowering retirement age to 65, the Bloc Québécois voted against that. When we increased the guaranteed income supplement, the Bloc voted against. And when we brought in dental care for thousands of seniors in Quebec, the Bloc Québécois voted against that. The member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, seniors are mobilizing to increase their pensions. 79% of people agree. All parties voted for it at committee. And yet, the Liberals just keep talking to us about procedural problems. And the same thing applies to the issue of supply management. Farmers want C-282. All of the parties voted for it, but it's stuck in the Senate. And once again, the Liberals are refusing to do anything. In both cases, the Liberals are talking to us about procedural problems, but is the real problem that the Liberals just don't care?
Culture Niagara Food.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague is well aware that it was our party that initiated the supply management program. It's our party that supported the supply management program through its history. It's a very successful program, and we supported 282, and we urge the other place to move on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job. L'honorable député de New Westminster.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Mr. Speaker, the right to housing is critical, but the housing crisis has only gotten worse since the Liberals came to power. The Liberals and the Conservatives before them sold more than 1 million affordable housing units to rich developers so that they could get rich at the expense of families. The Liberals let rents double. Meanwhile, the Conservatives helped their real estate donors get rich. Both of these parties provoked the housing crisis. Why do they want families to pay the price for what they've done? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague is right to oppose the Conservatives. When the Leader of the Opposition was Minister for Housing for the entire country, he only managed to build 6 affordable housing units. But my NDP colleague is also right to say that the Conservative leader is cynical.
he's saying that helping seniors who live in low-income housing or co-ops would be encouraging a Soviet lifestyle.
The housing crisis in Indigenous communities continues to be a stain on this government's record. Over 300,000 Indigenous people continue to live in unsuitable housing. The Liberals promised to build homes for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities and broke it. To make matters worse, Indigenous people are still reeling from the Conservatives' cuts to housing until this day. Liberals break promises, Conservatives gut and cut, Indigenous people pay the price. When will this government finally act to build the homes Indigenous people desperately need?
The Honourable Minister for Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague is entirely right. That's why we have been building thousands and tens of thousands of homes for Indigenous Canadians and other Canadians in the last 9 years. Now, if we had built on the record of the Conservative leader with 6 affordable apartments in his entire mandate, we would be a long way from what is needed for Indigenous Canadians in 2024. In addition to that, as I said in French, the Conservative leader doesn't want to support seniors and Indigenous Canadians when they live in low-rent housing because he believes it encourages a sort of Soviet-style housing conditions.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
I gave the Foreign Affairs Minister 2 opportunities to condemn the increasingly common and terrifying anti-Semitic chants we hear in the streets. Israel will soon be gone. There is only one solution, Intifada revolution. Twice she refused to condemn those remarks. She continues to pander to Hamas supporters in the Liberal Party as part of her leadership campaign rather than doing her job. So I'll give her another chance. Will she publicly support Israel's right to retaliate against the tyrants of Tehran and the terrorists in Hezbollah and Hamas to protect itself? Yes or no?
Yeah.
If we don't do politics about...
I just want to encourage all members to ensure, consistent with rulings in the past, and I will come back to this near the end of question period, but just to caution all members to please be judicious in their words. The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, if there's a day where we don't do politics about people's lives being taken or people being killed, it's today. Any form of anti-Semitism, I hope, in this House, any form of discrimination, and I really hope that my colleague in front will apologize.
Right on. Right on.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
If there was ever a day when we needed a government to stand up for what was right, this would be that day. Has sought to divide Canadians by saying one thing to one group and precisely the opposite to another group. And here in this House, remaining radio silent on condemning anti-Semitic chants and on supporting Israel's right to truly defend itself by retaliating against the terrorists and tyrants. Why won't she do the right thing and stand beside the Jewish people today?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago in the Middle East, peace was broken by a violent terrorist attack by Hamas. On this side of the ocean, we deserve to do better in terms of the protest that we articulate. It needs to be peaceful. What that means is you don't go out on the streets and target a daycare. You don't go out on the streets and target a community center. You don't go out on the streets and target a synagogue. Our resolve to fight anti-Semitism is strong. It has been strong since this Parliament started when we outlawed the willful promotion of anti-Semitism. It is even stronger now when we're advocating for more strict penalties, which that party opposes.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, it was you who ruled that this NDP Liberal government obstructed a lawful order of this House by not turning over the evidence in the $400 million corruption scandal. It has this Parliament paralysed and unable to deal with the misery and chaos that's been created after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. And taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up for the cover-up of this latest corruption scandal. So will they simply provide the evidence to the police so that this House can get back to its work of holding them accountable?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that member is again false in his statements, because what you clearly ruled was that this matter should be sent to committee for further study, because it is the first time in this Parliament's history that it is taking its extraordinary powers and abusing them in such an egregious way. The issue with which the honourable member is discussing has been dealt with by this government, but it's up to the Conservatives to stop obstructing their own obstruction so that we can all get back to the important work of governing for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Only a Liberal would get up in this place and say that the majority of members in this House who were democratically elected, exercising powers that are legally bestowed upon this Parliament, are somehow infringing upon this government's constitutional right to not be investigated by the RCMP for their own corruption. It's absolutely unbelievable. Over 186 conflicts of interest, $400 million lining the pockets of well-connected Liberal insiders, while Canadians are lined up at food banks in record numbers. So we want to know if this government's expecting the NDP to bail them out and stop us from holding them to account.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear about two things. In terms of a criminal prosecution, the way it normally unfolds is the police seek a search warrant from a judge. The judge evaluates the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the charter interests that are at stake in getting those documents, something of which that party cares not. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we also have this fundamental premise. It's called police independence. We safeguard it in Canada. You know who doesn't safeguard it? Authoritarian regimes. I guess the Leader of the Opposition and his minions are sharing their blatant observation and favoritism towards authoritarian tactics in this House.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, history will remember that this government is corrupt. The latest example is the Green Fund, which ultimately became a slush fund for this government's buddies. The Auditor General was scathing. The leaders of the fund gave money to their own companies 186 times. That is corruption that deserves a police investigation. My question is very clear. When will the Liberals comply with your ruling to give the documents to the police so they can do their work? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague, for Louis Saint Laurent, but only the Conservatives could manage to filibuster their own motion. I've never seen anything like it. Mr. Speaker, we said that we would take decisive action, and that's what we've done. We got to the bottom of things. There have been 4 independent reports. The CEO has stepped down. The board stepped down. The fund is now under the National Research Council. We believe that we have taken the right measures to ensure good governance of that program. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I also respect the minister, but the problem is that the AG herself said that the minister did not do his work properly and was not paying enough attention to what was happening within the fund. And we know that people here at the table are saying that the RCMP does not have all the documents. The only way to ensure that the RCMP can properly do its work is to ensure that the Liberals actually provide all of the documents. When will the minister finally stand up and do his duty? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, again, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague, but there have been 4 independent reports. Not 1, 4. 4 independent reports were produced. And the RCMP commissioner has said in an open letter that the RCMP had access to all the documents. So in the interest of Canadians and democracy, in the interests of our work here in the House, we are asking the Conservatives to stop filibustering their own motion and to work hard in the interest of all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back to C-282, a bill that protects supply management. We were wondering why two senators, Peter Beam and Peter Harder, were blocking the bill in the Senate. Well, now we know why. Because of Dimitri Soudas, former advisor to Stephen Harper. He said about the two senators that they are two former deputy ministers who tried many times to convince Stephen Harper to abandon the supply management program. I was there, he said. So these two Liberal-appointed senators are trying to topple something that was voted in this House. Is that acceptable for the Liberals?
Agroalimentaire.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
L'honorable ministre Revenu National.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je peux vous
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. I assure you that all Liberals here support supply management, just like our Bloc Québécois colleagues. But the Conservatives, well, I can't say the same for them. We have had a conversation with the Senate. We are talking with senators, just like my colleague from the Bloc, but the Senate is independent. These senators are independent. They need to do their work, and we expect them to do their work diligently. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. What's happening in the Senate is very serious. These two non-elected officials are attacking our farmers and also the very basis of our democracy. This is where we vote in legislation in this House. If Peter Beam and Peter Harder don't agree with this legislation and want different legislation, then they should have the courage to step down from the Senate and get elected. This is where democracy has its seat. Our people's representatives are here and they supported C-282. So will the government ensure that these two senators respect democracy? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same question, same answer. My colleague gave a very clear answer. We support supply management. And in fact, the Liberal Party, a Liberal government, brought in supply management several decades ago. We have always been very consistent in our position, unlike some members in this House. We have defended supply management even when President Trump wanted to get rid of it and when the Conservatives were asking us to capitulate. Before giving the floor to the member for Berthier-Maskinongé, I would like to invite the members for Mirabel and Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier to ensure that they do not speak until they receive the floor from the Speaker. The Honourable Member. Well, Mr. Speaker, adopting C-282 will be critical for dairy, poultry, and egg producers. That's not according to me. That's what it says in an open letter from the milk, eggs, chicken, and turkey producers of Canada, which just shows that when the Bloc Québécois supports Quebec's interests, sometimes it's such a great idea that all of Canada wants the same thing. Quebec and Canadian farmers want the same thing. This is good for everyone. So will all of the parties ask the Senate to stop blocking this consensus and pass C-282? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I entirely agree with my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. We support the supply management system. We want to ensure that it continues. It's very important for land use in Canada. The bill is in the Senate at the moment, and we expect senators to deal with it diligently.
The Honourable Member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals aren't worth the cost, crime, or corruption. You, Mr. Speaker, ruled that this NDP Liberal government must hand over documents relating to what the Auditor General found was a $400 million fraud with 186 conflicts of interest. This is at a time when Canadians are having trouble heating, eating, and housing themselves. When will this Liberal government end the cover-up and provide those documents to the RCMP as they should?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I'm going to appeal to that member as a former Crown prosecutor. He knows something about the independence of our institutions. When the police take action, they do so without political direction or manipulation. The police make decisions. They then go to a court and ask for a search warrant. It is judicially authorized because it has charter protections. That's something that that member used to be familiar with. I just wish he would educate some of his colleagues about the importance of these safeguards and why they exist in democracies.
The Honourable Member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, listening to the Attorney General, you would almost think that the Liberals believe they have a charter right to line the pockets of Liberal insiders, Mr. Speaker. This is at a time when Canadians are lining up at food banks, when people cannot afford their mortgages, they cannot find a house, and yet Liberals line pockets of Liberal insiders. This is so on brand for Liberals. It's like they're entitled to their entitlements. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government end the entitlement for Liberal insiders? Hand over the documents unredacted so that Canadians and police can know the truth.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, there's a qualitative difference between providing documents for the purposes of Parliament and providing documents for the purposes of prosecution. The second you cross that line, you need to impose the protections that the Charter provides. That's what that document represents. Most Canadians get behind that document, save for my Conservative colleagues. The reason why the safeguards are important is because they protect things like privacy, your freedom from unreasonable search and seizure. Again, fundamental precepts that that member knows full well because he used to practice in this area. I just wish he could educate his colleagues about why we need to safeguard important charter rights.
Colleagues. The Honourable Member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. The Green Slush Fund is more proof that the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. They have violated a House order to cover up for their friends. This $400 million Liberal scandal has paralyzed Parliament, making it impossible to address the Prime Minister's agenda of crime and chaos. Will the NDP Liberals end the cover-up, give proof to the police, so Parliament can get working for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, talking about working for Canadians. Now Canadians at home, we're seeing conservative blocking conservative motion, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine that? We live in a parallel world in this place. The Conservatives are blocking their own motion, Mr. Speaker. What we did and we promised the Canadian was to get to the bottom of this, Mr. Speaker. There'll be 4 independent reports, Mr. Speaker, including the Auditor General, including the Commissioner of the RCMP. We said he has all the documents, Mr. Speaker. Not only the board resigned, the CEO resigned, the integrity of the foundation has been transferred. Mr. Speaker, we uphold the highest standard in this House.
Colleagues. The Honourable Member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect their government to do more when it comes to the climate crisis, but the Liberals are so far deep in the pockets of Canada's worst polluters that they plan to label fossil fuels as sustainable. They are caving to the interests of big banks and big oil instead of protecting Canadians. Oil and gas profits are going up. Their emissions are going up, and they want to greenwash fossil fuels. Why are the Liberals helping them?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will quote a colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie. I quote, "This is why, as a New Democrat, as a progressive, as an environmentalist, we are in favor of putting a price on pollution. We support taxing carbon, which already happens in the majority of Canadian provinces. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we're not caving to pressure and disinformation campaign by the Conservative Party of Canada. It's unfortunate that the NDP doesn't seem to be progressive anymore or environmentalist anymore."
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, nothing but excuses from these Liberals, including
abortion. They are failing to stand up to Conservative premiers because they will not enforce the Canada Health Act, including Alberta's premier, who is leasing hospitals to Covenant House, which provides emergency contraceptives and abortion services. The Women's Health Coalition says this jeopardizes reproductive rights. Will the minister stand up to Conservative premiers, enforce the Canada Health Act, and uphold abortion care as health care?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Abortion care is health care. Making sure that a woman has access to an abortion service is essential medicine, and we believe in this on this side of the House. We fight for it every day. But let me go a step further. It's also essential that every woman in this country gets access to the contraceptives they need to have control over their body. And if you're against abortion and you're against contraception and you're against sexual education, then I'm sorry, you're against women's freedom altogether. And on this side of the House, we're going to make sure every woman gets the sexual and reproductive tools and support that she needs to have true freedom, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, buying a home is one of the biggest decisions that a Canadian can make in their lifetime. Unfortunately, high mortgage costs can be barriers to many, particularly the younger generation seeking to purchase their first home. Our government has made some of the boldest mortgage reform changes in decades to ensure that younger Canadians can turn home buying into a reality. Can the Minister of Finance explain to this House how the adjustments to the mortgage amortization period will enhance and improve access to homes for thousands of Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Kitchener South Hespeler for the question and for giving me the chance to talk about the important measures that we have recently announced to help young Canadians achieve their dream of home ownership. We've announced for first-time homebuyers amortizations of 30 years and 30-year amortizations for all Canadians buying new builds. Not only will this put the dream of home ownership in reach for more young Canadians, it will help get more homes built faster. That's good news for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Conflict of Interest Act is clear. A minister shall not be involved in the operations of a business while in cabinet. Text messages indicate that someone named Randy at the minister from Edmonton's Shady Company was involved in its business operations, including an alleged $500,000 fraud. No one from the company named Randy can be identified except the minister, and everyone knows why. Will the minister finally fess up and just admit he broke the law?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree that as witnesses go to committee, they need to share information that is asked for them by the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, the minister seems to be in hiding. The fact is that it is no coincidence that after months of inquiry, there is no other Randy that can be identified but the minister. And the minister's own business partner even admitted the only Randy ever connected to the Shady Company is the minister. So again, will the minister stand in his place, fess up, admit he broke the law, and better yet, resign?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have said, if a witness is called before committee, they are expected to provide the information asked of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Sturgeon River, Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, who's Randy? It's a question that has gripped the nation, and we have yet to receive a truthful answer. Text messages reveal that the Minister of Employment's fraud-ridden business partner was working with Randy to shake down a medical supply company. The texts show that Randy was in Vancouver the same day as the Minister of Employment was there attending a cabinet retreat. The minister denied speaking with his partner. He claimed he didn't even have his phone, but now he admits that he did text and call his partner. So will the minister stand up and admit that he's been Randy all along?
Colleagues, the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we have stated all along, that if a witness is called to committee and asked to provide information, they need to provide that information to committee. Thank you.
That's right.
The Honourable Member from Sturgeon River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Employment denied being Randy. He claimed he had no business dealings with his fraud-ridden business partner. He said he never even spoke to him in Vancouver while he was at the Cabinet retreat. He said it was impossible. But after handing over his phone to the Ethics Commissioner, he finally admitted that he did text and call his business partner while at the Cabinet retreat in Vancouver. The Minister concealed the truth from Parliament for months, and only after getting caught did he admit his actions. Now the Speaker has even found his business partner in contempt of Parliament. The Minister has had all summer to reveal the real Randy. Will he stand up and reveal himself today?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have said and reiterate, that as a witness is called to committee and if they are asked to provide information to that committee, we expect they provide that information. Thank you,
That's
Mr.
right.
Speaker.
Very.
L'Honourable Député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, whistleblowers who have courage to report wrongdoing in the federal government have to wait 3 years, not for an investigation to be concluded, but for one to even be started. Imagine just how reluctant this makes people to blow the whistle. And imagine how this affects the public's confidence at a time when the federal government is knee-deep in scandals like ArriveCan and SDTC. The Public Sector Integrity Commissioner is asking for the resources that she needs to process whistleblowing in a timely manner. Will the government immediately give the Commissioner these resources?
The Honourable President
of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, my office is working with the Commissioner's office to address funding concerns and resource concerns. Protecting whistleblowers is absolutely a priority, a top priority for our government. We have brought about many improvements to the process. So, Mr. Speaker, whistleblowers play a critical role in our democracy, and we are here to support them. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, consider this. While the federal government is embroiled in various scandals, there are 161 whistleblower complaints that have yet to be processed. 161 complaints related either to wrongdoing or to reprisals against whistleblowers. The government must increase the Commissioner's budget as per her request, but the government must also ensure that all whistleblowers are protected, which is a reminder that Bill C-290, which passed unanimously in this House, has not yet made it through the Senate. Will the government ensure that the Commissioner has not only the budget that she needs, but also the necessary legal framework to do her job? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, first of all, as I said, my office is working with the Integrity Commissioner's office. We are working together to address these issues. We supported the bill that my colleague just mentioned. I hope that all senators will also support the bill. There is an external working group as well, which is studying revisions to the Whistleblower Protection Act, and we support whistleblowers.
Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
After 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, crime is up, cost is up, time is up, Mr. Speaker. The NDP Liberal carbon tax is driving up the cost of food, adding to an already terrible food insecurity crisis. It has gotten so bad, doctors are being told to be on the lookout for scurvy. That's right, scurvy. Not only are many Canadians grasping at their grocery bills in advance of Thanksgiving dinner, our medical professionals are concerned about the return of a centuries-old disease. Mr. Speaker, how is this Prime Minister so stubbornly convinced on his carbon tax, yet so afraid to call an election?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, what won't help somebody facing food insecurity in this country that's caused by a global crisis and rising food costs, it's cutting the rebate check. That's what the Conservatives would do. I talked to an individual, Bob, today. He's a senior who, with the Canadian Dental Care Plan, just saved $3,000 on essential care that he needed, talking to me about what that meant for his family and their ability to afford food. That would be cancelled by the Conservatives. All the Conservatives have are slogans, and we saw what that did. Fake lakes, gazebos, rubber checks, because they're going to go from slogans to try to win an election to slogans to explain why they're not doing anything for anybody. We're not going to allow that to happen.
The honourable member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While sunny days are over, everyone should be concerned when leading medical publications are raising the alarm bells about scurvy in Canada in 2024. This disease was an issue 400 years ago. The cost of the carbon tax on food pricing is real. Limited access to adequate food caused by this increase is real. And lastly, the negative effects on the health of Canadians is real. Mr. Speaker, will the government axe the tax to lower the cost of food so that Canadians can once and again enjoy an affordable family Thanksgiving dinner?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
You know what's back after decades of being gone? Tuberculosis, measles, misinformation that is being spread around things like vaccines and about public health is doing insane damage to people. And I'll tell you, if you care about food insecurity in this world, then you should be supporting a school food program. If you care about food insecurity, then you should be helping families lift up, not giving them empty slogans with nothing behind them. Mr. Speaker, we face difficult times in this world right now. This requires serious and real conversations. That's what we're centered on. That's what we think about. That's the solutions that we offer.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, everything is more expensive thanks to the Bloc Liberal coalition. The price of housing, the price of gas, but most of all, the price of food, which has shot up 22% since 2021. The food banks in my riding of Beauce barely have enough food to feed families in the region. But the Bloc Québécois continues to support this government, which has impoverished Quebecers. Families are really struggling. They need help as soon as possible. When will this government listen to Canadians and call an election? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have great respect for my colleague. My colleague is talking about Canadians and Quebecers who are struggling, but the Conservative leader's solution would be to penalize them, to harm them by cutting benefits that they need. Even for people in the colleague's riding, they would also cut the school food program, which would help children in his riding who arrive at school in the morning with empty stomachs. Because according to the Conservative leader, feeding school children is just bureaucracy. The honourable member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, in all of my conversations with students, scientists, researchers, one thing is very clear. The solutions to many of the world's problems can be found through science and research. From the Arctic to climate change to food science and beyond, can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry inform this House of the work our government is doing to support scientists? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his great work. Indeed, when we invest in science and research, everyone wins, Mr. Speaker. That's why earlier this year in the budget, we announced an investment of $800 million through the Strategic Science Fund for 24 Canadian organizations working to solve some of the world's most significant challenges. And more recently, and everyone should be thrilled about this, Canada signed an agreement with the European Union's Horizon Europe program. This means that our researchers, scientists, and students will collaborate with their counterparts in Europe. Let's be ambitious, let's make this a priority, and let's make Canada a true leader in research and science.
Kent and Middlesex.
Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. And you know what else is up? The number of kids needing to use a food bank. The London Food Bank is already helping over 16,000 people every month, and more post-secondary students are going hungry. Thanksgiving is this weekend and many families will be going without. Why? Because the cost of the carbon tax is making food too expensive. So if this Prime Minister is so convinced on his carbon tax, why won't he call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, we all suffer when some of our fellow Canadians are suffering. And we've made some historic investments, Mr. Speaker, including in 2016 when we brought in the Canada Child Benefit, which is providing support to over 4.3 million families each and every month, Mr. Speaker, an allowance that goes in their bank account every month to help with those basics, Mr. Speaker. This is how we are fighting for and supporting Canadian families, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, of course the Laurentian elites wouldn't understand. They don't know what it's like to be a parent living paycheck to paycheck, trying to feed their families. Constant NDP Liberal tax hikes and inflationary spending means that 1 million Ontarians had to use a food bank last year because they couldn't afford to buy food. In Middlesex, London, that means that 23,000 kids are going hungry. What parents really want is to give their kids a good Thanksgiving. So will the Prime Minister give Canadians what they want and call a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're focused on fighting for Canadian families. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? That means making $1 billion commitment to families and children across this country to bring forward a school food program, Mr. Speaker, that will feed over 400,000 children each and every year. We've already seen progress with Newfoundland and Labrador on board and putting this forward in their schools. I look forward to more provinces and territories signing on so we can ensure kids have food at school.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years of this Liberal government, young Canadians and Quebecers are suffering. The sky-high cost of living is driving people to despair all over the country. 1.3 million Quebecers are experiencing food insecurity. And they're struggling to find a job, too. In a country like Canada, that's a disgrace. Quebecers have had enough of this centralizing, inflationary Liberal government, but the Bloc Québécois is still insisting on keeping them in power. It's unbelievable. Young people need jobs and housing. Can the Bloc Québécois give young Quebecers a break and stop supporting this Liberal Prime Minister who is ruthlessly impoverishing them? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ruthless? You know what's ruthless? Conservative policy toward Quebec's families and young Quebecers. He should bring his party leader with him. He says it's bureaucratic to help people to give food to children at schools, children who arrive in the morning with empty bellies. In fact, what about in the members' riding? We need an explanation about why it's bureaucratic to help hungry children.
Member from St. John's East.
In 2012, the Conservative Prime Minister traveled to the World Economic Forum in Davos to announce their plan to raise the retirement age to 67. Their plan, supported by the Leader of the Opposition, would have taken away OAS from 1 million Canadian seniors who turn 65 this year. Can the Minister of Seniors share how the government has defended Canadians' right to retire at 65 and what further supports for seniors is at risk of Conservative cuts?
The Honourable Minister for Labour and Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to my colleague, the chair of our Seniors Caucus. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' World Economic Forum agenda tried to turn Canadians' 2 best years of retirement into their 2 worst years of work by raising the retirement age to 67. Shameful. We reversed it. That's right. Their World Economic Forum wish list would cut our $1,000 increase to the GIS that helps nearly 1 million seniors. It would cut rent relief for vulnerable seniors and would kick 2.5 million seniors off the Canadian Dental Care Plan. The World Economic Forum agenda will not pass, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues,
Even your colleagues don't believe you.
The honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, for 3 years, the Liberals have allowed a company in Union Bay to break apart a massive ship in the high tide zone without being in a self-contained floating dry dock. This is despite objections of the province, local communities, and First Nations. Nowhere in the world would this unregulated chaos be allowed to take place. A recent provincial inspection found the operations are discharging effluent more than 100 times the limit for copper and more than 13 times the limit for zinc. What will it finally take for the federal government to step in and put an end to this dangerous, unregulated shipbreaking?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member opposite knows, there's a federal responsibility, but there's also a provincial responsibility. And there is a responsibility to collaborate on every piece of what the member opposite talked about. We're going to continue to uphold our end on the DFO side. We ask the province to do the same.
Yes. The honourable member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, today is the first anniversary of the Hamas attack on Israel. On that horrific day, Hamas killed over 1,200 people, including 8 Canadians and over 200 taken hostage. At home, in 1 year, there's been nearly 5,800 incidents of hatred and anti-Semitism, including Samadoun posters today for a Toronto event under the heading Long Live October 7. Mr. Speaker, the government's pathetic condemnation of Hamas with no action on domestic pro-Hamas supporters does nothing to end violence and intimidation. Will the government give up its veiled support for terrorist sympathizers? The safety of our citizens is the only priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I'll agree with one thing that independent member just said. The safety of our citizens is the only priority. That's why we have a national action plan to combat hatred. That's why we have a bill on the legislature floor right now, Bill C-63, that would target online radicalization that leads to anti-Semitism. How does somebody get to the point where they're targeting a Jewish day school, a Jewish daycare, or a Jewish synagogue? Because they are radicalized online. That same bill has augmentation of penalties for willful promotion of anti-Semitism, public incitement of hatred, and advocating genocide. That's a bill that not every party in this chamber supports, and that's what we need to get behind.
Colleagues, chers collègues, à la suite des discussions.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, it is my understanding that there is consent for a moment of silence to be observed for victims of the attack in Israel 1 year ago.
I understand there is agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of the victims of the attack in Israel that happened a year ago. I now invite honourable members to rise. J'invite les honorables députés à se lever. I thank all honourable members. Colleagues, before I get to points of order, one moment, please. Colleagues, as I said during question period, there is a matter to which I would like to return. After reviewing the transcript, in one of his questions, the Leader of the Opposition used language that was very similar to language which was found unparliamentary in the past. Earlier this year, a member accused the Leader of the Opposition of pandering to a regime I think most of us would find odious. That member was asked to withdraw that comment. In his question today, the Leader of the Opposition accused the Minister of Foreign Affairs of something similar. As I have said before, there are ways to make our points without resorting to these types of comments. I would ask that the Leader of the Opposition withdraw his comment at the earliest opportunity. I now understand the honourable member. Point of order. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
So, Mr. Speaker, on the same point of order, one of the concerns that we've expressed in the past, and it's related to what it is that you just finished ruling out, the Leader of the Official Opposition, and we support your statement, Mr. Speaker, but we want to make it clear in terms of ensuring that all members are treated equally and that the Leader of the Conservative Party not be allowed to speak until he's actually given a formal apology.
The Chair has already mentioned, as I just made in my declaration, and I think that addresses the points, and I'll invite all members, if they have questions, to read that. The honourable member from Thornhill is seeking unanimous consent.
Today marks the first and extremely dark anniversary of October 7th, when terrorists carried out the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. And after consultation with parties, if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that this House unequivocally reaffirms Israel's right to defend itself from the terrorists who attack it, expresses support for the victims of October 7th and their families and the people of Israel, that calls for the immediate release of the 101 hostages still being held captive, condemns the grotesque rise in anti-Semitism and hate towards Jews in Canada over the past year, and condemns Hamas and Hezbollah as terrorist entities which must be eliminated. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Point of order. The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 26, the Speaker said the following in the House: "The House has clearly ordered the production of certain documents, and that order has clearly not been fully complied with." You then went on to say that you cannot come to any other conclusion but then to find a prima facie question of privilege has been established. I'd like to table the...
I think the honourable member is moving into debate. It being 3:17, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the status of persons with disabilities. Comme il est 15h17.
It being 3:17, the House will now proceed to the vote to adopt the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the status of persons with disabilities. Call in the members.
Sierra. The question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Ms. Zerillo, seconded by Ms. Barron, moved that the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the persons of and the status of persons with disabilities presented on Wednesday, May 8, 2024, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ng. Ms. Ng. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Duclos. Ms. Hutchins. Ms. Hutchins. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Suds. Ms. Suds. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Ms. Groh. Ms. Groh. Mr. McGuinty. Mr. McGuinty. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey. Mr. Vandal. Monsieur Vandal. Ms. Cara. Ms. Cara. Madame Saint-Onge. Madame Saint-Onge. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Sahota. Ms. Ian. Ms. Ian. Madame Bibeau. Madame Bibeau. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Mr. Anand Sangari. Mr. Anand Sangari. Mrs. Valdez. Mrs. Valdez. Ms. Jazik. Ms. Jazik. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Dollywall. Madame Lalonde. Madame Lalonde. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Miss O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Mr. Fragiscatos. Mr. Fragiscatos. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Lauzon. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur El Khoury. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Monsieur Lightbound. Monsieur Lightbound. Mr. Nagvi. Mr. Nagvi. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East. Mr. Sidhu Brampton East. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Ms. Vandenbeld. Ms. Vandenbeld. Madame Briere. Madame Briere. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. McDonald Avalon. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod. Mr. McLeod. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Robillard. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Miss Hefner. Miss Hefner. Mr. Chang. Mr. Chang. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Miss Yip. Miss Yip. Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Baines. Mr. Baines. Miss Bradford. Miss Bradford. Mr. Shahal. Mr. Shahal. Madame Chatel. Madame Chatel. Mr. Koto. Mr. Koto. Mr. Hanley. Mr. Hanley. Miss Kayabaga. Miss Kayabaga. Mr. Meow. Mr. Meow. Miss Taylor-Roy. Miss Taylor-Roy. Miss Thompson. Miss Thompson. Mr. Shear. Mr. Shear. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Brock. Mr. Brock. Monsieur Deltel. Monsieur Deltel. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Miss Lanceman. Miss Lanceman. Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk. Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett. Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Small. Mr. Small. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Abultayev. Mr. Abultayev. Mrs. Kuzi. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Seaback. Miss Ferrari. Miss Ferrari. Mr. Stewart Miramichi Grand Lake. Mr. Stewart Miramichi Grand Lake. Mr. Viss. Mr. Viss. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd. Monsieur Brassard. Mr. Brassard. Mrs. Goodridge. Mrs. Goodridge. Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Hoback. Mrs. Roberts. Mrs. Roberts. Mr. Melillo. Mr. Melillo. Ms. Gladue. Ms. Gladue. Mrs. Cramp Nyman. Mrs. Cramp Nyman. Madame Vien. Madame Vien. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Patzer. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Muse. Mr. Muse. Mr. Redikoff. Mr. Redikoff. Mr. Van Papta. Mr. Van Papta. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Calkins. Miss Rude. Miss Rude. Monsieur Lou. Monsieur Lou. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Major. Mr. Major. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Martel. Mr. Martel. Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Caputo. Mr. Epp. Mr. Epp. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Cram. Mr. Cram. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nader. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster. Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean. Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Mott. Mr. Mott. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Arnold. Monsieur d'Entremont. Monsieur d'Entremont. Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto, St. Paul's.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Thériault.
Oh, correction, Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Saint-Clair-de-Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-de-Gagné.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Dance.
Miss Dance.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Miss Zerillo.
Miss Zerillo.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Richards.
I vote yes.
Mr. Richards, yay pour.
Ms. Haidu.
I vote yes.
Ms. Haidu, yay pour.
Madame Posey.
En faveur.
Madame Posey, yay pour.
Monsieur Sauvé. Monsieur Sauvé, est-ce que votre micro est ouvert?
Oui, pour, je vote pour.
Monsieur Sauvé, yay pour.
Le bureau va maintenant...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 327, 327. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Now recognize, colleagues, I'm going to ask you to leave the room quietly because I have a question of privilege which is being raised by the Honourable Member for Thornhill. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a question of privilege arising from some very disturbing events which occurred just outside this place over the weekend. On Saturday, the Parliamentary Protective Service, for which you are responsible for and provide policy direction to, imposed an ideological test for entry on the grounds of Parliament Hill. According to a video posted online, a visitor is seen being denied access because he was not, quote, not a supporter of Palestine and doesn't recognize a Palestinian state. The visitor, of course, was denied access to Parliament Hill for the sole reason that he didn't hold a political opinion considered acceptable to whoever approved this requirement for entry. And to my knowledge, that's the first time that access to Parliament has been subjected to a screening with political points of view, at least documented as such. Parliament is the beating heart of Canadian democracy, and it is where Canadians often come to exercise one of the most cherished constitutional rights guaranteed to them under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and freedom of expression. So to cherry-pick that point of view as expressed on Parliament Hill is simply not consistent with Canadian values. So now it should be made clear, though, that this is in no way directed at the officer, but the question, the policy direction that you, the Speaker, are responsible for. It should also be made clear that the very fact that anyone cannot access Parliament Hill because of an opinion they hold, or worse, they cannot be trusted to be in the same place as someone who holds an entirely different opinion, is a stain on the state of our country and the divisiveness that has been allowed to fester here. And it's a country that's seen hate crimes rise 250% since 2015, a country that has seen lawlessness and the mob rule our streets. Two groups of people who have opposing views cannot enter at the same time to express those views in one place. What has become of this country? Conservatives believe that Parliament Hill must be safe and secure while remaining open and accessible to all, including those peacefully protesting. All points of view from all Canadians should be heard. That is their constitutional right, regardless of whether they are politically fashionable amongst the elites. The litmus test about recognizing a Palestinian state as the key to enter, in fact, is also the position of the Government of Canada and many of the Canadian allies, so I'm not sure what that was all about. Had the Conservative members of Parliament sought to access the House of Commons, our place of work on Saturday would have been denied access because we would not or could not have satisfied that ideological test, even though members are free to access the parliamentary precinct, and that is a well-established privilege of Parliament. The House of Commons Procedure and Practice, the third edition, explains that on page 107 that, quote, in order to fulfill their parliamentary duties, members should be able to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. And continuing on page 110, Boscan Gagnon quote, incidents involving physical obstruction such as traffic barriers, security cordons, and union picket lines, either impeding members' access to the parliamentary precinct or blocking their free movement within the precinct, as well as occurrences of physical assault, have been found to be prima facie in a case of privilege. So, as also explained on paragraph 15 of the 66th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs tabled in April of 1999, quote, one of the privileges of members of this House of Commons is the right to unimpeded access to Parliament and the parliamentary precincts. Members are entitled to go about their parliamentary business undisturbed. This privilege dates back to at least the early 18th century, and it is part of the heritage of all legislative bodies and trace their origins to the British parliamentary tradition. It is based on the preeminent right of the House to attendance and to the service of its members. Any obstruction of members constitutes a breach of privilege and the contempt of the House, end quote. The point was repeated in the same committee's 26th report tabled in May of 2012, quote, as a part of parliamentary privilege, members of this House of Commons have the right of unimpeded and unfettered access to the parliamentary precincts and are entitled to go about their parliamentary duties and functions undisturbed without any form of interference, end quote. Joseph Mangot makes the simple point that in his parliamentary privilege in Canada's second edition at page 176 that, quote, no impediment should be placed on the member in going about his parliamentary business, whether in the House or on the way to the House or while on his way home. Further down on the same page, he wrote, quote, since Parliament Hill has always been a public place restricting the movement of the general public on grounds we would probably be considered excessive, end quote. To punctuate that point, he added a footnote 47, which reads, quote, there is little, if any, restriction on the grounds of Parliament Hill, even during the 1970 October crisis, end quote. Shortly following Pierre Trudeau's invocation of the War Measures Act, the former Standing Committee on Procedure and Organization recommended in its second report presented to this House in March 1971, quote, your committee believes the main problem in connection with security on Parliament is to strike reasonable balance between the importance of allowing the public ready access to the House of Commons on one hand and the necessity of preserving the security of the House on the other. Your committee was governed at all times by the belief that Parliament should not be isolated from the people as a result of exaggerated security measures, and that it is important in a democratic society that members of Parliament should continue to have direct communications with the public. Consequently, your committee has conducted that whatever security measures are provided, it must be reasonable and consistent with the right of the public to come to Parliament. It's not easy to reconcile these two imperatives, but your committee feels that the balance should always be in favor of permitting the public reasonable and proper access to Parliament without intruding on in any obvious way on the undoubted rights of citizens to approach Parliament, end quote. That just sounds like common sense to me, Mr. Speaker. The Canadians who elect us have a right to come to Parliament and make their voices heard, and yet it seems that they've been chucked out the window in favor of a shocking news that ideological purity tests are now needed to access Parliament Hill, a very high impediment that is being imposed. And in short, the ideological test that Conservative MPs and some even Liberal MPs and many, many Canadians in this case would fail to pass, blocking politicians, especially opposition politicians, from accessing the legislature, which they were elected to plainly represent their constituents, is undemocratic and un-Canadian. And it's the sort of thing that dictatorships do, Mr. Speaker. So to be sure, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to lay any blame on the constable who was seen in the video. Indeed, I don't hold any single frontline member of this service responsible. They would have simply been following directions decided much higher up. Conjuring up political ideological tests for accessing Parliament is not something you would expect any single constable to have simply freelanced. So it certainly comes from somewhere. Subsection 79.52 of Parliament of Canada Act explains that, quote, the Speaker and the Senate and of the Senate and the Speaker of the House are, as custodians of powers, of privileges, rights, and immunities for their respective House and of members of those Houses responsible for services, end quote. You, sir, are responsible for that service, and subsection 79.54 of the same Act adds, quote, the director shall lead the integrated security operations throughout the parliamentary precinct and Parliament Hill under the joint general policy direction of the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the House, end quote. And beyond the matter of any policy directions that you may or may not have given, it is important to understand that Section 79.55 of the Act vests responsibility for, quote, the physical security services throughout the parliamentary precinct of Parliament Hill delivered by the PPS, the RCMP, and the RCMP. In fact, the director of the PPS is required by subsection 79.56 of the Act to be a member of the RCMP. Subsection 5 of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act makes quite clear that the Liberal cabinet appoints the RCMP's top boss and the commissioner, quote, who under the direction of the minister has control and management of the force and all matters connected to the force, end quote. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this boils down to one essential question. Was the direction to require the Parliamentary Protective Service to apply a political litmus test to anyone seeking access to Parliament Hill this past weekend a general policy direction which you approved, or was it the direction of the Minister of Public Safety in relation to his control of the RCMP, which is responsible for physical security of the Hill? No matter how you cut it, which Liberal made the decision of ideological tests of political points of view are shocking and unacceptable and an impediment to members of Parliament who must have free and ready access to the parliamentary precinct at all times, not to mention all Canadians that should be able to come on the Hill at all times on all issues. Should you agree, Mr. Speaker, that this is a prima facie case of privilege, I intend to move a motion to refer this matter to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for investigation. By allowing for this issue to be studied in committee, it will allow for those key questions to be answered. Who gave the directive? Was it you, Mr. Speaker, or was it the Minister of Public Safety who approved this ideological tests for Parliament Hill access, and whether ideological tests have been approved in Hill access before this time? These are very important issues. They are very important concerns, and Parliament stands for free speech in its very name. The grounds which surround our building ought to stand equally for free speech and not a safe speech bubble, or for some speech, or for acceptable speech, even worse, and reserved only for those opinions that are shared with the government or shared with elites or fashionable at the time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention. I see that the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on his feet on the same matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as our practice, I'm asking for consideration to review the blues and potentially come back in the next day or two on this issue.
And I see that the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands is also rising on a similar matter.
Likewise, Mr. Speaker, we would like the opportunity to review and come back to you in timely fashion.
And I can assure all members, and especially the member from Thornhill who raised this question of privilege, that I look forward to getting back to the House as soon as possible once the other interventions are made. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Alors, je désire informer la Chambre qu'en raison du...
I wish to inform the House that due to the recorded division, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes.
Je désire aussi aviser la Chambre que le...
I also wish to inform members that earpiece volume will now be reset. Members who are currently using their earpieces will have to adjust the volume.
The earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume.
Tabling of documents. Il est de mon devoir de déposer sur le...
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 94(2) of the Access to Information Act and to subsection 72(2) of the Privacy Act, the reports of the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer on the administration of these acts for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2024. Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3H, these reports are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees.
Mr. Essasi, sorry. Sorry. Oh, the honourable member from Willowdale.
Thank you.
Is that all I do? Okay, perfect. It's been a little while.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am truly honored to present in both official languages the 27th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, which is entitled Enduring and Overcoming the Struggle of the Hazara in Afghanistan. Given the situation in Afghanistan and what the Hazara are being subjected to, I would truly recommend that every member of this House actually take the opportunity and the time to read this report by the subcommittee. And I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank every member. So pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Présentation de rapport de...
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the interim report of the Special Joint Committee on the Declaration of Emergency. Thank you.
Alors, nous avons aussi a dissenting supplementary opinion, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my honor to rise on behalf of the Conservative members of the committee and offer this supplemental opinion. This January, the federal court made a landmark ruling finding that the Prime Minister's Liberal government illegally invoked the Emergencies Act and used it to violate Canadians' the most essential constitutional rights to freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression. Conservatives believe that the Liberals must answer for this government's reckless abandonment of the law and most basic freedoms of all Canadians. This is why Conservatives wanted to call several Liberal ministers before our committee to account for their decisions, as well as ordering them to return over the legal opinion which the government claimed to rely upon for its illegal and unconstitutional decisions. Regrettably, efforts for accountability over one of the most serious decisions any government could ever make and was frequently resisted by our Liberal colleagues, backed by independent senators, so that we still have not been able to get to the truth in committee. We fear this could be a foreboding signal of what's to come in our committee's final report. The decision to invoke the Emergencies Act, Madam Speaker, was unnecessary from the start. The Prime Minister caused this crisis by dividing people. He proceeded to violate the Charter to illegally suppress Canadian citizens. Since then, the government has desperately tried to defend its actions, lying to the public, saying that the police asked the government to invoke the act, and something the RCMP and the Ottawa Police have both denied. If a Conservative government is elected, we will ensure that the Emergencies Act can never again be used to silence political opposition, because common sense Conservatives will protect the charter rights of Canadians and unite our country and our people for hope and freedom. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
The chair has been informed that the member for Winnipeg Centre intends to move a motion. The Chair wishes to make a statement concerning the admissibility of the routine motion standing on the order paper in the name of the member for Winnipeg Centre and aiming to modify the debates of June 4th, 2024, more precisely to replace part of an intervention made by the member for Saskatoon West. Tout d'abord, permettez-moi de féliciter.
First, allow me to congratulate the member for Winnipeg Centre for having found a new way to use this type of motion. There can be circumstances under which the accuracy of our archives are admissible.
All that the Chair was seized on June 6, 2024 with a similar request submitted through a question of privilege, which was also raised by the member for Winnipeg Centre. The Chair had determined on June 17, 2024 that the edited text of the debates, as was published, was coherent with the interventions made that day. The Chair had therefore considered the matter closed. I believe that this is still the case. Or, si elle permettrait...
Moreover, if this motion is allowed to move ahead today, the Chair would find that something is forbidden by Standing Order 10. Therefore, the Chair must state that the motion is inadmissible and must therefore be removed from the confidential orders.
Okay, c'est bon. Motions? Motion? The honourable member, is it a point of order or is it a motion? The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby?
It's on a point of order, Madam Speaker. The original interpretation of the Speaker was regarding a question of privilege. And I would submit that this is quite a different thing. The motion that has been submitted is within the framework of House of Commons procedure and practice. And I refer you, Madam Speaker, this is our Bible, as you know, procedurally, to page 1229. That it is a long-standing practice of the House that editors of the debate may exercise judgment as to whether or not changes suggested by members constitute the correction of an error or a minor alteration. But the editors may likewise alter a sentence to render it more readable, but may not go as far as to change its meaning. And the motion that was submitted by the member from Winnipeg Centre, I would submit to you, is in order because, as we have in Standing Order 67, the ability to put forward debatable motions that may be required for the observation of the proprieties of the House, maintenance of the authority, the appointment or conduct of its officers, the management of its business, the arrangement of its proceedings, the correctness of its records. So, Madam Speaker, both in terms of the question of privilege, which we understand the Speaker has ruled on, and the motion itself, which is clearly in order, I would submit to you that the motion is in order.
The honourable member rising on the point of order. However, the Chair has made the ruling, and therefore what the honourable member has attempted to do is actually challenge the Chair at this point, and so I would just let him know that my decision stands. Another point of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
It is very clear that what occurred is that the very meaning of the Hansard was changed. It is very clear. I have spoken to many people in the legal community, in fact, that have pointed to the fact that this is troubling, that members of Parliament can change legal records when it doesn't suit their political interest. This is a
member rising on this point of order, but this has now become a point of debate. The Speaker has already, as Speakers, there was already a decision that was rendered on this matter, and so therefore the matter is considered closed. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present a petition that from concerned Canadians and constituents about the situation at Via Rail, particularly that there is a proposed new expansion that is often mistakenly referred to as high-speed rail. People who love Via Rail tend to want to support it. But the proposed high-frequency rail would hand corridor operations, and petitioners point out, hand the corridor of Windsor-Quebec corridor, which is the most lucrative part of Via Rail's network, to a private operator. 70% of Via Rail's revenue comes from these corridor services. So the petitioners point out this would effectively gut Via Rail and negatively affect passenger rail service across Canada. Petitioners ask that the section of high-speed, high-frequency rail project that hands operations and services in the corridor to ensure that that not be taken out of our Crown Corporation Via Rail's service radius and should not be privatized. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to present a petition in which petitioners are calling on this government to permanently scrap its expansion of MAID, where mental illness is the sole underlying condition, which the petitioners characterize as reckless. The petitioners note that it is impossible to determine whether someone with a mental illness will get better, and that it is impossible for clinicians to distinguish a rational MAID request from one motivated by suicidal ideation, and that therefore this planned expansion would put some of the most vulnerable Canadians' lives at risk.
Station de pétition.
Presenting petition.
Member Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the anniversary of the brutal terrorist attack against Israel on October the 7th, I rise to present e-petition 4985. 2,250 Canadians are calling on the government to stand against the rise of anti-Semitism. Bomb threats, death threats, violence, vandalism against Jewish homes, schools, and synagogues, and boycotting of Jewish-owned businesses are causing many Jewish Canadians to experience re-traumatization of the Holocaust and feel unsafe to reveal their Jewish ancestry. Jewish homes, schools, synagogues, businesses must be protected. The petition calls on the House of Commons to enact urgent public and national security measures in line with the Constitution and the Criminal Code of Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day. Privilege, resume consideration of a privilege motion on failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada, resuming debate on the amendment of M. Berthold.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Member Barry Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I feel like there's been a large rain delay, and I've sat here and got a little cool. I'm just ready to get warmed up and get going again, but I know you're new to the chair from when I first started. You missed the first 12 or 13 minutes. If you'd like me to start over, one of my colleagues
has 8 minutes left to finish up his speech.
It's too disappointing. I'll go as quickly as I can. I'll carry on for the members opposite from where I was, so I don't have to repeat some of that stuff that we went through at the beginning. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will remind members that the Auditor General gave SDTC a clean bill of health in 2017. It was only after the Prime Minister's hand-picked Liberal board members were appointed did this fund begin voting itself absurd amounts of money. I will also remind members that while SDTC ought to have been at arm's length from the government, in practice it was not. The Minister recommends board appointments, and senior officials from the Prime Minister's Department of Innovation, Science and Economic Development sat in on every meeting monitoring the activities of the board. It is simply unbelievable that senior ISED officials who report directly to the Minister of Innovation said nothing while witnessing how millions were funneled to companies in which board members held active conflicts of interest. In response to these damning findings, in June, Conservatives put forward a motion calling on the government to provide to the House documents pertaining to SDTC. It included provisions for the documents to then be provided to the RCMP so that it could undertake a criminal investigation on whether criminal offences were committed. I will explain why it is necessary for this House to turn over these documents to the RCMP. As part of her investigation, the Auditor General conducted a governance audit of SDTC. she did not conduct a criminal investigation, which could explain why no criminal intent was identified. The whistleblower has told the Public Accounts Committee that he's confident that if these documents are turned over to the RCMP, criminal intent will be identified. The SDTC whistleblower who testified at committee stated, and I quote, "I think the Auditor General's investigation was more of a cursory review. I don't think the goal and mandate of the Auditor General's office is to actually look into criminality. I'm not surprised by the fact that they haven't found anything criminal because they're not looking at intent. If their investigation was focused on intent, of course they would find the criminality," end of quote. A majority of members in the House passed this motion. In response to the motion, many of the Liberal government's departments either refused the House's order or redacted documents that were turned over, citing provisions in the Privacy Act or Access to Information Act. In response to this blatant disregard for the powers and privileges of the House of Commons, the Conservative House Leader brought forward a point of privilege, arguing that the rights of parliamentarians had been breached. The Speaker of House agreed that the House has the unequivocal right to order the production of papers and found that there was a clear case of violation of the privileges of parliamentarians. Conservatives will continue to seek the truth about the $390 million that has gone to Liberal insiders through this green slush fund. The Liberals on the other side of the House are opposing the production order for documents to be turned over to the RCMP because it appears that they are not concerned about such a flagrant misuse of funds. It is shocking and infuriating to me, my colleagues, and to the great people of Barrie, Springwater, Ormond-Ontario that the Liberal government feels comfortable wasting hundreds of millions of taxpayer funds and will not even allow an investigation into how or why this corruption was allowed to occur under their watch. This misappropriated funds are tax dollars. They are dollars that constituents in my riding worked hard to earn. They expect the tax dollars that they remit to the Government of Canada to be used wisely, and through this appalling misuse of taxpayer funds, they have broken the trust of these hardworking Canadians that I represent. They are right to expect answers from this Liberal government and of the Prime Minister to be held accountable. Let me remind the House that this is not the only Liberal scandal that we've seen the past 9 years that this Liberal government has been in power. However, it may be the costliest. I will mention a few other examples. In the early days of the pandemic, the Liberal government tried to shut this place down and give itself unlimited taxing and spending powers without the oversight of Parliament for 2 whole years. Thankfully, my Conservative colleagues and myself stopped this. We also have seen the SNC-Lavalin scandal, where the Prime Minister pressured the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Jody Wilson-Raybould, to give SNC-Lavalin a deferred prosecution agreement so that the scandal-ridden company would not have to go to court and face trial for their misdeeds. The Prime Minister was found guilty of breaking ethics laws in this case. We also saw that the Prime Minister was prepared to take the former Speaker of the House to court to prevent the release of the Winnipeg lab documents. The Prime Minister also prorogued Parliament in the middle of a scandal investigating the We Charity scandal, where the Prime Minister gave $900 million sole source contract to the company which he had close family ties with, in order to prevent an embarrassing committee investigation from continuing. The former Liberal Finance Minister ended up resigning over this scandal when it was revealed Bill Morneau received a $47,000 gift from We Charity to fly his family on a luxury vacation, and that his daughter was employed by the company. The Prime Minister also had several scandals related to his luxurious vacations. The first, in which he broke ethics laws, was when he was flown on a private aircraft to a billionaire island by a registered lobbyist. There was another incident where the Prime Minister received a $9,000 a night gift from a friend who also happened to be a major donor to his family's donation. And who can forget the ArriveCan scandal, where the Prime Minister gave millions to companies who did no work on an app that did not work. The app actually sent 10,000 Canadians into quarantine by accident. Why do I mention these incidents? I mention them because they speak to the trust that has been broken between the Prime Minister and the Canadian public. The Liberal government has time and time again shown a careless disregard for ethics laws and for taxpayer money. Today, we are seeing the same pattern we've seen time and time again. A scandal occurs, and this Liberal government tries to cover it up. Conservatives will not stop until we get to the truth of this most recent scandal. Each member of this House, regardless of political affiliation, has a duty to this House to ensure that the government is held accountable and that they are spending the money that Canadians work so hard to earn appropriately. We should not just throw up our hands, sit back, and let Liberal insiders line their pockets with Canadian tax dollars. My Conservative colleagues and I are committed to ending this corruption. I encourage all colleagues, even Liberal members, to stand up and right this wrong. We cannot allow corruption to fester in our government programs and institutions. We must get to the bottom of this issue. The Prime Minister must hand over all documents released to his Green Slush Fund. Canadians deserve answers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
This is nothing but a game to the Conservative Party of Canada, as they are more interested in having an immediate election than they are in what's the best interest of Canadians, where political parties can work together to do things tangible for Canadians. This is an arm's-length organization where we have already established several independent inquiries into the issue. Investigations, one of which is an independent office through the Auditor General of Canada. We have the RCMP that are providing comment in regards to the tactic that's being used by the Conservative Party, where it's caused a great deal of concern, and most Canadians see the RCMP as a very respectable institution. The question is, why does the Conservative Party continue to play this game when Canadians deserve better coming from their official opposition? And to say it's nothing but a political Liberal is just wrong, because Annette Verschuren herself was an advisor to Brian Mulroney, and an appointment that Stephen Harper made also at one point.
Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question from across the floor. There is no games being played on this side of the floor. What we're trying to do is get to the truth of a horrendous scandal, an egregious violation of the people's rights and taxpayers' money right now. This has been going on now, when I say this, are speaking on this issue, I think, for a little bit over a week. This could end any time if the documents are just produced. There's no if and or. We have said this will end when the documents are produced. We want to get to the bottom of this situation. Canadians need to know. I need to know. The members and residents from Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte want and insist to know. And as soon as those documents are produced, we'll get on with the legislation that's important in this House.
The Parliamentary Secretary tried to interject again. I would just ask him to wait till the appropriate moment to do that. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sheffield.
The Honourable Member for Sheffield. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Something caught my attention when speaking of oversight of public accounts. It's a subject that's very close to my heart. There's C-319 that his party supported, that we tabled. And when we hear that there's no money to support a program that helps seniors with old age security, how to react when you hear that so much money is lost when we could easily have the necessary money for this bill to be adopted and implemented.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A great point. Thank you for that. Great questions across there. Very, very good point. We're hearing daily, I'm hearing daily when I go out, that taxpayers are tight on money right now. They're tired of paying taxes that are being wasted. My honourable member colleague down the aisleway brings up a great point. This money that was wasted could have been spent in so many better ways. And a good example is the bill she brought forward that we supported, with giving extra money to some seniors. But I agree, things are tight right now. Money is tough. A lot of people are going to food banks. A lot of people are struggling. They're having troubles paying their rent. Canadians are struggling. Liberal cronies and buddies are not struggling. We need to make sure this ends and return that money, and make sure that we're doing our due diligence and making sure the money is being spent wisely, which we're obviously seeing and hearing day in, day out that it's not right now.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Very interested in this issue of accountability and sharing documents. We find a June 2024 National Security and Intelligence Committee report that foreign agents for the Chinese and Indian governments interfered with the Conservative leadership race. Those documents are redacted, but I'm sure the Conservatives know a lot more than they've told the Canadian people. And those documents back up the interviews with Aaron O'Toole with lawyers about interference that led to the guy who's living in Stornoway now. So I'm asking my honourable colleague, are the Conservatives willing to share those documents about foreign interference? Because it might explain why the leader of the Conservative Party is unable or unwilling to get national security clearance. What is he trying to hide?
The honourable member Barry Springwater Oromadonde.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this side of the aisle, we're trying to hide nothing whatsoever. We're trying to get to the bottom of scandals and the bottom of issues that's going on. And right now, this week, we're talking about the scandal of the SDTC, a scandal that has caused hundreds of millions of dollars to go missing. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. Other scandals, there's always scandals around Parliament. We're always looking to get to the bottom of everything. We're here to do the right job. But here today, we're here to talk about the Green Slush Fund, how it's been wasted, where the money's gone, how the cronyism, their friends, family, businesses, we need to recoup that money and make sure we're doing the right job in here.
Questions and Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, pardon me. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And I'm always struck when the member from Winnipeg, he is, let's face it, one of the liberal attackers of Conservatives in this place. And no matter how untenable the liberal position is, he will put it forward. It really is striking to me that the Liberals, all they have to do is turn over unredacted documents to get to the bottom of this, and yet they won't. A completely untenable position. What does my colleague think of that? Why don't they just turn over the darn documents?
The honourable for Barrie Springwater Oromadonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that great question. My opinion is that they're trying to hide something. I think definitely something is trying to be hidden. But I would like to read again. I've read this before, and I'm going to read it again because I think it's very imperative, especially to this question that I was just given. The question, or the statement was from a member of the SDTC who was in committee. This is a direct quote, and I quote, "I think the current government is more interested in protecting themselves and protecting the situation from being a public nightmare. They would rather protect wrongdoers and financial mismanagement than have to deal with a situation like SDTC in the public sphere." End of quote. I think that quote sums up why we're seeing this lack of openness, lack of production of documents, why we're seeing a cover-up. And I thank you for the question to that. Hopefully we can get those documents. Hopefully we can find out where the money went. Hopefully we can recoup the money and get some back for taxpayers. And hopefully, soon, we can get back to doing the productive day-to-day work we're sent here to do in passing legislation for the good people of Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Very clear, Madam Speaker. The order, what we're debating is to see this report or issue go to Procedure and House Affairs Committee. That's actually what it is that we're looking for. And the Conservative Party is the one that brought in the motion. And all we need to do is to have that vote. All agree to a vote on division. We can pass it to the committee. The Conservatives are getting what they want. The issue is, are they actually violating privileges of other members? Because as opposed to allowing that to go through, the member made his comment, Madam Speaker, by saying that they're not going to stop talking until unredacted information, something that Harper never provided, never, but unless we're prepared to do it, they're going to blackmail the House of Commons until that materializes. That seems like it might be a privilege of other members, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member Barrie Springwater Oromadonte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what we're doing is holding the government to account. These documents were ruled by the Speaker, the Liberal Speaker himself, that these must be produced. It's interesting. I would like to relay a quick little story.
I'm sure that he is aware that the Speaker is elected and there is no party attached to it. So I would ask him not to refer to that. The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte, has 53 seconds left.
I just wanted to mention that I was a large function on Saturday night, and a lot of people in my riding, let's be honest, they don't pay too close to what's going on here in Parliament all the time. I could not believe how many people on Saturday came up to me, and they were angry, they were upset. They know about the issue that's going on. They want answers. They want to know where the money went, and we're here to get those for them.
100 million.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always an honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. I rise today to talk about what has seized Parliament as more information comes out on what is becoming one of the biggest and most costly to taxpayers corruption scandals in Canada. There is a possibility it could be criminal. For Canadians watching today, I would like to lay out why this debate is so important and how we ended up here. I'm here today to discuss the ruling of the Speaker of the House of Commons with regards to the production of documents ordered by this House on the Liberal scandal involving Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, or as it has quickly become better known, the Liberals' billion-dollar green slush fund. This agency was created to invest in innovative, environmentally friendly technologies here in Canada. But under Liberal governance and management, it became a hotbed of corruption. The reason for this debate today is simple. The Liberals refused to follow the will of Parliament after the Auditor General of Canada, the Ethics Commissioner, and whistleblowers uncovered clear and widespread corruption in favour of Liberal insiders. The issues all began in 2018, when the Liberals pushed out the existing chair of SDTC because he was critical of government legislation. This is another example of how the Liberals don't want independent voices around them. They only want their friends. The Liberal industry minister at the time, Navdeep Bains, chose to appoint a new chair, an entrepreneur who was already receiving government funding through one of her companies. It was revealed the Liberals were warned internally of the risks associated with appointing an obviously conflicted chair. They were told that up until this point, the fund had never had a chair with interests in companies receiving funding. They appointed her anyway. The new chair goes on to create an environment where conflict of interests are tolerated and, quote, managed by board members. This is as described by the Auditor General. Board members go on to award SDTC funding to companies in which board members hold stock or positions within the company receiving government funding. Liberal Minister Bains goes on to appoint 2 other controversial board members who engaged in unethical behavior in obvious breach of the Conflict of Interest Act by approving funding to companies in which they hold ownership stakes. Department officials witnessed 186 conflicts at the board, but they did not intervene. In January 2021, the current Liberal Minister of Industry replaces Minister Bains. In November of 2022, whistleblowers raised internal concerns with the Auditor General about unethical practices at SDTC that they saw. In September 2023, the whistleblowers take the allegations public, forcing the Liberal industry minister to suspend SDTC funding. In November 2023, the Auditor General starts to conduct an audit on the governance of SDTC. Here's how the Auditor General of Canada found Canadian tax dollars were used by the Liberal appointed members of the SDTC board. Many approved projects that were found to be Either 1, ineligible for funding, 2, a conflict of interest, or 3, both. $58 million went to 10 ineligible projects that on occasions couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of green technology. The Liberal-appointed SDTC board approved $334 million over 186 cases to projects in which board members held a conflict of interest. This is really quite unbelievable. The Auditor General found the Liberal minister did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to Liberal ministers. Now, a few points I want to make here. The Auditor General gave SDTC a clean bill of health in 2017. And it was only after the Prime Minister's hand-picked Liberal board members were appointed did this fund begin voting itself absurd amounts of taxpayer dollars. The government will say that SDTC was at arm's length, but SDTC was not at arm's length from the government. The minister recommends board appointments, and Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, ISED, has senior department officials sitting within every meeting monitoring the activities of the board. It is unbelievable that a senior department official said nothing while witnessing hundreds of millions of dollars being funneled to companies in which board members held active conflicts of interest. Is the number 1, minister, number 2, Liberal appointed board members, and number 3, senior government officials all inept, complicit, corrupt, or all of the above? Another point is that as part of their investigation, the Auditor General conducted a governance audit at SDTC, where she did not conduct a criminal investigation, which could explain why no criminal intent has so far been identified. The whistleblower has told the Public Accounts Committee, however, that he's confident that if these documents are turned over to the RCMP, criminal intent will be identified. Is this perhaps the reason the government has redacted and refused to turn over documents to the RCMP? To prevent criminal intent from being identified? The Liberals touted themselves before the 2015 election that they would be a transparent government. Why are the Liberals fighting so hard to not bring to light what has occurred? How bad is it, and what are they trying to hide? What makes the actions of the board of the directors of the SDTC so egregious is that when someone receives a governor in council appointment as a person appointed by the government, entrusted to oversee taxpayer money, they are not to personally profit from their work on a committee as a governor and council appointee, and neither is their family. However, that is exactly what happened, from the Liberal appointed chair to other appointed board members. In a 5-year period, there were 405 transactions approved by the board, and the Auditor General sampled 226, so only about half of them, and found that 186 of those 226 transactions were conflicted. That's 82%. And that's the $330 million. Statistically speaking, if the Auditor General looked at all 400 transactions, the rest are probably just as conflicted. Those 400 transactions at 82% represent $832 million of taxpayer money, potentially. Is that why the Liberals are so desperate to not turn over unredacted documents to the RCMP? This is the level of corruption that brings down careers and governments. All of the revelations, for what we know so far, confirms what Canadians already know about this Liberal government. They are wasteful with tax dollars of Canadians, I mean, just look at the Prime Minister's lavish vacations, tens of billions in corporate welfare, Arrive scam. They prefer to reward Liberal insiders at the expense of everyday Canadians. Now, currently, there's carbon tax Mark Carney's conflict of interest skirting his Liberal advisory position. The Auditor General of Canada says the federal government ignored proper contracting policies and was unable to show contracts got value for money when the government awarded $209 million to contracts to consulting firm McKinsey and Company. The Liberals present themselves as green crusaders while wasting taxpayer funding on technology that has nothing to do with meeting the parameters of green technologies, as is laid out to receive government funding. All this at a time when Canada slipped to 62nd place out of 67 ranked countries on the latest Climate Change Performance Index. The Liberals are asleep at the wheel of their own government, allowing corruption, waste, and incompetence to fester right under their noses. They continually mismanage files and departments, all at the expense of taxpayers. We have seen multiple ministers across this government try to skirt accountability for matters that they're directly responsible for. The Liberal Foreign Affairs Minister said she was not aware that her department had purchased a $9 million condo in New York City in a neighborhood known as Billionaires Row. The Liberal Minister of Immigration said he was alarmed by the number of foreigners entering Canada on student visas, even though he approves of the numbers. The former minister responsible for passports did no planning for passport renewals post-pandemic, which created absolute chaos at passport offices. Well, she's promoted now to the government House Leader. The former Liberal Public Safety Minister said he was outraged after his office was briefed and approved the move of dangerous Canadian serial killer to a medium security. The Minister of Industry's response to the Auditor General's report on the Green Slush Fund is not with clarity, but with cover-up. He shut the entire agency down. This forced Parliament to step in to ensure that proper authorities can get to the bottom of the corruption. On June 10th, the House adopted a motion calling for the production of various documents related to SDTC to be turned over to the RCMP for review. It will be up to the RCMP to launch an investigation, but Canadians can't trust the Liberals to provide these documents to the RCMP, so Parliament ordered them to. It is a founding pillar of our democracy that Parliament remains sovereign. What the House votes for must happen, and it's what Canadians expect. It's how our system works. But in response to the motion adopted, government departments either outright refused the House order or substantially redacted documents. Nothing in the House order contemplated for redactions. The House has the absolute and unfettered power and authority to order the production of documents. That is not limited by statute. These powers are rooted in the Constitution Act of 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. The Conservative House Leader raised a point of privilege in response to the failure to produce documents. He argued that House privilege has been breached due to the failure to comply with the House order. And on September 26th, the Speaker of the House issued a ruling on the point of privilege raised and found that the privileges of the House had in fact been breached. Our current Liberal Prime Minister once said that, quote, sunlight was the best disinfectant, unquote. Well, he is certainly not living up to that statement. The Prime Minister clearly never believed his own statement as he seeks to cover up corruption from the Democratic representatives of this House. This is not the first time that Liberals have tried to deny the will of Parliament. The Liberals prorogued Parliament in the middle of a scandal investigation of the We Charity issue in order to prevent that investigation from being completed. The Liberals violated the privilege of the House when Parliament explicitly demanded unredacted documents relating to the firing of 2 scientists at the Winnipeg Lab, the National Microbiology Laboratory, reportedly involving national security concerns. The Liberals even took the unprecedented step of suing its own speaker to block the release of those documents. Conservatives are the ones who exposed those scandals, and Conservatives will ensure that the Liberals comply with the order of the House to provide these SDTC documents, that they are unredacted directly to the RCMP so that they can be investigated properly. The conclusion of their own speaker couldn't have been clearer. Quote, "The procedural precedents and authorities are abundantly clear. The House was undoubted right to order the production of any and all documents from any entity or individual it deems necessary to carry out its duties," unquote. So how will the Liberals choose to respond this time? Will they continue to hold up the work of Parliament by extending this debate into their own violation of House rules when it could be ended immediately by simply providing the documents as a majority of the House has requested? Will they drag the office of the Speaker to court once again to delay these matters? They were forced to drop their lawsuit the last time they did this to stop documents from being released. But will they do this to delay information coming to light before an election? Will there be a similar scenario like what happened in 2021, where the Public Health Agency of Canada was found in contempt of Parliament for refusing to hand over documents related to the firing of 2 high-security virus scientists at Winnipeg's National Microbiology Lab over leaks to the regime of China during their time? Will they prorogue Parliament for, as has been whispered in the halls, to hold off being accountable for the mismanagement of government? Proroguing won't just wipe this debate. It would wipe the work of our committees studying serious issues like labour, persons with disabilities, and housing. It would destroy legislation not passed. And as a reminder, the Liberals prorogued Parliament in 2020 to stop the pressing investigation into the WE charity scandal. Over the past 9 years, for all the secrecy and extreme lengths this Liberal government has gone to, with attempts to hide information and documents on scandals during their watch, the information always seems to find a way to eventually come to light, whether through access to information requests or whistleblowers, or through arm's-length agencies or offices like Ombudsman, Ethics Commissioner, Parliamentary Budget Officer, or Auditor General. If the Liberals do not trust this Parliament, there is only one solution: a new Parliament to call a carbon tax election to let Canadians decide whether the Liberals' wasteful, unethical mismanagement should continue. Canadians can decide whether they want to continue to pay for an ever-increasing carbon tax. Canadians can decide whether they wish to continue with the revolving door of violent, repeat offenders, or a return to a jail, not bail, for those who terrorize our communities with violent, repeat violent crimes. Canadians can decide whether they want to continue to see more money spent on fewer housing starts or a Conservative plan to build more homes. Canadians asked Conservative to clean up this ethical mess of the last Liberal government and its sponsorship scandal. We will not allow another cover-up of waste, fraud, and ethical misuse of taxpayers' money by the Liberals. If the Liberals seek to shut out the proper authorities from investigating their scandals, they will only shred the public confidence of Canadians in the government even further. And I'd like to close, Madam Speaker, I think I have 1 minute left here, with a couple of quotes from a whistleblower that had brought forth this situation. one of the quotes from the whistleblower says, "Just as I was always confident that the Auditor General would confirm the financial mismanagement at SDTC, I remain equally confident that the RCMP will substantiate the criminal activities that occurred within the organization." So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm at time and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to emphasize when you think of SDTC it is an arm's length organization, and that's very important to recognize that fact. And then if you take a look in terms of the internal investigations that's been done, 2 of them within the department, then you had the Auditor General, then you had hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of standing committee. You have RCMP looking into it, and what we're talking about is redacted information in which every Prime Minister before had redacted documents at some point tabled. What's being called for is blurring the judicial independence, and that's been established through the RCMP's concerns and the Auditor General's concerns. My question to the member is, does she not recognize those institutions as strong and healthy and address their concerns? Why does she think?
The Honourable Member of Kelowna Lake Country.
Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And he, in his question there, he referred to the arm's length of SDTC, and they are in fact not arm's length. The board members are appointed through the minister. They are government appointments, and we know that the operation of SDTC is where senior government officials sit in on their meetings. So they are privy to the decisions that are happening at the board level. They are there observing everything that's going on at the board level. So they are not a completely arm's length organization.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, my honourable friend for Kelowna Lake Country, I agree that we need to get to the bottom of what was an egregious violation of basic conflict of interest guidelines. But this has been cleaned up now in transferring the SDTC operations to the National Research Council. But I wanted to draw attention to, and in a previous speech I was able to do this in detail, so I'll try to do it very quickly. But what we call green funds, and being leader of the Green Party with a capital G, I worry about the small g use of the term. But quite a lot of this money was for technology that actually benefited some of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada projects in conjunction with Natural Resources Canada, included funds going to an unproven technology called carbon capture, utilization and storage that went to Canadian Natural Resources Limited, to Cenovus Energy, to Suncor. So some of the large oil sands companies are part of this emerging funding of so-called green technology. And I just wanted to ask my colleague if that makes any difference to her analysis.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague for the question. So the Auditor General found that with SDTC, that in fact there were 10 ineligible projects at approximately $58 million that couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of green technology. So herein lies the issue, where the Auditor General have found 186 incidents of conflict of interest. There's funding going to projects that don't appear to follow the parameters of green technologies, and so that's actually part of the issue with what happened here.
The
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. You know, it is an egregious use of funds. Just on a basic, principle of responsible government, it is appalling. But for someone who cares deeply about tackling the climate crisis, it's doubly egregious when it means that the government isn't actually tracking whether or not this money is making a difference. My concern, though, is that the Conservatives
keep on putting up speaker after speaker. I would like this to go to committee so that we can actually hold this government accountable and get to the bottom of it.
Hear, hear.
The honourable for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, you know, there's not often that I agree with what that particular member says, but the premise of her question at the very beginning, I do with respect to how egregious this was, and how funding, in fact, didn't go to projects that even met the parameters. And therein lies the seriousness of this issue. This isn't one conflict of interest, you know, one or two, which in itself would be a serious issue. We're talking about 186 found by the Auditor General. And the Auditor General didn't audit all of the contracts. This was only part of it. And here's the issue. This is so massive, and it is so egregious. And we have whistleblowers saying that this needs to be even looked at more, because so far what they have said has pretty much come to fruition. This is why it's so important that unredacted documents need to be turned over to the RCMP.
Any comments? The Honourable for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, the member said that the SDTC abuse was similar to the revolving door with criminals. Now, we have the Ending the Revolving Door Act for criminals. What would she suggest would be the solution to the revolving door of this dark green money?
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And the Revolving Door Act, just as a reminder for the House, was a private member's bill that I had in order to gain for individuals who are incarcerated federally to have mental health assessments and addiction treatment and recovery in federal penitentiaries in order to help with recidivism and the revolving door. So thank you for commenting about that. But I mean, absolutely. I mean, here we have a complete lack of transparency. We have just such an obvious, massive amount of conflict of interest that are just. The extent of this is just beyond anything else than we've probably seen, and so this is why this needs to be taken very. It's very important. It needs to be taken very seriously, and this is why the documents, all of the documents, unredacted, need to be forwarded. They need to be produced by the government, and they need to be forwarded so that they can be properly investigated, and so that the RCMP can do their work within their investigative work. The House is not directing the RCMP. This is a matter of turning the documents over so that they can look to see if there is, in fact, criminal elements here. And when you look at the scope of this, when you're looking at the board chair and directors taking part in this, is just absolutely beyond anything that we've seen before.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, right from the very beginning when the government found out about this, we've been pushing for accountability, and we will ensure that there's accountability to the taxpayer, and there's no doubt about that. The question I have for the member is that the motion that we're actually debating, or what it is that the Conservatives were proposing, is to see this issue go to the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. The only thing that's stopping it from going to that committee is because the Conservatives now have made the determination that they want to blackmail all the rest of the members of the chamber until they get unredacted documents, that they will not allow this issue to go to committee, even though that's what they wanted, Madam Speaker. Does the member see why it is they're being obstructionist to their own obstructionist policies, or there's a fear factor of how they can blackmail the rest of the parliamentarians because of their attitude?
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I mean, this just shows how unserious the government is taking this. And it also just shows, as soon as the government found out, well, this just is another example of how the ministers are not overseeing their responsibilities. Everything is a surprise to them. Everything seems to be a surprise. They lack the basic governance skills and management skills of even overseeing their departments. Most of the time, they seem like they don't know what's going on. I gave several examples in my intervention of ministers being completely blindsided and completely shocked. This just shows how they're prioritizing other activities rather than actually taking responsibility for what they're responsible for with their mandates and with their departments, and this is just another example.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Matt Kingston, Correctional Service of Canada. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Foreign Affairs, and the Honourable Member for Victoria, Financial Institutions.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm both happy and unhappy to be taking part in this debate. And happy because obviously I represent the people of Louis Saint Laurent and I'm here in the House to defend them. So every time I rise in this House, I think first and foremost of those who gave me this mandate. And it's my job to ensure that public money is managed with transparency, with fairness, and with accountability. But this is the problem, Madam Speaker. If we're debating this today, it's because once again, yet again, this government is dealing with an ethics problem or even a problem of corruption. And what's worse, Madam Speaker, is that this government is defying an order of the House. So I'll give a brief overview of the situation. On June 10th, we tabled a request saying that we wanted to get, or that the RCMP have access to the documents concerning this financial scandal. And on September 26th, the Speaker ruled that because the documents had not been provided, that the House, rather that the information should be made public as ordered. So here, once again, we are facing an incident where an order of the House of Commons and the will of parliamentarians is being defied. The public administration, the government is not handing over the documents. So what's the issue here, Madam Speaker? Well, we're talking about a green fund that was designed to improve air quality, quality of life, quality of the environment in Canada. And, Madam Speaker, on that basis, the green fund of STDC obviously had good goals. We're talking about $500 million a year going to businesses to invest that money in reducing emissions, to reduce pollution, and to reduce emissions for all Canadians and for the good of the environment. And we don't have a problem with that in theory, and Conservatives supported this initiative when they were in government. And in 2017, the Auditor General did an audit, and everything was fine of this program. Everything was good. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, under this government, the Liberals, a number of new people were appointed, and that's where the problems really started. When we're talking about problems, Madam Speaker, we're talking about ethics problems. People who were leading this group, who were on the board, were appointed by this Liberal government, and these people, through SDTC, were giving their own businesses subsidies. And so that's a conflict of interest just on the face of it. So somebody could say, oh, well, maybe they'd left, but here we're talking about revolving doors, because if somebody left the board, for a vote, there were so many of them around, Madam Speaker, that it was more of a revolving door than a situation where there were empty chairs. So the conflicts of interest continued, and for years, Madam Speaker, this is what happened. The modus operandi. Listen. If you're not sure about something and you do it once, twice, 3 times, but every time it works, well, then it becomes normal. It becomes the standard. And that's unfortunately what we've seen here. So there was a whistleblower who anonymously informed the media about the problems that were taking place here. And immediately we started asking questions. And we raised these major ethics problems with this organization in the House. And by talking to people, by asking questions, by getting information, and by asking questions, doing our job as parliamentarians, we made progress, and the Auditor General ended up doing an audit. So she went through with a fine-toothed comb all of the contracts that were accorded, and she looked at it from a public administration point of view, not a criminal point of view, but she was looking at how the funds were administered. Here, we're not talking about a police inquiry. We're just talking about a financial audit, and the conclusion of the Auditor General was terrible. Terrible for this government, terrible for this organization, and terrible for the people who were appointed by this government. 186 situations of direct conflict of interest were identified. We're talking about almost $400 million of taxpayers' money that was not managed appropriately. That's money. That's money, Madam Speaker. And if you look at some of the details here, $58 million to 10 ineligible projects, which in certain cases did not show environmental advantages or did not help develop green technology. $58 million, Madam Speaker. And for 2 years now, I've been sitting in our shadow cabinet, and the leader of the official opposition has honored me with his trust by appointing me as shadow cabinet minister for environment and climate change. And I'm very happy about that. Environmental groups, Madam Speaker, I've met with about 400 of them over the last couple of years. And I'll continue to do that. That's my job. And, you know, as I do, that's our job as parliamentarians, is to meet with people. And I know you've been here for many years like me, and it's certainly, to your merit. So certainly I've met with a lot of environmental groups, and I always say, what could you have done with $58 million for projects that work and not for projects that don't show no advantage to the environment, which don't contribute to developing green technology? Well, they say there's a lot they could have done with that money. And, you know, when I push them to go a bit further, and I talk about, for example, the Volkswagen project in Ontario, I say, listen, what could you do with the $18 billion that were given to a multinational company? Well, they've got a lot of good ideas, Madam Speaker, lots and lots of good ideas. But let's come back to SDTC. $58 million to 10 ineligible projects, $334 million in 186 cases to projects where members of the board of directors were in a situation of conflict of interest. Listen, this is exactly what she shouldn't do. So some might say, listen, but you need people who know how these environmental businesses work so that they can decide if these projects are going to work or not. You know, so you would take people from environmental businesses to sit on the board. But wrong. No, that's not how this works. Because naturally, if you're putting these people in a direct conflict of interest. And that's what the government hasn't understood or didn't want to understand when it appointed these people. You know, they think, listen, I assume that people are acting in good faith. But as I was saying earlier, Madam Speaker, if you're not sure about something and you do it once, okay. But you do it 10 times and it works, well, listen, you get used to it and you just keep doing it. And that's why, Madam Speaker, when you appoint people to boards of directors, they're not just token people, as we say. And, often you see on boards of directors, people say, oh, I'm on the board of directors of such and such a thing, and I'm very proud of it. And, they go to meetings 2 or 3 times a month. They get their pay, and then they go. But there are others who do really great work. I met recently with a business person who was saying that he was very impressed by another business person who was sitting on his board of directors, and he said, listen, I'll say one thing. Every time he asked me a question, it was the important question. So there are sometimes people who are appointed to boards of directors for their competencies, for their independence, and who ensure that things are done properly. And, Madam Speaker, that's not what happened here with SDTC, because people were appointed who were, on the face of it, perpetually in a conflict of interest. And when you see that, you have to take them out and put other people in. There are thousands of Canadians, Madam Speaker, who know how to run businesses. there are institutes, universities that train people for that. And one of my colleagues was talking about this earlier and said, listen, I took a course to be a business administrator. This is something that can be taught. You can learn, and people go to school for it, and you can get a diploma for that. There are thousands of Canadians who are able to do that job and who wouldn't be in a perpetual conflict of interest, as was the case here. So $58 million to projects that didn't respect the conditions. So a public servant who said that when all this was happening, this is total incompetence from this government. And even, Madam Speaker, in a report, the Auditor General was very clear when it comes to the current Minister of Industry in saying that he did not keep a close enough eye on the contract. So, Madam Speaker, here we have this issue before the House. But why today are we in the House talking about it? It's because of the documents. So now, as I said in my introduction, we tabled a motion which received majority support in this House with the support of the Bloc Québécois and the NDP, and we're thankful for that. We thank them for that. It was a motion on behalf of Canadians, and a majority of members in this House said we need to get to the bottom of this and allow the RCMP to analyze this situation to see if there was indeed criminal behavior. So why did we go this far, Madam Speaker? Well, why? Because the whistleblower, the insider said at a parliamentary committee, I don't think that the goal of the Auditor General's office is to look at criminal issues. And so I'm not happy. I'm not comfortable with the fact that nothing criminal was found, because that wasn't the goal of this investigation. And the whistleblower says the real problem with this situation is that the government has been protecting those who did the wrong thing. It's a grave indictment of how our system is corrupted by political interference. It shouldn't have taken 2 years for these problems to be brought to light. It should have. And this process that should have been simple has become a bureaucratic nightmare, and it's allowed this organization to continue wasting millions of taxpayers' dollars. I know that the federal government continues to say that there was no criminal intention and that nothing was found, but I think that the committee would be in agreement to say that we can't trust them in this situation. I would be happy to accept the RCMP's conclusions, whatever they are. I would even say that I wouldn't trust the RCMP to say that there haven't been criminal behavior here, as long as they haven't received the ability to study this. So the RCMP needs to have access to these documents to look at this. And this is something the whistleblower has confirmed. If the RCMP were investigating from a lens of criminality, they would find crime. That's what the whistleblower said in this situation. So, Madam Speaker, we need to act. And it's important to remember, Madam Speaker, and listen, the previous CEO of SDTC told the Industry Committee that an employee working in government relations expressed concerns at a number of levels. It's my duty, and that's what I did. And when the member and member of parliament didn't accept that. So this government claims that as soon as they were informed, they immediately took measures. But no, that's not the case, and that's what we heard at committee. The minister did not act, when the issue was raised. So here we are asking for the documents to be provided so that the RCMP can do its work. And, Madam Speaker, the Speaker was very clear in September 26th when he approved the request from the official opposition. And so I quote the Speaker. I know it's not necessarily you who said this, but it was the Speakership. And the Speakership said that jurisprudence and reference works and procedure are very clear. The House has the incontestable right to order the production of any document which is from anyone And this is necessary for the House to be able to do its work. And those powers have been clearly demonstrated, and have the right. The House has the right to order this, this was confirmed by Speaker Milliken in 2010 in privilege. The procedure documents have clearly expressed the power of the House to order the production of documents. There are no exceptions to that, and no government documents can be exempted from this. And this is where we're at now, Madam Speaker. We are applying procedure. We are applying our rights and privileges as parliamentarians. We are doing our job. And we want to get to the bottom of this. And to get to the bottom of this, we need to make sure the RCMP has access to these documents. That's what we asked for the House. That is what a majority of the House voted for. And unfortunately, the government has failed. And because the government has failed, the Speaker was forced to call them to order on September 26th. And so, Madam Speaker, this brings up some powerful memories, because I remember, when that took place. This isn't the first time that there's been an effort to hide documents. We all remember the very nebulous story of the Winnipeg lab and its documents, and I remember it very well, Madam Speaker, because at that time I had the great pleasure and the honor to be the House leader for the official opposition.
And in that capacity, as the leader of the House for the official opposition, we led the charge in our quest for transparency and truth. With regard to the Winnipeg laboratory, this occurred exactly in the middle of the pandemic. From one day to the next, overnight, 2 researchers disappeared. They were under the Beijing dictatorship. There were thousands of questions to be asked about their disappearance, and it was our parliamentary duty as members to get to the bottom of the question. Unfortunately, the Winnipeg laboratory refused to obey the House's order to produce the documents that we requested. And since it did not obey the order on a very, very exceptional there was a very, very exceptional incident. That is, somebody came and stood at the bar of the House. As a parliamentarian, we all have the duty to act and to get to the bottom of this. That's why, once again today, we're in this situation. We are honored to have this mandate conferred upon us by our citizens. We want to ensure that the money provided in taxes by Canadians serves its purpose. We want to ensure that all GST paid by Canadians today goes into services. Currently, that's not the case. It's serving only to pay off the debt accumulated by this government. Madam Speaker, we're here to talk about public accounts, so we'll be reminding you of this fact often. This scandal, and it is a scandal, Madam Speaker, is part of a long list of work by this government. For example, We Charity. You'll remember that the more it affected the Prime Minister's family, and there were millions of dollars involved. Suddenly, and it should be said that the Prime Minister was backed into a corner. The only way that the government got out of this situation was to prorogue Parliament, and we had to start again at zero. We Charity then. There's also ArriveCan. Hundreds of millions of dollars spent on a program that barely works. It could have been done for a fraction of the cost. Jody Wilson-Raybould, an important woman, appointed Minister of Justice. and demonstrated the independence that she required for her position. She was out the door, and unfortunately, she contested something, and she was out the door, and unfortunately, she took another minister with her. The Prime Minister throws the ministers under the bus when scandals like this happened. Yet with this current minister, twice now, Prime Minister, twice now, we've had scoldings by the Ethics Commissioner. The reality, Madam Speaker, is that we're here for Canadians. Canadians want to know what's happened. They want to know what happened to their money. That's why we're here today on behalf of all Canadians. Questions and comments?
For Kitchener-Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For several days now, we've been hearing a debate on a point of privilege, on a question of privilege, rather. Several people have mentioned that members from various parties agree that the committee should do its work, and why was there no vote? I'd like to know why, if the member has a response regarding a vote, why can we not vote now so that the process can continue? The second question I'll ask is that he said that the documents are important for the RCMP. What I want to know is, can the RCMP receive the documents only through the House, or can the RCMP request the documents from a department in particular, or people in particular, or must they come through the House? I'd like to have the MP. We'll have to go to other questions as well. I'll have to cut you off. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me first thank my colleague for her question, but especially I'd like to congratulate her on the quality of her French. We were both elected in 2015, and we have a little somewhat special relationship because of that. We are of the same cohort. Madam Speaker, my colleague has asked a very relevant question. There is an order from the House, and it was not obeyed and respected. That's what the Speaker has said. As I said just now in my speech, there have been precedents that show clearly that the House has the right to compel the production of documents. And you'll remember the case of the Winnipeg Laboratory. The manager was scolded here in the House. Madam Speaker, we'll have to go to other questions. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier, the Parliamentary Secretary of the Leader of the Government said, just as my colleague has said, why not refer the question to the committee as soon as possible? He said, well, redacted documents are a custom, etc. We're not talking about a question of secret of state or an industrial secret. What we're talking about is a conflict of interest. And what we want is that people have all the tools they need to do their work. So we do not want to receive redacted documents in a context like this one. My colleague, if he were ever in such a document, will he make the commitment to say that he will table unredacted documents? The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another colleague elected in 2015 for the first time. I knew you from before because you and I were both at the Quebec National Assembly. I don't think we served at the same time. However, we know each other well. We've both worked on the same parliamentary committees. And of course, if we receive the trust of Canadians and the Conservative government comes to power, you can be assured that all the ministers will demonstrate considerable transparency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I love listening to my Conservative colleagues who are all shocked and appalled about the old corruption and insider gifts that go back to the rum bottle politics on the Rideau. I remember certainly Nigel Wright and the secret checks. I remember Mike Duffy, the most unworthy Senate candidate since Caligula appointed his horse. And here we have another example of insiders getting graft and looking after their friends. Welcome to Ottawa. So I'd ask my honourable colleague if they were serious about this, why are they basically filibustering a motion to get this to proc so we can deal with it? We have work to get done in this House. Let's get this motion to proc. Let's investigate this and do what Parliament should do instead of wasting our time with these useless speeches about all the shock and horror that Liberals have been bad. My God, they've been bad forever. Come on, we got better things to do than go through the lowest hits.
Conservatives have shackles.
Yeah, and the Conservatives, I will say, is Dean Del Mastro out of jail yet?
Oh. Honourable member for l'honorable député Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Experience, colleague. Can we say that in English? Experience, colleague? Because yes, he has white hair like me. Well, not as much as I have, but this is it. So my point, Mr. Speaker, when he's asking that, how can he support or talking about the Liberal like that? Because for the last 3 years, he supported all the key elements of this policy of this government. At each and every time he had an occasion to say, well, I don't trust those people, he voted in favor of those people. And now today he's talking about that. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, let me be clear. We're talking about almost $400 million of taxpayer who has been not well spent. This is why we are here in this room, and as long as I will be in this room, and as long as I will have the privilege to sit on behalf of the people of Louis Saint-Laurent, I will fight to transparency, and I will fight to spend each and every penny correctly, not as those people from the Liberal Party have done for the last 9 years.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of a hum going over the chamber. I'm not sure if individuals are having other conversations or if they're trying to interject, but I would hope that they would settle a little bit and that they would wait till the appropriate time to make those comments, or they could step out and have a conversation if that's what they're having. The questions and comments, the honourable member for Vaughan.
King Vaughan. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for an excellent speech. I want to share something with what I heard this weekend when I was canvassing in both the Vaughan-Woodbridge area and the King Vaughan area. Constituents said to me, how can we trust a government that will not release these documents so that we can report to taxpayers of the inefficiencies that this particular government, along with their NDP colleagues, have suffered on the Canadian population?
Exactly. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you.
Colleague, because she has been elected 3 years ago. So be welcome. After 3 years, you're doing a great job, and we are very proud of this member, Madam Speaker. My point is that, and I'm sure that we hear that in each and every part of this country, people are fed up with this government. It's time to move forward. After 9 years of this government, look where the country is. And more than ever, unfortunately, we are talking about mismanagement of taxpayer money and sometimes corruption. If we want to go deep, if we want to learn from the mistake, if we want to see exactly where the mistake has been made and to fix it, is by having access to the document to the RCMP. The RCMP will do his job.
Thomas, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I didn't plan to partake in this debate, but I do want to rise and give the honourable member credit. He is the first Conservative all-term who's been able to count. He did reference the fact we were in a confidence supply agreement for 3 years. Normally, these Conservatives would like to pretend like it's been 9. That's not the case. And if he followed the answer correctly, if he actually watched what transpired at committee, he would know that it was our interventions, and in particular, my participation at ETHI, that led us to the revelation that the president and the chair of the board were in conflict of interest. It wasn't their work. This isn't something they discovered. This is something that opposition discovered collectively using the committee process, which is exactly what we're trying to do right now, Madam Speaker. So will the honourable member allow this to go to committee and do the good work so that all the Conservative backbenchers can finally get a chance to speak?
The honourable member for l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. You have 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his speech and his question, his declaration. Very important. He used a word, very important. You're talking about opposition. Opposition means we are the royal opposition of this government. We have a job to do. Not to work with those guys and drafting something and, saying, no, that's over, we will scratch this deal, and then suddenly after two weeks, after a by-election, bang, get back to the reality of this NDP Liberal coalition government. So, Madam Speaker, each and every time, this gentleman, for whom I have a lot of respect and a lot of appreciation to, each and every time he had the particularity or the occasion to show support or no to this government, confidence in this government, he assured the government to be, don't be afraid, I am on your side. You will remain in office, you will remain Prime Minister, you will remain Cabinet Minister, and you as the NDP, you will remain in opposition for life.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Official Opposition Deputy Whip.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, as you know, we find ourselves in an incredible mess. I've been around this place for some time, and I can tell you that it is rare for a government to be so blatantly obvious in protecting those who have engaged in outright corruption. And one would wonder, Madam Speaker, what is it that drives this unbelievable motivation to ensure that the corruption that has been uncovered by committee members, followed by the Auditor General, followed now by the RCMP looking into this, what is it that would motivate a government to be so motivated to not release the evidence? I don't know, Madam Speaker, but I've known folks who are guilty to want to hide evidence. I'm a dad, so I've been there where I asked my son when he was younger, Kyler, did you eat a cookie that you weren't supposed to? Well, he immediately backs up and moves into the corner where there's evidence of the cookie crumbs, trying to hide them. And this government is acting, and reminds me very much of my 4-year-old child, trying to hide the cookie crumbs, the evidence of the crime. This government has been in power for 9 years, and over its 9 years, it is engaged in many, many different things that were found to be corrupt, obviously lining the pockets of Liberal insiders. That's become what they're known for. That's right. What is increasingly devastating is the fact that this behavior just keeps happening again and again and again. It just seems like they get caught once and they say, well, now we know how to do this and we'll do it a little bit better maybe this next time. Maybe we can do it in such a way that we don't get caught. And what they've decided after having been found out and been found guilty for so many different things, they've decided that the tools of government should now be used to simply cover the evidence. We've seen this before. We saw when the Prime Minister was found guilty of having accepted an illegal vacation, attempts to cover the evidence.
That's right.
We saw time and time again with this government that they've decided that the best way that they can defend themselves is by trying to hide the cookie crumbs. Well, Madam Speaker, this scandal is unprecedented in recent history. This is $400 million of taxpayers' money that was handed out. The Auditor General found 186 conflict of interests, meaning that the people that were doling out the money were in conflict, meaning that they would be benefiting themselves personally from the money that they themselves were were handing out. These people were appointed, in many cases, good friends of the Liberal Party. And now this government, rather than say, you caught us, we're going to come clean, they've said we're going to stop at nothing, including ensuring that this institution isn't able to do what this institution must constitutionally be able to do, and that's demand the evidence. This just didn't happen in the last number of weeks. As a matter of fact, the government has had some time. This House voted. All the parties of this House, except for the Liberals, voted to ensure that this documentation, that the evidence, would be released to the RCMP. Now, the government claims that this would be a massive charter violation. That's their new defense. It's completely laughable. Every student of history should know, or does know, that the charter is there to protect Canadians from the government, not to protect the government from Canadians. Canadians deserve, through their parliament, to be able to demand that evidence be brought forward. And so that is one of the rights and responsibilities of this House. Constitutionally, it is our responsibility to hold the government to account on behalf of taxpayers. Our number one and primary job as parliamentarians is to oversee the spending and the misspending of government. And so our members, having found the misappropriation of funds, the Auditor General having reviewed those, found 186 conflict of interest, $400 million that was given to members, Liberal appointees that gave that money, $400 million, nearly $400 million, to companies that those individuals actually were part owners of? Can you imagine that, Madam Speaker, at a time when we have millions of Canadians lined up at food banks because of the policies of this Liberal NDP government, millions of Canadians unable to feed their kids. We have individuals that were appointed by this Liberal NDP government lining their own pockets to the tune of $400 million. It's unbelievable. And now what we have is a government that says the evidence of that, the evidence that the Auditor General found, that the government has in its possession, shouldn't be handed over to the RCMP. Wow. Now, we've talked a lot about these numbers, 186 conflicts of interest, nearly $400 million that's been handed out inappropriately to line Liberal insiders' pockets. You know what's startling, Madam Speaker? Is these were just spot audits. Wow. This wasn't a full audit of the program. As a matter of fact, when they went through and just chose individual grants and contributions, they didn't even get to half of them. But what they found was that 82% of those that they reviewed was in conflict and was ineligible in many cases to even get them to have the money distributed to those particular programs. Can you imagine 82% failure rate, 82% corruption rate? Can you imagine if they did an audit of the entire program? At an 82%, we're going to see that that number would be significantly higher if the entire program had been audited. I hear the Liberals laughing and chuckling and say that wouldn't be the case. Well, I wonder if the honourable member would put that to the test. Yeah. He's all of a sudden lost his tongue. Because if he actually believed that that was false, he'd be happily trucking those documents over to the RCMP and say, look through them. We have nothing to hide. But what they have, Madam Speaker, is something to hide. Because if they didn't have anything to hide, they would have already released the documents. Got another Liberal member saying, well, call the question. Well, we will, Madam Speaker. What the Liberals so desperately want us to do is they want us to shut up about this corruption scandal. That is really, they're clapping now because that's exactly what they want. They want us to engage in their cover-up alongside them.
Just want to remind members they will have 10 minutes of questions and comments, and so members can participate them. Then I would just ask them maybe to hold off and maybe just listen and jot down their ideas or their questions or their thoughts until it's the appropriate time. The honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie still has 10 minutes and 49 seconds for his speech.
No. I appreciate that, Madam Speaker. There is clearly an incredible unease on the other side. The heckling continues, and as a matter of fact, I'm hearing that the Liberals are saying that they want to speak to this, and I know that they do, because there are backbencher Liberals over there that they didn't get elected for this to happen. That's right. They have no idea why their counterparts in cabinet and the Prime Minister allowed this to happen. They didn't get elected so that Liberal insiders could sign checks for themselves in the amount of $400 million. Madam Speaker, what we couldn't do as a nation with $400 million bucks. That's big money where I come from. I hear some Liberals saying, well, that's nothing. That's nothing. I do remember, Madam Speaker, where governments worried about every dollar that was spent, every dime, nickel, and penny that was spent to ensure that it was the best return to the people in whom it had been taken from. It's unbelievable that we've now gotten to a point where $400 million here, $1 billion there, goes into the ether, and Canadians live in a more difficult and precarious place than they have in over a decade. When we look at the stats over the last number of months that has been released over about the last decade, we see an incredible story that is heartbreaking to anyone who wants to cheer for this country. The GDP per capita, the gross domestic product per capita, has nearly stagnated over a decade in this country. In the past, Madam Speaker, Canada's GDP has always kept pace with the United States as our economies are so closely aligned. We have general commodities that have always been closely aligned to the United States. We have products that they want. They have economies that and production of the products that we produce. And so there's been a lot of reasons why for nearly a century our economies have stayed relatively aligned. When they go up, we go up. When they go down, we go down. But we've always been pretty much linked. But over a decade, it has been incredible to watch the stats as our GDP per capita stagnates, and while the Americans has grown by nearly 20%. Madam Speaker, that has amounted to a differential between Canada's worker the average worker in Canada versus the average worker in the United States, having a differential of $20,000 in buying power between our respective workers when all things considered, including the value of our dollars. That has never been such a spread since the Second World War, Madam Speaker. We have seen not only are people being paid less over the last decade, but we have seen unprecedented growth in the price of our food, our housing, and our utilities, our gas and our electricity in this country. And so what we have now is a situation where under this government, this NDP Liberal government, life has become difficult for everybody. What this government often likes to say is there's winners and losers in the economy, we've just got to balance it out. But when you look at the entire size of the pie divided by the number of people that need to eat that pie, everybody's slice in this country has gotten smaller over the last decade. Every single person's slice of the pie. Now the NDP is yelling at me saying, well, that's capitalism. That is what it is. What's incredible is this has been under the cooperation with the NDP that we've seen this reduction in the size of the pie and the amount that each person gets to eat. This experiment has gone completely off the rails. And it's been unbelievable to watch the NDP agree time and time again as they see the evidence of people having to live, everybody having to live with less. That the NDP cheers it on and keeps supporting it. They continue to see the people that live within their communities struggle more and more and more. And you know what this NDP has done time and time again? Is they've doubled down again and again and again, and they say, tax the people more. Take more from the people. People that live on limited incomes. What the NDP has cheer-led is an increase, a quadrupling of the carbon tax in this country. What's unbelievable is now the honourable member from the NDP is yelling, well, tax the corporations. What's incredible is the rich are paying less today than they did a decade ago. And the average person, the people that have to pay the bills, are paying more. And why is this? Why is this that we have everyone having to pay more and getting less? It's because there are the very few who are getting ahead and getting more. And you know who they are? They're the Liberal insiders.
Yep, that's right.
The folks that are getting these $400 million payouts, Madam Speaker. This is unprecedented in this country. There was a time when Canadians wouldn't stand for that their representatives in this House wouldn't stand for it. And yet we have the NDP that claims that they're there for the small guy. They, number one, endorsed this program of giving massive corporate handouts to large multinational corporations. They've supported that again and again and again under this government, where we see so much of the money that's being collected in higher taxes being funneled here to Ottawa only to be distributed amongst those that are closest connected to the Liberal Party, those who have the greatest lobbyists. $21 billion of money that is being sent to Ottawa on an annual basis is going to Liberal insiders and consultants in this government. Can you imagine that, Madam Speaker? When we talk about $400 million in this program, that the Liberals refuse to turn over the evidence, having been found guilty of 186 conflicts of interest, as well as just so many cases where the program, that the individuals that got money weren't even eligible for the program. We know that it's just the tip of the iceberg. It is a heartbreak, Madam Speaker, to watch people struggle from coast to coast. And I've seen it time and time again where people just wonder, where's the money gone? They're paying more, getting less. They're working hard and not getting ahead. Well, Madam Speaker, we now have the evidence of what's happening. Now, this was an audit, an administrative audit, and it was found to be in violation of 82% of the spot audits that were done. This government was found to be in violation. But what hasn't been done yet is a criminal audit. And that's why, Madam Speaker, it's so essential that the documentation that the government is withholding from the RCMP be released to the RCMP. Because if anybody is ever going to be held accountable for this, the theft at this level, it will be because the RCMP were able to do their work.
That's right.
And what we have seen time and time again, the honourable member from the Liberals is yelling at, well, let them. Well, I'll tell you, the RCMP can't do their job if they don't have the evidence. And the government knows that. They have used the protection of cabinet confidences to keep them out of legal trouble in the past. They will use whatever tool of government they can possibly use to ensure that the RCMP can't do their job. And so that's why Parliament has had to take on the responsibility of ensuring, through the power that is bestowed on us, on behalf of our constituents, to demand that the documents be released to the RCMP. Right. We're not saying publish them in the newspaper. We're saying hand them over to the RCMP. I would think that the government who believes in institutions would be rushing to that unless they had something to hide. Well, we know they don't believe in institutions. We know that they have something to hide. And that's why they refuse to let these documents be released. And so, Madam Speaker, I believe it's incumbent on us as parliamentarians to take into our hands our responsibilities to demand that, that they produce these documents as the Speaker has ruled, and ensure the RCMP can have them so they can finally do the work of investigating this massive scandal.
Bravo! Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker,
Someone is asking a question. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Well, that was interesting. Madam Speaker, I'm sure my time starts now. I've been able to exchange in this debate, and I had a constituent just write to me from Waterloo who asked that I ask about Dean Del Mastro, a former Canadian MP who was convicted of cheating during the 2008 federal election and covering up his crime. He was granted bail, but not before spending a night in jail after being marched to a waiting van wearing handcuffs and leg shackles, TV cameras rolling all the while. Canadians remember. My constituent asked me to put on the record that Vern White, a Conservative senator who spent 25 years in the RCMP and served as a chief of police, Ottawa Police Service, said, "I was in policing for 32 years. I don't think I've put leg shackles on a person in my life, and I've probably done 29 people convicted of murder." This constituent noted my debate or my question of the former Conservative who spoke and asked me to repeat the same two questions. First question being, it appears that members from all parties or multiple parties do definitely want to see a question be called so that PROC can do the work, because the debate does not end here. There's more work to do. First question, does the member agree that this report, this question of privilege should be referred to PROC? The second question that I had asked of the former Conservative who spoke, and they would like repeated, is, can the RCMP request these documents on their own, or is it only through the House of Commons that they can receive those documents? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member Kenzie.
Yeah, these are important questions, Madam Speaker. Can the RCMP get these documents without the government releasing them? The short answer is no. They cannot get unredacted documentation that we are now asking. This is important, that the honourable member is shaking her head as if this is news to her. Well, this is exactly why we're here. This is what brought us to this point, is that the Speaker has ruled, Madam Speaker, exactly to this point, that the complete documentation has not been sent over. And the reason for that is because the documents have been redacted, meaning that important evidentiary documentation wasn't included. They were not able to receive the full unredacted documentation. It is interesting that the honourable member talks about politicians walking off in handcuffs, and it's interesting that we currently have a member of this House, the Minister of the Environment, was marched off in handcuffs and earlier before he entered this place. So I think that it's very interesting. I know that the honourable member is heckling, having been reminded of that. It's disappointing to her that she's maybe learning that for the first time. There is no question.
I ask the honourable members to not have these conversations and sidebars and heckles while someone is trying to answer a question. The honourable member for Grande Prairie Mackenzie.
Yeah, the member from Waterloo is very disappointed by the facts. And the fact is, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Waterloo on a point of order.
Don't need somebody telling me how I feel in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask him to stay focused on the debate that's at hand. It's not my field.
That, and yes, I would like the honourable member to answer the question, and so we can go to another question, please.
Yeah, I assume that she was disappointed because you've asked her several times to quit heckling, Madam Speaker, and so therefore I assume that she was disappointed with the results, and she's continuing, Madam Speaker. But the fact is that crime is up under this government. As a matter of fact, what is heartbreaking is that there's not more people that are being arrested for the crimes that they're committing across this country, being marched away to prison to not just be returned back to the streets. And that includes white-collar crime that we're seeing so evident in this government.
The honourable member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I'll try to be brief. I thank my colleague for his speech, but listen, after listening to all this today, I think that, it's the entire federal system that's a little bit sick right now. If we continue with this sort of interference in Quebec's jurisdiction, or if the federal government continues to not accept Quebec's request for transfers, we're heading towards a wall with the fiscal imbalance, which isn't getting any better. So I'm trying to understand here, in this debate, there's also a question of where is our money going? So, for example, into this foundation, which, as has been such a problem, and probably shouldn't have put the money into that. But for a long time, the whole system hasn't been working well. From 2002 to 2013, there was an expert study on federal investments in health and social services, and we need those transfers. And in those years, including under the Conservatives, there were 37 federal programs that were interference in Quebec's jurisdiction, where instead of money being transferred. So, Madam Speaker, where are we going with this federal system? Because honestly, what we've seen in recent years is that successive governments have maintained this problematic situation.
The honourable member for Grande Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, there's no question, Madam Speaker, that we've seen the most centralizing government under this NDP Liberal government over the last 9 years. It's been noted that it's not just the government of Quebec that's been fighting this government. Again and again, there's been governments across this country, provincial governments, that have been forced to take the Liberal NDP government to court. When it comes to the imposition of things like the carbon tax that has devastated the futures of so many Canadians, that premiers from across this country banded together to fight the intrusion into what should be provincial jurisdiction, but certainly the imposition of what is a very unethical taxation where there's massive taxes to those that can least afford it. And the money, my honourable colleague asks, where does the money go? Well, unfortunately, we're finding time and time again that the money has gone to line the pockets of Liberal insiders.
That's right.
In this case, it's $400 million. We know there's $21 billion going to insiders of consultants in the city. It's unbelievable, Madam Speaker. $21 billion. Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, how much better we could have if $21 billion less was collected from the Canadian people?
That's right.
In terms of the money that could be invested in one's education, into their children's futures, into nourishing their families, and into investing in their communities. Small businesses, the amount of money that they can invest into their business and create employment opportunity and grow communities. Madam Speaker, $21 billion, and that's just the tip of the iceberg.
That's right.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Very much. much, Madam Speaker. I wasn't expecting to ask a question, but I have a good one for my colleague. I mean, we're all in agreement on this motion. We believe in cracking down on Liberal scandals. That was not the opinion of the Conservatives, though, when they were in power, Madam Speaker. And the member was talking about the money, taxpayers' money. I just wanted to mention a few because he'd be aware of these various scandals where the Conservatives blocked Parliament and blocked committees from ever getting to the bottom. ETS scandal, $400 million. The G8 misspending was $1 billion. The F-35 procurement scandal, untold billions of dollars. The Phoenix Pay System, $2.2 billion. Anti-terrorism funding, where there was no clear paper trail, $3.1 billion. This is a lot of taxpayers' money. Conservatives refused at committee, refused in Parliament, ever to let us get to the bottom of things. So are the Conservatives now willing to acknowledge that not only did they screw up terribly, that their scandals were atrocious, and they should have allowed Parliament and parliamentary committees to get to the bottom of each and every one?
The honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Well, Madam Speaker, just because the NDP calls something a scandal doesn't make it a scandal. What's remarkable, Madam Speaker,
The honourable member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
What's remarkable, Madam Speaker, is the honourable member talks about the F-35 jet. He claims that that was a scandal because there was a fund that was put forward to study if or not that would be the right jet for our Canadian men and women in uniform. You know what's remarkable? Is that the NDP and the Liberals ran election campaigns calling it a scandal, saying that this would never be the tool that, or the jet that should be chosen by the Canadian military and our Air Force. And you know what happened, Madam Speaker? When the Liberals starved the Air Force of resources for years, they finally made the purchase of, you know what jet they decided to choose? The F-35. And Madam Speaker, here's where it gets even better. You know who supported them in that purchase? The NDP! This was so scandalous, Madam Speaker, that the NDP got on board with the Liberals to make the purchase a decade late.
Yeah. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am proud to rise on behalf of the people of Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, and as a Conservative member to speak to the paralysis that we have found ourselves here in the House of Commons over the course of the last week, as I'm about 15 seconds into my speech talking about a $400 million corruption scandal, and the NDP are bursting out laughing already.
The honourable member for Timmins, James May, on a point of order.
Yes, I'm shocked that 15 seconds into his speech, he's launching vicious personal attacks. I'd ask him to withdraw, because I think if he heard any laughter, it was about the insincerity.
That's right. Common sex conservative.
That is clearly debate, but let us try not to throw flings at one another. The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
The Liberals refusing to provide the RCMP with full access to the documents on their $400 million green slush fund to the NDP and to the Liberals is funny. They're laughing and they're mocking it. A further slap in the face to Canadians.
Oh, good grief. The honourable member for Edmonton, West Catawin.
Wondering what quorum is right now. I'm not sure we have quorum.
We do have quorum. Wow. We definitely need a quorum call, people. Yeah. Suspended until a call from the chair. Okay. Dundas. Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
More than one member in the House from the Conservative Party in order to have quorum.
It's not a point of order, and yes, the Honourable Member should know that we cannot point out indirectly what we can't do directly. The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think the NDP and Liberals, in addition to their laughing and mocking of the very serious and the heckling, again, 10 seconds into this, their desperation to break up our ability to stand on the floor and remind Canadians here that here we are, 400...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, the member accused us of trying to break up his speech when it was the Conservatives that ran like rats out of the chamber in order to have a decorum call.
We are... Yes, I would like to invite the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to avoid the expression and retract it if possible. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Calling the Conservatives rats.
And you withdraw. The Honourable Member withdraws. And withdraw the...
Not only I apologize, I withdraw too, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, there was a Conservative on this side who uttered, I believe, one or two words during the heckles and was shut down quickly. We are hearing a lot of heckles. I just ask that the rules be applied evenly. Thank you.
I'm trying to apply the rules as humanly possible. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, and I am concerned because the Honourable Member began his speech and he made false claims that people that I represent were laughing about a serious issue. What we were laughing at was the fact that his own party...
Not going to start that debate again. We are going to allow the Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry to conclude his speech.
Conclude the speech I got literally 15 seconds into before several Liberal and NDP MPs started laughing and heckling and mocking the very serious subject of which we're here. And I go back and I think it's very interesting the points of order coming from the member for Timmins James Bay and saying his constituents this and that. I find it very interesting that after many years of service he got so out of touch with his constituents because he never goes to his riding of Timmins James Bay that he decided to retire.
I have to ask the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay on a point of order.
I mean, that's just so cheap, Madame. I mean, 20 years of service and I have to put up with this guy? Exactly. Could you ask him to withdraw and apologize? I come here to do...
I would invite the member to withdraw comments referencing to the member's presence in his writing or not. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those comments were unbecoming of a member of Parliament, and the members should apologize and withdraw.
The Honourable Member did answer me that they are allowed, even if not necessarily.
I didn't make the rule up. That's the rule we all follow.
But it is creating an incredible amount of disruption in the House, and I would invite all members to be very wise in the choice of expressions and words they use while trying to make speeches. The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. The Honourable Member for Waterloo on a point of order.
Speaker, just because it has been asked by the Conservatives that both sides be treated the same, you have asked the member from Winnipeg North to withdraw the comments, and you repeated it to make him say it a second time. You have asked this member to, but I've not heard him do that yet. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
That it wasn't an insult per se, it was an accusation, but it wasn't an insult? What did the Honourable Member ask? What did the Honourable Member for Waterloo ask me?
So you had mentioned and asked him to withdraw it, and then you had another point of order. And since you've already made that ask, it would only be suitable for members to respect the chair occupant and that he should withdraw.
And I did invite the Honourable Member to withdraw the kind of comments that provoke disruption in the House. That's how we judge if they should be or not withdrawn. And I would like the Honourable Member to make that effort so that we can continue with the speeches as the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Tackawin.
Madam Speaker, we need to have some clarity on the language that's allowed in this House or not allowed in this House. The Honourable Liberal member...
The clarity, if I may answer the Honourable member, the clarity that is used generally by the chairs are if it causes or not disruption in the House. And if it causes disruption, it is that way that we judge if we ask other members to withdraw comments that cause disruption. That is the indication. Yes, the Honourable member.
On that point, could you please clarify the language that you're deeming unparliamentary? Because I think it is critical right now that we get some clarity. The members on the other end who brought this up caused disruption.
I did not call any language unparliamentary. I just said it caused disruption. There is a difference, and that's why I asked the Honourable member to withdraw the comment, because it caused disruption in the House. I did not say any language was unparliamentary. The Honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think what would be kind of ironic of all of that is I stood here in the House to speak about this issue. It's not a point of order. It's on the debate itself. In 15 seconds.
The Honourable member for Timmins James Bay on a point of order.
I certainly respect the rules, but to make a claim that I don't work for my constituents, I would say that would be a lie, but you would call that unacceptable. You've asked him to withdraw.
Okay, we are starting into debate. I did make my point to the Honourable member, and I did ask him to withdraw the comment that caused the disruption. And that's, yes, I'm trying to give him a chance to do it. The Honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Madam Speaker, as you have said, after you realized and looked at the comments, and we can clarify with the table, I did not say anything that was out of order. And again, from a disruption point of view,
I did say, okay. We're going to... Okay, we will look at the Hansard, and we will come back to the House if necessary, but right now we're going to continue debate. The Honourable member for...
Probably now for the 15th time.
The Honourable member for Edmonton Grisba on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just seeking clarity on the application of rules. I was asked to withdraw a comment, and I...
And we will come back. The Honourable member for Edmonton Grisba, yes?
A point of order is a right of
It's
parliamentarians.
Madam Speaker, if I may, seeking clarity on the application of the rules so that they're fair. 2 weeks ago, I was asked to withdraw a comment. It was later ruled that I didn't have to withdraw it, so I suffered the consequence, and I was unrecognized for half of the day until the chair came back and said they made a mistake. But I suffered the consequences. This member, you're saying, will not have to suffer a consequence on your order to withdraw.
I didn't say that. I said we will look at the Hansard, we will read the Hansard, and we will come back to the House if necessary. The Honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
I'll try again, I think, here to stand in the House and make my contributions to the privilege motion that are here today regarding the government's $400 million corruption scandal. And more importantly, they are so obsessed with denying the RCMP access to all the documents in this major corruption scandal that they are allowing the House to be paralyzed and seized with this issue because they will not provide the documents.
For Humber River on the point of order.
Just in this whole issue about language in the House. I think it's for 3 days we have sat in this House or wherever we are listening to this corruption. When you say that if it's something that's going to disrupt the House and somebody's going to respond to it, but bigger, it is smearing every single one of us in this House when you talk about corruption continually the way the honourable members have done. And I would suggest that those are the kinds of words that should not be allowed in the House.
We will definitely take it into advisement. I thank the Honourable member. The Honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish the Liberal member had the same furor and upset about the use of the word corruption that she would have just having the government provide the RCMP all of the information and all the documents that this democratically elected House has ordered the government to do. And I think there's millions of Canadians that watch the past few days and the continued stonewalling and blocking by the Liberals to provide this. They wonder what exactly is the price they're willing to pay and why. Why are they doing this where the House has been seized with this issue only because, let's make it very clear why we're here debating this motion of privilege, is because the Liberals were ordered by the House, by a majority of members in this House, after the Auditor General found $400 million of taxpayers' money was given by Liberal insiders and appointees in a very incestuous type conflict of interest scheme that they developed over the course of the last number of years that were either not eligible or there was 186 cases of conflict of interest where they were giving themselves, where they sit on different boards, a bunch of money. We said the RCMP is looking at criminal intent in this whole scandal. They deserve to have full access to all of the documents. The House spoke on June 10th and said the government must produce them and give them to the RCMP. So there's no question that the RCMP does not have all the information and all the documents they need to see. They can look at the case and determine what exactly is going on when it comes to criminal intent on $400 million of taxpayers' money. The fact that the Liberals are so worked up and they're still stonewalling on just providing this information, the fact that they will give up days of government business shows you just how out of gas they are when it comes to their own priorities, and after 9 years they're just tired and out of fresh ideas. They'll have the House seized for days and days on end, making sure the pressure stays on them. And I think it is just, the line I would say to this is, Madam Speaker, if there's nothing to see here, if there's nothing to hide and there's no problem here, a government that with integrity, a government that believes in sunny ways, a government that says they were open by default, would provide those documents. It makes you wonder, truly wonder, what is behind the scenes? What has the RCMP not seen that they would be given, that's either not been given by the government or has been heavily redacted? It makes you wonder exactly just why they are so desperate to bring the House to a standstill, because they don't want to turn over something. And this isn't pocket change, by the way. This is, I got looking this up today in about the context of all, the magnitude of this latest Liberal scandal, and history repeating itself. The parallels that this has with the sponsorship scandal that brought down the last Liberal government 20 years ago, the similarities and parallels here are incredibly, incredibly similar. Think about this. The Liberal government of the day back then, Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, created a federal fund to help promote the federal government, the government of Canada in Quebec, after a close call in the 1995 referendum. We got to let Quebecers know what the federal government is doing for them in Ottawa and for national unity. Okay, yes, we got to do our part. We're proud to be Canadian. We got to have this fund and promote Canadian federalism and the government of Canada. Well, what happened? Who benefited? Liberal insiders. Millions of dollars in contracts for little to no work, all benefiting Liberal Party insiders and donors. The Gomery Commission that came in, and it defeated the last Liberal government. A couple of million, not demeaning the fact that a couple $1 million of stolen taxpayers' money, corrupt money for little to no work is not serious. It is. Here we are here, where the Auditor General has found 186 cases of conflict of interest, money that was approved where they weren't eligible, and the total is not a couple $1 million in wrongful bad decisions. We're talking $400 million. All in the name of green technology, though, right? The feel-good thing, oh, it's green technology, we're helping the environment, we're doing all these things. They were helping Liberal insiders, and they got caught. They hate the fact that we have to talk about this because it reminds Canadians that things never change with the Liberals. The sponsorship scandal, they clearly didn't learn from. And if there's an expression, I think you can see what happened in the last Liberal government, the corruption that happened there, and a major reason they were brought down. And what we're seeing here, Liberals are gonna Liberal. That's really what it comes down to. Here we are in the country today in a brutal economic situation. Housing costs have doubled. They doubled our national debt, more than any other prime minister and government combined in Canadian history. They've got a carbon tax that is driving up the price of gas, the price of food, the price to heat your home. 2 million visits are made to food banks every month in this country. 24 million visits to food banks in Canada in the year 2024. 47,000 people have died from opioid-related deaths and overdoses in this country. More people have now died under the Liberals' watch in the last 9 years from opioids and their failed approach when it comes to so-called safe supply and taxpayer-funded drugs, a lack of rehab and treatment options for people to have redemption and a second chance at life. More people have died in that issue alone than died all Canadians in the Second World War. That's the magnitude. All of those issues combined, and what are they obsessed with? Not coming up and having another idea. Everyone they've had the last 9 years has made things worse. They are obsessed with stonewalling and denying accountability and allowing the RCMP to have full access on this massive multi-$100 million scandal and corruption that's going on. And I'm sorry, if a Liberal member gets upset for me using the word corruption, that's your issue? That's what triggers you? I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, $400 million by Liberals appointed, by Liberals, this Liberal government themselves. They appointed the people. And when they got caught and the whistleblowers started coming forward, they still don't get it. They're still trying to protect the insiders and all of those that stole taxpayers' money, that were ineligible to receive it. And let me make this other note that's important in all this debate for Canadians to know. They say we're looking at it. We're coming up with a process to review it. This has been years now since whistleblowers came forward. How much of that money has come back to the Canadian Treasury? Not a penny, not a dollar. 186 cases, resignations all over the place, Auditor General report, RCMP are confirming it's under investigation. Not a single dollar has been returned to the Treasury. That's absurd. And that just tells you everything you need to know after 9 years. I want to share a couple of things here tonight in my contributions to this debate. I think one of the things that we just need to talk about and understand is just the depth and magnitude of the conflicts of interest that were outlined in this situation. Verified and confirmed by the independent Auditor General of Canada in the scathing report that we saw. Just picture this, because this is literally what happened. The Liberals appointed members to a board of SDTC, Sustainable Development Technology Canada. They put their own members on a board of directors, and they got a bunch of applications in. 101 of ethics, 101 of conflict of interest. I served in municipal politics. A declaration of pecuniary interest starts off every meeting. We, as members of Parliament, have the Ethics Commissioner. We do our disclosures and our filings. Members of Cabinet, one under investigation for breaching this because we can't find the other Randy aside, but we know that if you're involved or making a decision on something that gives you a financial benefit, you got to say, I've got a conflict of interest, and you got to leave the room, and you can't be involved, and you can't sway that decision. That's right. We had appointees around a table, literally, and they were voting on giving themselves money in their own businesses on multiple occasions. Government officials there overseeing all of this, and it wasn't until a few brave whistleblowers that came by and blew the whistle on all this that we see. The list produced on here in one of the exhibits in the Auditor General's report, the number has all the directors' names that were on the board and just millions and millions of dollars that go in where they are on the company, they're a director on the board, and they approve funding in $100,000, $100,000, $5 million, $1.9 million, $4 million, $5.3 million, $2 million, $4.2 million. 186 times. 101, basic part of being on a board and governance and conflict of interest. It wasn't like, oh, whoops, a couple of times we did it, nothing to see here, was an innocent mistake. 186 times, $400 million is not an accident, Madam Speaker. That's right. And that's why the RCMP needs to have full access to all the documents, no redactions. The House didn't say redactions were allowed. The House didn't say, hand over whatever documents you think they might want to see. The irony of all this is there's a conflict of interest in this case of conflict of interests, because the government's getting to determine, the government under investigation for appointing Liberal insiders to the board, they're getting, oh, well, you know, we're going to redact this and we're going to redact that, and maybe you don't need this document, we're not really sure you do. They get to decide. I can't tell you the number of times that I've now spoken in the House and at PROC Committee, House and Procedural Affairs, where I've talked about this. This is like somebody in a courtroom, the accused, getting to tell the jury what evidence they get and don't get to see. That's literally what it is. The government is in a conflict of interest situation. They're under investigation, and they get to be the referee and arbiter of what investigators in the RCMP get to see. What this House said on June 10th was, you don't get to decide. Give them everything. Let them have full access to make the determination if there's criminal intent here. And don't buy it for a second, because I've heard this said in the last couple of days. The Liberals say, oh, the Auditor General looked at it and yes, found some conflicts of interest and some wrongdoing, and we're trying to get the money back, although no money's been returned yet. Won't give an update. I asked a committee a couple months ago, how many are you thinking about getting back? How many are you on? How many have you reached out to? No answer. Not a dollar, not an update, nothing. They're saying, oh, we're going to look after it and don't worry about it that way. And the Auditor General, there's no criminal intent there. Well, the Auditor General's mandate was not to examine criminal intent. It's the job of the RCMP to do that. So they're coming out and saying, oh, the Auditor General didn't find any criminal intent. That wasn't her mandate. It is the mandate of the RCMP. And as a Conservative member of Parliament, as a member of Parliament, as a Canadian that is sick and tired of the stonewalling and the waste and Liberal insiders getting ahead as it gets worse off for Canadians, it is tiring. It is tiring to have to keep telling this government, open up the books, open up the access to law enforcement to investigate and get to the bottom of this. They didn't learn it 20 years ago in the sponsorship scandal, and we're seeing on full display here today by their laughing and their ridicule at the beginning of my speech. They still don't take the waste of taxpayers' money, the misuse of taxpayers' money seriously at all. It is shameful. And again, I say at the end of the day, what's happening, Madam Speaker, is the longer and longer they stonewall and evade accountability, there's only so much runway. There's only so much runway, and it's getting shorter and shorter and shorter every day. Because Canadians are going to have their say. In a carbon tax election, I would love for that to kick off tonight, tomorrow, the next day or so. We tried within the last couple of weeks. The number of times, Madam Speaker, in the course of the last month, it's been a while, but particularly getting more intense. When I talk to folks in my part of Eastern Ontario, I visited parts of the GTA, many parts of this great country. People are saying, when are we going to have an election to have a say. They evade that as well. They claim all the wonderful things they're doing, how great life is, and how the carbon tax is no problem, and it doesn't matter. People want it to quadruple, they insist. And yet they won't go and have an election to let Canadians weigh in on it. When there's $400 million confirmed of being misused and misappropriated, of a circle of Liberal insiders approving money to each other, back and forth, years after whistleblowers come forward, not a dollar of taxpayers' money has been returned, and all we're saying is let the RCMP fully investigate so they can give an answer to Canadians. If charges of criminal intent is there, go through the judicial process. And the fact that we're sitting here and they are so desperate to avoid that, that they will allow this debate to continue and continue and continue for the simple reason that they just won't provide the accountability and the documents. After 9 years, after the endless scandals, after the endless ethics investigations and convictions, including the Prime Minister twice himself, Canadians have had enough. So what could end this is just providing the documents. If there's nothing to hide, if there's no criminal intent, if they did nothing wrong, give them the documents and it'll prove that. But the fact we are now a week where the government doesn't even seem to, they just shrug. A week without having government business as the NDP Liberal government together. They don't even care right now. They'd rather have it over and over highlighted again. They're stonewalling from accountability. The AG has looked at it. It's time for the RCMP.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, first, there are so many areas that I'd love to be able to address, but first let me start off by saying the so-called Liberal insiders. The member, if he's not aware, should be aware. The chair of SDTC, herself, Annette Verschuren, she was actually an advisor to Brian Mulroney and Stephen Harper. I understand she was actually a donor to the Conservative Party. That wouldn't classify as a Liberal insider. But anyway, Madam Speaker, if you take a look at what the member from Grande Prairie Mackenzie said, and that was, well, the RCMP can't get the information, so we have to get it for them. Now think about that for a minute. Are we saying that if there's any government agency, any bureaucrat that was out there, if there's any issues whatsoever, and we want to get it to the RCMP, just go to the Conservative Party. They will just hand over everything, unredacted. You want to talk about a blur in terms of judicial independence? They don't care what it is that the RCMP and the Auditor General are saying. They're more focused on character assassination and doing whatever it takes to precipitate an election than they are about Canadians. Shame on them.
Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas South Glengarry.
I love debating that member. Some days it's really easy. Okay, so he's saying now that on this side of the House, we want to expose corruption, and we want to make sure law enforcement in this country have full access to investigate criminal wrongdoing. And a case, we're here, this case, $400 million of taxpayers' money was given in conflict of interest cases. How dare the Conservatives do that? Guilty. I'll bet you're guilty on that one. They're trying to block their own investigation into their own wrongdoing. The reason we're having this debate, like, oh, the RCMP says they don't have all the information. Now, they should have it all. It's the government that's blocking it. And I'll just think about this, Madam Speaker. For the context here, we talk about history repeating itself. I mentioned the sponsorship scandal in the previous Liberal government. Let's go to this Prime Minister with the SNC-Lavalin. The number of times we've now heard from the RCMP that said they closed the investigation without laying charges because they didn't have all the information. The Prime Minister refused to waive certain confidences he hid behind in the situation with himself, in Jody Wilson-Raybould, and SNC-Lavalin.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Speaker, We're in a situation where the whole House has said this issue's serious, so let's send it to Proc, and the Conservatives have decided to stop the work of Parliament so they can carry on about all the Liberal crimes through the years, but it's all based on the fact of not having memory. I remember Brian Mulroney, who accepted cash in a paper bag in a hotel room, and the great parliamentarian Pat Martin said to him, Mr. Mulroney, Hell's Angels accept money in a brown paper bag in a hotel room. Drug dealers accept money in a hotel room in a brown paper bag. Former prime ministers don't. And the reason I mentioned Brian Mulroney is we now learn that Stephen Harper hit the taxpayers up for CERB payments. Now, we know how the Conservatives hated CERB. They didn't think that people who couldn't work should be given any help. But CERB was there for waitresses. It was there for maintenance workers. It wasn't there for Stephen Harper. So here's what Stephen Harper's associates, he claims that he offers the insight of a G7 leader to create value for clients. Now, do you think this grifter deserved money to survive the pandemic on the pension that he gets? So I'd like to ask the honourable member for the attacks that they waged against people during the pandemic.
Honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Yeah. So here's the interesting thing about the member for Timmins James Bay as they yell and again they heckle and attempt to distract here. We're talking about this case, the RCMP having full access to $400 million in document on a scandal of that magnitude. And here's the thing what the NDP says, and again, it's so typical. Over the course of the last couple of years, we've found out about this through committee work. This issue has already been discussed, and it's been the digging and digging and digging by Conservatives that have gotten the information. We called for the Auditor General to come in and do an audit and take a look at this issue that produced a report. But we've had public accounts, government operations, the ethics committee, we've had opposition day motions, we've had debates, we've had an Auditor General's report. And it's so NDP to back the Liberals up and say, no, they don't have to produce it, don't worry. Let's just send this to another committee, not another committee to produce the documents, to talk about it and study it. I'm going to argue, Madam Speaker, Canadians are done talking, Canadians are done studying and thinking about it. Canadians want the Liberals, like you just heard there, propped up by the NDP, trying to make every excuse in the book but talking about the issue. Just give all the documents to the RCMP so they can do a full investigation. The NDP and that member have lost their way if they're thinking otherwise.
And comments, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Yes, my colleague mentioned ad scam, the sponsorship scandal, and back then they still couldn't find $40 million after the Gomery inquiry. We had a gentleman who used to stand up every day asking, where's the $40 million? Now there's $400 million that are missing that we know of. So that was what happened in the $40 million in the last decade of darkness. Now almost a decade of darkness. Here is 400. On that trajectory, should the Canadian people ever make the mistake of putting a government like the Liberal NDP coalition in place again, what level can we expect of corruption at that time?
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Right, the $40 million that was there in the sponsorship scandal, $400 million today in their latest scandal. Inflation's been pretty bad, but that is pretty excessive, I would argue. 10 times the size as it was for the sponsorship scandal. The outrage that Canadians had when that money went missing, and here we have $400 million now. Fast forward to the next Liberal government, they never, ever learn. And the Liberals, that's just their code. That is baked into their history and their entitlement. The NDP, though, is the part that really frustrates me because they pretend to be in opposition and they're so sick of the corporate insiders, yet they're the ones for the last 3 years that have backed them up, including voting for the very program now under criminal investigation.
Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe the member opposite has misspoken himself. He said that the Prime Minister was hiding behind cabinet confidence in the case of Jody Wilson-Raybould and SNC-Lavalin. The Cabinet specifically waived all Cabinet confidences in relation to that matter to allow the people to speak, necessary witnesses to speak to that matter. I also recall reading the Gomery report, and the Gomery report concluded that there was no malfeasance, no wrongdoing on the behalf of any Cabinet Minister at that time. Thank you.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Well, the member can defend and say at SNC-Lavalin there was nothing there to see. The RCMP made it very clear that their investigation closed and they did not have access to everything that they wanted to see to do a full-scale investigation of that issue. That's the bottom line, and that's what happened. And here we are again of a massive corruption and spending scandal where, again, the Liberals are stonewalling and they are pretending to be the ones that should have the right to decide what the RCMP see. If they're so upset about the misspending, if they're so upset about the 186 cases, $390 million on conflict of interest cases alone, they should give all of the documents unredacted and full access to the RCMP so they can do it. If somebody did wrong, they should do the consequences.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're supporting the motion because we don't believe in supporting Liberal corruption, but we don't support Conservative corruption. And the most corrupt government in Canadian history, the worst financial managers in Canadian history, was the Harper regime. Unbelievably bad. And, Madam Speaker, at no point did Conservatives ever allow any investigation into the massive scandals, insider trading of the Conservative corruption that we saw over a number of years. Now, Madam Speaker, of course, the Conservatives laugh at this. They laugh at corruption. They laugh when insiders in the Conservative Party get their benefits. And we certainly have seen how lobbyists have taken over the Conservative National Executive and their campaign organization. So good luck with any grocery food price gouging being ended, because the Conservatives are embedded with lobbyists. But I wanted to ask my colleague, the ATS scandal was $400 million. Conservatives blocked any investigation. The G8 misspending, $1 billion. They shut down any inquiry. The Phoenix Pay system cost Canadian taxpayers under the Conservatives $2.2 billion. Conservatives refused any investigation. And $3.1 billion on anti-terrorism funding had no paper trail. Conservatives shut down the investigation. So the question is very simple. Do Conservatives apologize for all of their corruption and their misspending in the Harper regime?
A very brief answer from the honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
I had to check the seating chart to make sure that's a member of the NDP criticizing anybody else for the fact they voted confidence in this out-of-touch and tired government after 9 years. The $400 million under investigation, they voted for it, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, well, I believe the member for Humber Creek, Black Creek provided the title for this speech. Corruption, corruption, corruption. And the member for Edmonton Griesbach gave the theme and the reason for the whole debate, and that is to pay for the consequences of bad actions. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on the behalf of the industrious and innovating residents of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. And today we are debating a very important motion. The motion would direct the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to study the government's cover-up of their corruption at the Sustainable Development Technology Corporation. There's really not much actually up for debate. The facts are clear, well established. The former head of the Sustainable Development Technology Corporation, or SDTC for short, told the government that appointing a person who had received money from SDTC to be chair of the board was a bad idea. The government ignored the advice and appointed the Liberal donor anyhow. Then, to absolutely no one's surprise, the board started handing out grants to companies they had a stake in. Naturally, the employees at SDTC started to feel uncomfortable with the actions of the board. These employees carefully documented the conflicts of interest and followed the proper procedures for reporting to the ministry responsible for SDTC. These employees followed the rules and were granted a meeting with the deputy minister. The employees explained the situation. The deputy minister said it was worse than the sponsorship scandal, ad scam. He said the minister would flip his lid. Unfortunately, the deputy minister had placed too much faith in the minister. Rather than flipping his lid, the minister tried to put the lid on it. Of course, this government wants to cover it up. They were explicitly and directly and clearly warned that appointing this particular Liberal donor to the board chair was a problem. And not only did this government ignore the warning lights, It ignored the warning signs and the warning bells. The Liberals ignored all of it and appointed even more compromised people to the board. That's like warning a bartender to stop selling drinks to minors, then he gives them away for free. According to the Auditor General, there are at least $400 million tax dollars involved and 186 conflicts of interest that we know of. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, this isn't really a debate. Those are already the established facts. Just like the ruling that the Speaker issued, finding the Liberals had violated an order from this House to hand over the documents to the RCMP. Now the Liberals' junior partner is complaining that all of this is distracting the government from pursuing its socialist agenda. Once again, the NDP reveal they do not understand the role of Parliament is to hold the government accountable. This is our #1 job, and it's not just for opposition members. Every member not in cabinet is supposed to hold the government to account. Maybe if the Liberal backbench spent more time doing that and less time spreading conspiracy theories about hidden agendas on social media, this government might not be so badly out of touch. Madam Speaker, this motion is not distracting Parliament from its work. This is its work. If the issue is getting legislation passed, it's the Liberal cover-up and the Liberal corruption that's the problem. That and the NDP enablers. Enabling this corruption is the problem. Not pulling it out at the roots is the problem. Liberal corruption and incompetence is a real problem, and it impacts the lives of Canadians just as much, if not more, than any single piece of legislation before this House. The founder of an exciting technology company in my riding has informed me that he may have to move his company to the United States. He'll be taking the high-tech jobs they created with them. So there we have collateral damage. How much of that was lost that we know of? We have a productivity crisis making Canadians poorer every day. Yet the NDP Socialist Coalition is driving away exactly the types of companies we need to tackle this crisis. This government has spent the last 9 years piling straw onto the backs of small and medium-sized business. But for this particular company in my riding, it is SDTC. And this is why the government is holding the government accountable is so critical. Liberal corruption and incompetence will cost people their livelihoods. It doesn't matter if you're 80 kilometers from Ottawa or 800. Decisions taken here have an impact out there. The Liberals decided to appoint a donor to be the chair of the SDTC down here, and hundreds of jobs are lost out there. The only person who should have lost his job over the scandal at SDTC is the Liberal minister, whose lid remains firmly unflipped. I can see that calling for a Liberal minister to resign is being met with eye rolls across the aisle. And I know that when Liberals hear a Conservative calling for a minister to resign, they'll just dismiss it. They think we're just trying to score points, because that is, to them, the point of a parliamentary democracy. When a government makes a mistake, our job is to point it out. When something goes wrong in a department, the minister is supposed to resign. That way, a new minister can come in and clean house. Not only that, but the new minister is also strongly incentivized to keep a close eye on what's going on in their department. Yet I'd not wager a single current minister even knows half the programs being run underneath them. Jean Chrétien tried to kill the idea of responsible government in our country, but this Prime Minister, with his outspoken admiration of communist dictators, took it off life support and smothered it with a pillow. Common sense Conservatives will resurrect it. Will restore democracy, responsibility, and accountability. And those aren't just sound bites. As I mentioned earlier, this scandal has nothing to do with any of my constituents, yet some of them are paying the price for it. Had there been a minister who listened to the advice of the outgoing SDTC president, none of this would have happened. Good governance is good politics. By demanding accountability of our ministers, Conservatives get quality ministers. Better ministers are better at passing Conservative legislation and advancing Conservative policies. Bad governance is bad politics, and this motion is all the proof the Liberals need. None of this would be happening if the minister had done as his deputy predicted and flipped his lid. Everything that transpired at SDTC wasn't just predictable, it was actually predicted. This is a troubling pattern with these progressives. They're warned their bad policy will have a predictably and bad consequence, and then they accuse the policy critics of spreading disinformation. They pass the policy, it goes exactly as miserably as predicted, so they start to gaslight Canadians. Whether it's the Streaming Censorship Act, the News Censorship Act, or the Hug a Thug Act, the results are playing out as the critics expected. Less news, less choice, more crime, more chaos. Now, thanks to Liberal corruption and incompetence, Canada will have less sustainably developed technology. The kind of technology that saves lives. The kind of technology that boosts productivity. Developed by the kinds of companies that create jobs and pay taxes Liberals love to spend. Instead, after 9 long, scandal-filled years, all Canada has is more corruption, more debt, more taxes, and more crime. Oh, and thanks to the carbon tax pushing up the price of food, Canada now has more scurvy too. Yet all we hear from the Liberals is that everything is awesome. That may be true for the shrinking Liberal base of support, but for the rest of us, things are far more awful than awesome. Madam Speaker, this motion is a chance for the Liberals to turn their sinking ship around. Liberals will ignore this advice, but a little humility goes a long way with Canadians. Turn over the documents, sack the minister, and apologize to Canadians. You know, that's just common sense. And while I promised to be brief, there was one more element to this story. Regular viewers of my Facebook Live streams may recall this from last June. And to recap, SDTC gives grants and loans to companies developing green technologies. The Liberals had ignored advice from public servants warning them not to appoint Annette Verschuren as chair of the board of directors because Ms. Verschuren owned a company that was getting funding from the SDTC. But despite the warnings from the Liberals, she was appointed as chair. And shortly afterwards, Ms. Verschuren voted to give her company additional money. And she wasn't the only board member that was in a conflict of interest. Fortunately, employees did blow the whistle. The Liberals tried to sweep it under the table, but eventually it was reported to the Globe and Mail. The CBC did several stories on the issue, and it resulted in parliamentary hearings. Ms. Verschuren appeared at the committee, claimed she did nothing wrong, then resigned a few weeks later. Now, if you search Google, you can find dozens of media stories reporting all the details over several months. The Liberals appointed someone to lead an organization which hands out taxpayer money, and that person gave money to her own business in an obvious conflict of interest. So the legacy news media gave it appropriate coverage, Parliament investigated, and the Liberal appointee resigned. Now the legacy media like to point to this type of reporting and arguing that exposing this type of corruption is why the legacy news media is a pillar of democracy, and therefore they should receive taxpayer-funded subsidies. So the Liberals listened and have created a whole new slew of funding programs for legacy news media. One of those programs is the Local Journalism Initiative. This program gives media outlets money to hire a local journalist. This program is run by the news media lobbyists. The lobbyists then selected a panel of 7 people to be the judges on who gets the taxpayers' money. The judging panel reviews applications, selects recipients, and decides on funding allocations. And of the 7 judges, 5 are in blatant conflict of interest for having approved funding for their own media outlets. For example, one of the judges, Linda Solomon Wood, is the CEO and editor-in-chief of the National Observer. The National Observer received funding to hire 3 journalists. Most outlets only got funding for 1 journalist. So, just as with SDTC, we have a group of people in charge of handing out taxpayer money, and they're giving that money to their own companies. We have identical scandals, yet just one news outlet, Blacklock's reporter, has ever mentioned it. The entire legacy media has dropped a cone of silence over this scandal. And the reason they're all covering this Liberal corruption up is because even if they do not receive money from the program, they can profit from it. Part of the program requires that all these taxpayer-provided journalists must share their reporting for free. News outlets can access the database of free articles through the radical far-left outfit called Canada Press. By the way, one of the 7 judges is also the executive director of the Canadian Press. Now the government has released an evaluation of the Local Journalism Initiative. The Liberals give themselves an A+. But that's what happens when you hire the evaluators. More outside consultants were hired by Heritage's Evaluation Directorate to evaluate how well the government is doing at giving away taxpayer money to well-connected special interests. The people getting the government money surprisingly think Liberals are...
I have to interrupt the honourable member, who will have 4 minutes and 30 seconds when we next deal with this issue. Having reached the expiry of the time provided for today's debate, the House will resume consideration on the privilege motion at the next sitting of the House. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day, concurrence in committee report, resuming debate on a motion to concur in the 31st report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, Chronic Homelessness. Motion standing in the name of Mr. Nader.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm honored to rise on behalf of the good constituents of Edmonton Griesbach, who, like many of my colleagues' homes, are being ravaged by a very dangerous but predictable housing crisis. And I say predictable because, Madam Speaker, this is a crisis that was in the making. The Auditor General's report is clear several times over that there are serious issues relative to the National Housing Strategy and its current rendition. But how do we get here, Madam Speaker? This is an important piece to our dilemma today, and I want to speak about how we got here. It was consecutive federal governments, being Liberal and Conservative, from the time of the 1980s into the 1990s, that largely pulled out of new affordable housing, like the National Housing Strategy canceled in 1993 by then Prime Minister Paul Martin. But what are the implications of that loss? Nearly $2 billion annually that was cut from that period of time to today. That deficit, that pure capital deficit, infrastructure deficit, has been now downloaded to the Liberals' own admission to the provinces. And they say it's provincial jurisdiction. But, Madam Speaker, it hasn't always been that way. It hasn't been that way. That's certainly not the history of Canada, and that's not the history that so many who found affordable housing after World War II remember. That's not the history that so many who found housing co-op homes during the 70s and 80s remember it. They remember a federal government, and to the then, our earlier predecessors, to their credit, were able to see that in a market, in an economy that only had market housing, would result in the fact that those who could not afford a home would be homeless. Madam Speaker, what a shame that we could have predicted such a terrible crisis as far back as 1993. And to some of my colleagues, they'll find, I think, some humor in this, but there's two things that happened in 1993. One, the canceling of the nearly $2 billion of annual revenue from the National Housing Program that's seen people get into homes, whether that was co-ops or whether that was non-market homes. We've seen that happen, and we've seen it get canceled. The second thing that happened was I was actually born in 1993, Madam Speaker. What a reality in my entire lifetime to have experienced a federal government that doesn't want to get into the business of housing. What a shame to be a student of history, to then be born and learn of the fact that so many in this place could easily recall what happened in 1993. You know, and I have great colleagues in this place who remind me of that history from all sides, all the time. But I think what we're unanimous about, something that we all agree about, is that the federal government has a place in national housing. It does, Madam Speaker. The Auditor General said some damning things that it's worth noting. The report of public account that was published and released in November of 2023 suggested that Infrastructure Canada and Employment Social Development Canada, otherwise known as ESDC, did not know whether their efforts to prevent or reduce chronic homelessness were leading to improved outcomes. CMHC did not know who was benefiting from its initiatives. It continued to suggest that there are minimal federal accountability for reaching the National Housing Strategy target to reduce chronic homelessness by 50% by the 2027-2028 year. We don't know whether or not the investments that are made under the current National Housing Strategy will actually impact the number of those who are experiencing homelessness. Madam Speaker, that is a real shame because what we're seeing across the country is a significant growth. CMHC's definition of affordable housing, being 80% of market rate, is different than the government's recommendation of spending no more than 30% of income on housing. With rents soaring, this is increasingly difficult for many people. Madam Speaker, these are serious problems that are resulting in really serious issues. When we don't take serious our lack of ability to plan or foresee this crisis that originated, like I mentioned, as early as 1993 with the canceling of the National Housing Program that's seen nearly $2 billion of revenue lost annually for non-market and other social housing initiatives, of course there was going to be a gap. Of course we could have predicted this. From StatsCan, for example, or let me back up a little bit just to describe exactly who this is affecting. According to a point-in-time report from 59 communities, on any given night, 32,000, this is based in 2021 data, 32,000 people experience homelessness. This is a 12% increase since 2018. 12%, Madam Speaker, and this should break all of our hearts. I know if we can be unanimous in this House towards ending homelessness, it's truly achievable. But it takes a real effort to understand how we got here, but it also takes an incredible effort to understand that we have to go beyond some of the very partisan pontification that often happens in this place when we have the solutions in front of us. The great thing about the Auditor General's office and the great thing about the Public Accounts Committee isn't that it's a group of us from this chamber who are relegating or creating recommendations, but the Auditor General, who has an immense staff, an immense capability, and an immense integrity, who's able to not only review the information present to Canadians, like the statistics I just mentioned, but she's also offered real credible solutions that can fix some of these issues, like fair reporting. Imagine that. Imagine if we just reported fairly on the investments by CMHC towards the real number of those who are experiencing houselessness against the census versus those that cities collect, for example. This data is non-aggregated. This data is really difficult for a lot of those who are working in this space to actually find a target, but we do know it's increasing. On top of all of that, Indigenous people represent nearly 30% of those who experience homelessness each night, despite being just 5% of the general population. Madam Speaker, this is a point that personally touches me. I have a relative. He's passed on now. In 2019, he passed away on the streets of Edmonton. He died on the streets of Edmonton because he didn't have housing. He died there. He was a very good person. This is somebody that so many times, time and before, that people would walk by him on the streets. And even when I would go assist him and ask, "Uncle, what's wrong? Do you need anything? Can I get you something? Do you want a place to stay?" He would respond by saying, "I need to help those who are in my community. I need to help those who are living on the streets. A lot of these people are young people, Blake, are the member of Edmonton-Griesba, and we need them to know that we care about them. They have relatives on these places, and they know that they must have a chance to be seen as human." He did that work, but we need government to do that work now. We need governments to see these individuals as real human beings. Housing is a human right. New Democrats have been consistent in our message that there are rights, there are needs, and there are wants. The wants of Canadians, let's leave that up to the market. You want an Xbox? Sure. The free market should deal with an Xbox. I don't care. You Democrats support that. But what we don't support is when we treat a house, when we treat food, when we treat water like a commodity. Every single one of us need those things. You can't ever get a job if you don't get food, if you don't get water, and if you don't have shelter. Madam Speaker, these are some of the basic organizing principles of any country. Look after one another. Let's look after the people in our communities so that they may be able to fulfill the deep dreams that they have, which I know so many do and can contribute to our country. Imagine if the cure for cancer lived in the heart or the mind of someone who was houseless. And to know that we could not have the ability, we did not have a social safety net to pick them up and to make sure they can contribute to our great country is a real shame. It's a shame. I want to share a story of one of my constituents named Margaret. Margaret grew up in the Rat Creek neighborhood in Edmonton-Griesba. She is nearly 95 years old. She came from the Netherlands just after World War II, and she married a very, very brave and noble soldier from Edmonton. After the war, she came back to Alberta. She came back to Edmonton. But they didn't have a home. They found themselves living in the basement with another family, her husband's brother, and his family in the basement of the family home that he had grown up in, an overcrowded home. At that time, we've seen an unprecedented growth in Canada's population, a boom, which resulted in the many baby boomers that we call our parents and we call our grandparents. This was a generation that had to suffer very early on a very traumatic crisis of housing. But the government didn't relent and say, this is a jurisdictional problem for the provinces. They didn't say, well, they should just try to have to work a little harder and make a little bit more money because they obviously can't afford a four-market home. They said, we will make the conditions possible so that they may have a home, the Post-War Housing Corporation. Many may not be familiar with this anymore. The Post-War Housing Corporation was tasked with building the homes that, at the time, before the war, that were required for soldiers, whether they're in military bases or otherwise, so that they can actually have the means to have the sustainability towards the requirements of training in a military basis. After the war, these brave soldiers come home and have no homes, and the government creates the Post-War Housing Corporation. The Post-War Housing Corporation is tasked with building thousands of homes, particularly in my community of Edmonton-Griesba, where Margaret, living in the basement of her in-laws at that time, feared she would never have a house of her own. She was able to meet with me some months ago and recounted a story that I think would inspire many of those who are hoping to one day have a home too. She was found that the Post-War Housing Corporation was able to build thousands of bungalow units across Edmonton. Beautiful little homes that everyone cherishes. They are a mausoleum to our history, to our cooperation, but to what it means to live a good life, a humble life, and one where we take care of each other. She was able to spend $50 a month buying that house from the government, $500 down payment. Imagine that, Madam Speaker, how incredible that opportunity for her was. So she quickly moved from being in a position of not being able to see any hope to then being able to move into a home quickly, having 4 children, a loving husband. They lived right into their golden years, and that home still she lives in today. That was all because the government acted. The government decided to invest and decided to ensure that people had a home. This is what New Democrats are calling for still today. We believe in a country that can build the homes that people desperately need. Non-market homes, co-op housing, a variety of multi-generation homes that are now needed for our growing and differing population. These are solutions that can manifest into real hope for Canadians. Young people in particular, we often hear in this chamber, we speak about them so often, about their inability to ever get a home. It is true that many young people, and albeit many Canadians, believe that it's impossible now to get a home. But the other factor that's not being spoken about is the fact that we're losing homes. We're losing affordable homes. We're losing non-market homes very rapidly. And that is adding to the incredible challenge and largely the requirement of participating in the market. So if you're a single mom who is having a very difficult time, let's say you, like some people in our country, lose their job unfortunately, you miss 1 month's rent, the options for that person are dire. Reports suggest that most Canadians are just 1 paycheck away from losing their house. It can be nearly anyone. Chronic homelessness can be something we all experience, but it can also be something we all support to end, and something that we can actually re-engage and create hope for. If we created, for example, Madam Speaker, an affordable housing strategy that truly met the needs of Canadians, it would be one that invested in co-op housing, it would be one that invested in non-market housing, and it would be one that invested in transition homes and holistic supports for those who are experiencing chronic homelessness. In particular, that would mean Indigenous people who have been living largely on the streets at a rate of 30% for a very long time, some of them upwards of 12 years before they access a service. That's an incredibly long time and very difficult to try to support. But we have to do it, Madam Speaker. It means involving community. It means investing in holistic community cultural supports like language. It means understanding the deep impacts of intergenerational trauma, the realities of the impacts of residential schools and the 60s scoop on one's own ability to manifest a future where they see themselves in a home. And let me give an example of that. Many residential school survivors, particularly within Truth and Reconciliation Commission, have reported that they did not have the life skills upon exiting residential schools to truly ensure that they had the understanding and ability to have a household that would cherish and love their own children. Many residential school survivors report that they found it difficult to even speak the words "I love you" to their children because of the immense abuse and suffering that they faced in Canada's horrific residential schools. A place where they were not told who they were, where they came from, and whether they were loved. Madam Speaker, imagine the impact of that as a little child being boarded away in a big building without any role models to suggest that you deserve to be in a home, that you were loved, that you could even see that future for yourself. These are the people who are living on Canada's streets. These are people's relatives. These are Canada's consequences. We must have the courage to not just invest, but to truly listen and change how we do this work. Beyond that, Madam Speaker, we know there are solutions. The Homeward Trust, which is a fantastic organization, counted what we call the Homeward Trust by name list in Edmonton. They counted 4,011 people who are either unhoused or without stable housing, which is up 2,728 people since January alone. The CEO, Susan McGee, says, quote, "We have not seen this kind of month-over-month increase in any year prior." This is an emergency, Madam Speaker, that we must take seriously. And we're going to hear throughout the course of this discussion today, we're going to hear probably from my Conservative colleagues that the Liberals have failed. I'd certainly agree with that. We're going to hear the Liberals say that the Conservatives are going to gut and cut. The truth is in between both of these positions. Since the 80s, we've seen both of these parties conspire towards the very real rejection of social, co-op, or non-market housing, gotten out of the business almost nearly. It's a sad state of affairs when we know we can do this. When we have a country as wealthy as ours, we know we can afford to house everyone. But the very deep pursuit of pleasing the mega elites of the country, those particularly real estate investment trusts, the very unfortunate and real relationship that these groups, very large private investors, have with governments, consecutive governments, have put at risk the livelihood of Canadians. The 4,000 Edmontonians I just mentioned are at risk because they're not being heard. Instead, these large mega corporations are being told, you can get public money and you can make a profit if you build these homes. Now let's do the quick summary of that scenario. If you're a developer, public land comes up for sale. You get a great sweetheart deal on that land. You can now build whatever you want on it. The government says you should build some affordable homes, not even a majority, but you should build at least 30%, to which in many instances they're not even doing that at the very least. But in many instances they're using that access to public funds, public land, in order to build for-profit housing. And if your goal is to build for-profit housing, and if your goal is to make profit, and you have an option between two units, you can develop a small townhouse model that's modest at a decent rental cost or a decent purchase cost, or you can build a mega mansion and sell it for millions of dollars. If you're in the business of making money, you're going to build the mega mansion and sell it for as much as you possibly can. That is the story of Canada's national housing program today. To just give truckloads of money to these developers without any guarantee that they're going to actually build the homes people can afford. We've seen this time and time again. The Auditor General makes it very clear that she found it very difficult in her report to actually ascertain whether or not they had reduced any houselessness with the investments that they've made so far. In Edmonton, 51%, although the national average is 30%, but in Edmonton, 51% of homelessness is experienced by Indigenous people. 51%, although we make up just 5% of the population. It's a real shame, Madam Speaker. We know that Indigenous people in particular have the solutions to end this crisis in their own communities, whether that's innovation towards sustainable building products and new ways to build on reserve or off reserve, or whether that's ensuring that their workforce development programs that ensure young people have the training and skills to do the work themselves, get the lobbyists and the consultants out of the room, save some money, build more homes. That's what they want to do, but time and time again, we find it to be too difficult. Madam Speaker, we have the solutions to fix this crisis. The Auditor General gives us and points to us the very real issues present to it. We must have the courage to build the homes that people desperately need, non-market, co-op, and social housing. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I, too, share the passion that he has around the problem of homelessness and affordability, as does our government over here. We have, of course, been committed for the duration of our time in office to working towards resolving these issues, starting, of course, right from the get-go, but certainly through the National Housing Strategy, which, as the member mentioned, may have some deficiencies, and we're certainly interested in resolving those deficiencies. But we are supporting and keen to support the homeless population and provide affordable solutions across the country. We have done so in many ways. But we've also been supporting non-market housing and co-ops as well throughout the time, because we do believe the government needs to act and needs to be involved in this problem. Thank you.
Member for Edmonton, Grisba.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comment in relation to the Public Accounts Report on chronic homelessness. And I think to all of our benefit, it would be important for me to cite some of the important recommendations I found within the report. There's 4 of them, namely. The first recommendation to which I agree is that Infrastructure Canada must provide a report outlining several things, including estimates on emergency shelter use, its research plan, and timelines. These are incredible data points that if we want to project and see whether or not investments towards targeted relief programs are actually working, we need to know the results of those programs, and this is one of the clear ways that the Auditor General makes clear is important to her. Second, another report from Infrastructure Canada showing how many communities have implemented coordinated access for housing support services. Third, CMHC must provide a report outlining the housing needs of vulnerable groups and evidence these groups are receiving housing assistance. And finally, a joint report from CMHC and Infrastructure Canada indicating what measures are being taken to improve the coordination between federal departments and homelessness agencies. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to homelessness, I want to ask this NDP member about Conservative Bill C-356, the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act. Now, I suspect that there are some other measures not in this bill that the NDP would propose. However, it is odd to me that the NDP would have voted against this bill because it contains some very obvious common sense measures to require municipalities to set targets for the construction of new homes, to benefit from exceeding those targets and to be penalized if they don't meet those targets. What exactly in Bill C-356 from the Leader of the Opposition, the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act, what in that bill led this member and his NDP colleagues to oppose it?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that comment and an opportunity to comment on Bill C-356. My biggest problem with Bill C-356 is in relation to a portion of my speech which I mentioned was an accelerator to the housing crisis, which the bill itself codifies, which is using public land, land that taxpayers for generations have owned collectively and that we've all benefited from in terms of the public good it's provided. Those pieces of land should be used to build non-market homes, homes that people should be able to live in if they can't afford a market home. The market, the free market when it comes to housing, has access to almost a majority of lands in municipalities across the country. We're saying that it's important that we have a social safety net that provides housing for those who cannot afford it, whether you've lost your job, whether you're a single parent, or whether or not you've suffered economic times that have resulted in lower income for you. You shouldn't have to be homeless just because you lost your job. You shouldn't have to be homeless just because certain things outside of your control were made into reality. That is why it's so important to have public land, to have social housing on that land, to have co-op housing, to have non-market homes, so that those who can't afford it could get a roof over their head, that they can ensure that they have an opportunity to get back on their feet and continue to contribute to our society, to our economy. That's why I voted against that bill, because it would give access to rich developers, real estate investment trusts, billionaires, access to that land that they would turn into mansions that they would sell for profit.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to compliment the member from Edmonton Griesbach. He's been an extraordinarily effective spokesperson for housing in Edmonton and right across this country, very articulate in speaking to the needs that Canadians have for affordable housing in the midst of this affordable housing crisis. I wanted to ask him 2 questions. First off, we know that the Liberals gutted the National Housing Program 40 years back, and the reality is that has meant the crisis that we have today. Successively, Conservative and Liberal governments have simply ignored the issue of affordable housing, simply ignored putting in place all of the investments that are so critical to maintaining a housing stock. And so I wanted to ask him, what would the impact have been if the Liberals and the Conservatives hadn't gutted affordable housing funding decades ago? And then my second question is looking towards the future. If an NDP government is elected in the next election, what would that mean in terms of actually building affordable housing? How quickly would we be able to build the housing stock that would make that difference and ultimately result in every Canadian having a roof over their head at night?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from New Westminster, Burnaby, who is an incredible advocate for not only his community, but also for all Canadians in the fight for housing for all. I want to speak to the two questions in relation to the imagination of many Canadians, including myself, if these programs were not gutted. We can imagine, for example, the nearly 800,000 units that were sold off under the Harper government. Imagine those would still be here. They would have families in them. They would have people that can contribute to our economy rather than being on the streets. Let's go back even further. If in 1993 Paul Martin hadn't cancelled the national housing strategy, largely getting Canada out of the business of supporting those who don't have homes, we would have nearly $2 billion, maybe even more today, of revenue towards social housing, towards co-op housing, towards transition housing, that would actually see the problem not get worse, but we may have actually eliminated that problem by now. What an incredible feat. But, Madam Speaker, there's still hope. There's still a chance to get Canada back on track, to utilize the memory of many Canadians towards the great investments we've made for those who do not have homes. We can reinvigorate our economy. We can reinvigorate the imaginations of Canadians. We can rebuild optimism in our country if we just act. If we had a government that would take seriously the housing situation and not just offload the problem to rich developers like the Conservatives will, won't ignore the program like Liberals will, but a new Democratic government that would truly build affordable homes by ensuring we build affordable units, co-op units, non-market homes, and we would end this crisis.
Member for Mission Musgrave, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A question to the member from Edmonton. In his earlier comments, he talked about some of the programs where rich and wealthy developers were able to benefit from some of the federal programs. I don't completely disagree, but I'm wondering why then the New Democratic Caucus, along with their Liberal friends, voted for the Rental Construction Financing Initiative. This program accounted for over a third of all funds allocated under the National Housing Program. And in that program, there is no requirement for developers to offer below-market rental housing units after 10 years. So, and for the ones that are marked below the market rate, in many cases, like where I live in British Columbia, they're still not affordable for people. Does the member believe that this program could have done a lot more to help low-income working Canadians, and why did his party support it?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba in 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for what is a very good question, and my heart is with those in his community who are experiencing houselessness. I know it's a real tragedy that if we can find unanimous support towards the solutions that are offered towards building those very desperately needed social housing, then maybe and perhaps we would be able to solve this crisis. The reality, however, on the rental construction program is that we have this terrible dichotomy between Liberals that don't want to do enough and Conservatives that want to actually get more out of the business by cutting the programs that so many people rely on. So we're kind of stuck between this difficult situation, and we often hear from our constituents that this is an emergency and that we must invest what we can. The rental construction program could have been better. Imagine if we required, for example, something Democrats fought for, a requirement to ensure that portions of those rental units were going to be below the market rate, but in addition, also would be different items that could relate to its ownership framework. So after 10 years, one could either dispose of those assets, one could transform those assets, or in other ways could transfer those assets to provincial or municipal governments or non-profit agencies. What would be the solution to that problem that's made within the rental construction program would be an acquisition fund. Imagine if we had an acquisition fund, $5 billion, that would allow non-profits to buy those rental units at a reduced cost because those rental units are subsidized. For example, Boyle Street Community Services in my city of Edmonton, if they had a chance to buy it, they'd...
Well, we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Mission Musgrave, Fraser County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess we're into our fourth week here in Ottawa since the summer recess of this chamber. Over the summer, like many people here, I spent a large amount of my time door knocking, reconnecting with my constituents, and indeed British Columbians across my province. Irrespective of where I went in British Columbia over the summer, two issues came up every single time. One, I can't afford to live here, and two, the cost of living has gone up so much. And I separate those two because while on the second point, it's about groceries, car payments, insurance, et cetera, just the general cost of life. And then on shelter, just the exorbitant costs that British Columbians are faced with, and I will argue is probably more acute where I live in the Fraser Valley and in the broader Vancouver region, Lower Mainland, that people are faced with. So some of the questions I heard from young Canadians, or some of their comments, is, what did I do wrong? What did my kids do wrong? Why is there no pathway for the life that I envisioned when I was growing up in British Columbia? You know, I was talking to a colleague earlier today, and we were reflecting on when we graduated from university in the around 2007-06, and what prospects we had for owning a home in the Lower Mainland, even in Vancouver. Back then it was still affordable. And today, you can be earning a six-figure salary, living in Abbotsford, barely able to cover your rent and your basic necessities. I never thought in my wildest dreams we would come to a place in Canada where a six-figure salary would no longer necessarily be enough to raise a family. But let's break that down. So if you're taking home $6,000 or $7,000 a month after your taxes and any pension contributions on that salary, maybe a little bit less. Say you're making between $5,000 and $6,000 a month or maybe a bit more on a $100,000 salary. Right off the bat, you're going to be putting $3,500 of that to rent a house or a unit that will allow you to have kids. After that, you're going to have your car payment, your Fortis payment, your natural gas, your cell phone bill, and then of course your groceries, and then clothing. If you're living on a salary of around $100,000 a year, it's not necessarily enough to get by if you're starting out today. That is the sad reality of living in Canada right now. And it doesn't have to be that way. It wasn't like that before. Many Canadians surmise that the Canada I once knew no longer is there. I don't know what happened. It happened so quickly. Was it during the pandemic? Was it afterwards? But I did what I was told. I went to BCIT. I went to UFE, SFU, UBC to get that degree. I landed that first job, maybe even working for government or a small business, and I thought that the money I would be making right now would be enough to save up for a down payment, to start a family, and to live the life that I always wanted to live. That dream in British Columbia is dying at an alarming rate. In fact, I'm 40 years old, and I have friends that I grew up with. Some of them just didn't get in soon enough before housing costs skyrocketed in 2016, and then again at 2019 at such an alarming rate. And they're wondering, well, I've got this great job, my kids are in school, but you know what, I just don't have that security of home ownership. Alberta or the Maritimes are looking a lot better today than they did 5 years ago. Madam Speaker, British Columbia is about the most blessed place that you could ever imagine. We have the best agricultural land found anywhere in the country, in the Fraser Valley and in the Okanagan Valleys or in Cowichan Valley on Vancouver Island. We have natural resources in forestry, in liquefied natural gas, and in mining that are essential to the security and well-being of all Canadians. Yet British Columbians aren't profiting from the wealth of our province. There are so many factors that led to this. But most importantly, the housing market that has gone and it's accelerated at a rate that young people that grew up in the province, they just couldn't keep up with the market changes that happen so quickly. For many years, we tied it to the role of foreign buyers. The Conservative Party put forward a platform commitment to ban foreign buyers. The New Democratic Party put in a satellite tax for people not making money yet taking advantage of the generous social programming we have in our province. Yet the young person staying here today, the young nurse working at the Abbotsford Regional Hospital who did everything right, doesn't care about all the different variables. The only thing she's thinking about is, when can I start a family, when can I settle down, and when can I live a reasonable life that I should get as a British Columbian, as a Canadian who followed all the rules. Well, I guess our social contract right now seems a little bit broken. Part of the reason that it is broken, though, relates to small businesses. The majority of Canadians are actually employed by a small business. Businesses with 1 to 19 employees employ 5.2 million Canadians. And in 2023, small businesses reported lower revenues compared to 2022, and in 2024 remain less optimistic than larger businesses in respect to their viability moving forward. In fact, 3 in 10 businesses in the 1 to 19 category reported lower revenues in 2023 compared to 2022. I would suggest that the numbers in 2024 may not be too different. So if our businesses don't feel that they can offer salaries and paychecks at a rate that is tied to the cost of living, then young people aren't going to want to stay and work in those positions. And if you work in public administration or in healthcare, the government can't afford to give you a salary that keeps pace with the rampant inflation that we've seen as well. So again, young people are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. And I know for a future Conservative government, we've got some big challenges to address this problem, to create powerful paychecks again and give these young people hope. Because right now, they don't know what we're going to do, what they're going to do. And that's a problematic place to be. So some of the things, though, that we could be focusing on that we haven't addressed, and I think there's broad unanimity in Parliament to address the number one thing that hasn't been addressed yet is housing supply. Yes, in my previous question in tonight's debate, I talked about the Rental Construction Financing Initiative, but there has been an historical amount of money allocated to building homes in Canada. Unfortunately, we haven't seen those homes be built yet. So in the report that we're discussing tonight, they talked about hearing from Infrastructure Canada. Infrastructure Canada working with CMHC to address the real challenges that young people are facing in our country. And I think those are good recommendations and good points to follow up on. One of the things the Conservative Party wants to do is tie future infrastructure dollars to the number of new homes being built. Across the board, the number one thing I think all governments recognize needs to happen is we need to build a lot more homes. Parliament is only one portion of a level, or one level of government that needs to play an active role in this, but an important one, because we hold the federal taxation power, and it is the federal government that funds a large portion of all infrastructure in Canada. So I believe that when the federal government starts signaling in real and concrete ways, hey, municipalities, until you start permitting more, until you start being more efficient with the taxpayer dollars that you collect through property taxes and development cost charges, we're not going to give you the infrastructure dollars until you build the homes that young people need. I think we need to start with that. And it's not just me saying it. Rami Bowers, the president of CMHC, has said it again and again. I think every economist in the country understands that if we do not get a handle on supply, we're not going to meet the objectives of young Canadians. We have to meet the objectives of young Canadians. The Conversation reported that Canada's housing market is among the most unaffordable, with one of the highest house price to income ratios among OECD member states. And just to note, housing prices soared over 355% between 2000 and 2021, while median nominal income only increased by 113%. Home ownership is increasingly precarious. And if you're like me and you're talking to your baby boomer parents or their friends, us millennials, when we say it's so much harder to get a home, and they say, well, you just got to pull up your bootstraps and get that second job. Well, no. Today in British Columbia, in the Fraser Valley or Lower Mainland, it's going to take on average about 25 years just to save up for a down payment to purchase your first home. I think some of the cheapest homes in the community island, if you're looking at a single detached or even for a townhouse, it's easily going to be over $600,000, probably $7. And for a single detached home, if you can still get one, it's like $1.3 or $1.4 million today. Even if you're making a six-figure income right after graduating from one of our universities or trade schools, you're not going to be able to afford to get into the market. That needs to change, and supply needs to be a central component. One of the biggest challenges we face, however, related to supply is the fact, again, going back to our businesses, is that insolvencies have increased year over year. And in the last report from Statistics Canada, there's been a 9,000 decrease in the number of businesses in Canada, but most notably in the construction sector. So until we start doing something to change business confidence in Canada, we're not going to see more homes built, because right now, be it the capital gains changes, the CPP and EI tax increases, the red tape that small businesses face, that we're not going to see more people start businesses in the home building construction sector, because right now they don't see a path to profitability like they used to in Canada, despite the growing need. So we have to change things on housing. We have to change things on the number of homes we're being built and how businesses feel that they can operate in the economy today. I would be remiss in my time if I just didn't quickly touch upon homelessness, because the biggest consequence of not building enough homes is that people are falling between the cracks more and more. Across Canada, in October of 2023, there were more than 30 homelessness encampments spread out across the Halifax regional municipality. By July 2024, the number of homeless had risen to 1,316, a 30% increase in just 9 months. Government data estimates that there are some 235,000 homeless people across the country, but that is only counting people who access shelters, said Cheryl Forchuk, a professor at Western University in Ontario. In some cases, even our refugees is leaving Ukrainian evacuees homeless in Calgary. Agencies have said that they have found newcomers sleeping on the streets, at the airport, or at homeless shelters because nothing else is just available. Toronto's shelter system has seen a 283% rise in violence over the last decade due to overcrowding and inadequate mental health support. The PBO has outlined that the number of chronically homeless people has increased by 38% relative to 2018. Habitat for Humanity noted that 61% of young Canadians aged 18 to 34 are concerned about their ability to pay their mortgage or rent over the next 12 months. 28% of Canadians said they are considering moving not only out of British Columbia, but out of our country for greater affordability. That was outlined by RE/MAX in their fall 2024 market housing outlook that just came out on September 3rd of last month. And a new survey suggests stalled construction projects are holding up the delivery of at least 25,000 homes across Quebec. The figure potentially represents just a fraction of the true number of blocked units, since just 42 of the association members responded to the survey related to housing construction in Quebec, and that was reported in the Globe and Mail on October 31st of last year. regarding some of the government's responses to this, the Housing Accelerator Fund, I think this has been a big failure. After giving Toronto $471 million, they increased development cost charges by more than $20,000. Those costs are passed down on to first-time home buyers and others alike. After giving Ottawa $176 million, Ottawa increased their development charges by 11 and 12%. In Vaughan, they were given $59 million to reduce red tape, and within a year increased development charges by 25%, or nearly $40,000. Mississauga increased development charges by over $10,000 within a year of receiving $112 million from the Liberals under the Housing Accelerator Fund. And Abbotsford, my community, is proposing to increase development cost charges by 53%, $25.6 million, despite receiving $25.6 million from the Housing Accelerator Fund. So I guess my next point, Madam Speaker, is that municipalities can't be putting their bureaucracy and red tape onto the buyers that need more affordable homes, and the government has to put stricter conditions on funds like the Housing Accelerator Fund if they're going to access federal dollars. One of the other consequences of our precarious housing market is the use of food banks. The need for food banks in British Columbia has never been greater than it is today. With 382,000 British Columbians living in poverty, according to the Market Basket measure, BC currently has the second highest poverty rate in the country. And this number includes 40,000 children in low-income families and 36,000 seniors. In my own riding of Mission, it's reported that over 5,000 people access the food bank each month in a town of 46,000 people. 38% of those people are under the age of 18. Archway Community Services, also serving my riding, reports that Abbotsford can no longer meet the demands for increased food bank usage, urgently looking for more space to fill donation bags and give children especially nutritious food. Food Bank Canada's 2024 poverty report shows that almost 50% of Canadians feel financially worse off compared to last year, while 25% of Canadians are experiencing food insecurity. On top of this, Food Banks Canada reported that the cost of living has become so high that food banks have seen a 50% increase in visits since 2021. As a direct consequence of this Liberal government's inflationary spending and taxes, millions of Canadians are struggling to keep their heads above water. New research from the Salvation Army shows that nearly a third of Canadians continue to feel pessimistic about their future and their personal finances, while 25% of Canadians continue to be extremely concerned about having enough income to cover their basic needs. For this reason, Food Banks Canada downgraded the government's grade from a D in 2023 to a D- in 2024. Canadians desperately need relief, but this Liberal government is no longer listening. Last month, the Prime Minister decided to hike his carbon tax again, which is going to again increase the cost of food. So in conclusion, as food security worsens in this country, Conservatives are going to continue to call for an election to axe the carbon tax, to build more homes, to fix the budget, and an issue I didn't even touch upon tonight, to stop the crime. The Canadians I met with this summer at the doorstep reflect some of the damning statistics I listed off this evening. That is, I followed all the rules in Canada. I did what I was supposed to do, but the Canada I once knew is not the Canada today, and I don't feel that I can get ahead in my province or in my country like my parents' generation could. Madam Speaker, for us on this side of the House, for Conservatives, we want to give young people a future again. We want to provide them hope, and right now they just don't feel that, and we need to work to call an election, to have a carbon tax election, and bring Canadians the affordability and change to restore hope once again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. I'd like to suggest to the member that it is incorrect to think of this as a new problem. One of the first meetings I took as a new MP back in 2016 was from people who said we can't afford to buy a house. And that is one of the reasons why we as a government put together all the means and the studies and the money to undertake the National Housing Program. It's also true that the housing costs increased during the previous administration. Not only the Harper years, but certainly the Martin Chrétien years, but also in the previous administration of that, the Mulroney years. The Mulroney years, housing prices went up dramatically. This is not a problem of government. This is a problem much more systemic than that, much more broad than that. And it's unrealistic to expect that sweeping in with a new government and great new ideas is going to fix these underlying systemic problems.
The honourable member for Mission, Massacre Fraser.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for his question. I will push back that the government allocated around approximately $100 billion to make housing more affordable, but despite these record investments, we didn't see the homes built that Canadians need. And government does indeed have a role to play. One of the leading reasons why homes are not being built is, number one, red tape and permitting processes at the municipal level. Number two is access to workers to build the homes we need. And number three, I would say, is the businesses to do that work to build the homes we need as well. So I believe that the government could have designed their programs more effectively, and they could have pushed municipalities to push for more density in the period of time that they've had in office. They haven't even mentioned pushing for densification or tying infrastructure dollars to the number of housing starts until the last few months, even though it's well known that these are some of the key things that we can do to increase supply.
Member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And I think that we do share a lot in common in terms of the problem. The problem is clear, whether it's in British Columbia or Alberta or here in Ontario. Canadians can't keep up with the cost of their mortgage or the cost of rent. But I think we differ in terms of the solution. The solution, I would agree with him that the Liberals have spent a lot of money, but they've spent that money giving it out to large corporations like real estate investment trusts and other groups that build for-profit homes and sell those homes for profit. So we lose that public inertia, which should go to public good. Any public spending should go to public good. In this case, the Liberals' housing strategy is public money for private good. The Conservatives, their solution is more of the same of the Liberals' approach. So rather than investing, however, you would still require municipalities or real estate investment trusts to build the homes that people could afford, but they're not going to do it. Their objective is purely profit. How can the members square the circle that selling off public land to rich developers is in any way different than giving those same developers a boatload of money or a boatload of public land? The result is the same. Canadians have no homes, and we need to have the courage to actually speak about non-profit and social housing. Could the member speak to those 2 points?
The honourable member for Mission, Massacre Fraser.
Well, in respect to the future objectives of a Conservative government, I will note that I believe in terms of the future that we can do a lot more to see housing starts improve drastically in Canada without actually spending any additional dollars. And that's going to take leadership, and it's going to take a federal government that's willing to incent municipalities to improve processing times to get more homes built quickly, and then tie housing starts to infrastructure dollars for other matters. The federal government also has a role to signal, in respect to the Housing Accelerator Fund, where all these big municipalities took federal money and then, in addition to that, put more taxes onto the backs of home buyers. We can stop all those things as well. In respect to the comment about federal lands, I believe that the Treasury Board can establish efficient guidelines to ensure that people that are purchasing land from the federal government to build housing are subject to criteria that ensure that it is being used for the best purposes of all Canadians. Maybe even in some cases, those funds are used for cooperative housing or different societies that want to help people suffering from addiction. So we can do a lot more if we put the proper parameters in place. My argument today is that this government never did.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Even in opposition, Conservatives have put solutions before the House on addressing the housing crisis. One of them is Bill C-356, the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act. And I am perplexed by the fact that all other parties voted against this common sense piece of legislation. I asked the NDP tonight why they had opposed this bill, and they said they had certain objections to the section about selling off federal lands. But notably, the section on selling off federal lands in this bill does not prescribe particulars around what kind of housing would be constructed there. It doesn't contain limitations on additional policies that might be put in place around that. It simply says that a report would need to be tabled on an inventory of public buildings and land, identifying land suitable for construction, and to propose a plan to sell at least 15% of any federal buildings, and that all land would be appropriate for housing and construction subject to certain exceptions, and requires the Minister of Public Works to place these properties on the market within 12 months of tabling the report. It doesn't contain any of the sort of strictures or necessary implications that the NDP have applied. It simply talks about making buildings and land more available. On that basis, I don't see any credible reason why the other parties would have rejected this common sense proposal that Conservatives have already put forward the House. Does the member have any insight why they would have voted against this common sense piece of legislation?
The honourable member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And indeed, I am baffled that the Liberal NDP government did not vote in favour of some of the measures in here, because now, after our leader tabled the bill, they're trying to steal some of his policy measures and take credit for them, namely that cities must increase the number of houses built by 15% each year and have that compounded. In addition to my colleagues' comments from Sherwood Park, the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act would actually provide 100% GST rebate on new residential rental property for which the average rent payable is below market rate. So imagine a housing society or a group of concerned Canadians in a community want to do something to build a new addictions treatment center. The government would actually incentivize that through GST rebates to get the type of housing Canadians need right now, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to have an opportunity to reply to some of the concerns related to the NDP's position on the Conservative housing program proposal. Yeah, listen, in an ideal world, a group of concerned Canadians would come together and maybe access the 100% GST, but the reality is, if you're going to be selling public land, that goes to the group that is the highest bidder. If you think that a real estate investment trust that's buying up now 20%, the latest report suggests, 20% of all land is owned by real estate investment trusts, the problem actually lies in the market. So relying on the market to be the solution or incentive to why people should build homes in land that they can't afford is a silly proposition. And so what I'm suggesting to say is the more reality, the realistic approach to the Conservatives' plan would actually allow the most wealthy among us, billionaires, to outbid your neighbor for something that they want to buy. And to top it all off, the Conservative plan would give them, they just mentioned it, 100% GST tax break. So the GST tax break goes to the billionaire that buys the public land. So the people are out both public land, they can build an affordable unit, and they're out the opportunity to collect revenue for real programs and services. That's why we're opposed to it. Madam Speaker, would the member comment on the importance of investing in social housing that isn't on the market to avoid the program that the Conservatives' bill would propose? Our solution to build affordable housing on public land would actually put people in homes. Does he support it?
The honourable member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I'll reiterate the point I made to the member from Edmonton-Griesbach. Under a Conservative government, we would have put in place effective due diligence measures established by the Treasury Board to ensure that those purchasing federal lands would do so in a way that would serve the broader public interest. Point number one. And in respect to the difference between a Conservative government and the New Democrats, well, the New Democrats would probably do more of the same. Big, flashy announcements with dollars, but not the requisite follow-ups and checks like we've seen from this NDP Liberal government over the last 10 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address the House this evening. Of course, for a number of days now, this House has been seized with debate over another scandal in the NDP Liberal government. It's been seized with a question of privilege because the government is refusing to hand over documents that it has been ordered to hand over by the House. But tonight we are proceeding with concurrence debate, that is, debate on whether the House should agree with the 31st report of the Public Accounts Committee. And this is a very important report that deals with the issue of homelessness. Madam Speaker, before getting into the particulars of the report, I think it's important to reflect on where we are as a country. Because for a long time in Canada, we had a deal, we had an understanding that if you worked hard, you played by the rules, and you worked to serve your community to advance the common good, that you would be able to live a healthy, happy, comfortable life. But sadly, as a result of policies pursued by this NDP Liberal government over the last 9 years, that deal is now broken. As we turn to the issue of homelessness tonight, to the issue of issues of poverty that surround homelessness, more and more Canadians are struggling who never would have expected to be in this position before. People who spent their lives giving to food banks are now receiving from food banks as a result of changes in their situation that result from decisions, actions, policies by this NDP Liberal government. Now, the Public Accounts Committee has a mandate to study and review reports of the Auditor General, and the Auditor General analyzes various programs and policies of the government to see if they are meeting their stated objectives. It's not the Auditor General's role to make sort of a priori determinations of the good of what a particular policy should be, but rather it's the Auditor General's role to determine whether particular programs are lining up with the stated objectives, whether they are doing the things that they are supposed to do, whether they are measuring the things that they are supposed to do, whether actions of government accord with policies and objectives that have been put in place. And I've had the opportunity to serve on the Public Accounts Committee. I'm not currently a regular member, but I'm nonetheless there often, and I was a member of it previously. And what we found, reviewing reports of the Auditor General, is her consistent disappointment with this government failing to measure up in their actions with their stated objectives. They talk a good game about a lot of things, but they fail to follow through. They fail to deliver results. And we see this time and time again with reports that come before the Public Accounts Committee, with the fact that the government is not meeting their stated objectives, they're not measuring or following appropriate policies in the process. And if you take sort of a macro look at what this government is all about, what the problem has been over the last 9 years, I think it's that we have a government fundamentally that believes it's the thought that counts. They want to express that they care. They want to put in place policies and frameworks that have names that sound good, that exude a sentiment of solidarity. But they are disinterested in whether these programs actually deliver results. They believe that it's the thought that counts, but we believe that it's the results that count. You can have a policy that sounds good, but if it doesn't actually deliver positive outcomes, then what's the point? It's not the thought that counts, it's the results that count. Moreover, we hear often from this government that you can read whether or not they care about an issue into how much money they spent on an item. They'll tell you, we're spending more on this, we're spending more on that. And that's I think, supposed to be sort of a proxy for or a demonstration of their concern for a particular issue. We're supposed to read into the fact that they're spending a bunch of money on something under a particular policy heading, that they care about those kinds of issues. But what Canadians are really interested in is the results. if they're spending more on something, but the results are worse, then quite obviously people are worse off than they were before. I think what Canadians care about, particularly now when so many people are struggling, is not the good thoughts or the good intentions or even the amount of money that's spent, but they care about the concrete results and how it impacts their lives. As Canadians are struggling, they're reflecting on the fact that you can't eat a good thought, you can't live in an announcement, and a good intention won't keep you warm at night. This is the problem with the situation presided over by this NDP Liberal government, that despite their desire for you to conclude that it's the thought that counts, Canadians are realizing that you can't eat a good thought, you can't live in an announcement, and good intentions won't keep you warm at night. Now that brings me to the particulars of the 31st report of the Public Accounts Committee, which is extremely damning in its assessment of the government's performance when it comes to the issue of homelessness. I'll just read at the beginning of the report the key findings of the Auditor General. The key findings are that Infrastructure Canada and Employment and Social Development Canada did not know whether their efforts to prevent and reduce chronic homelessness were leading to improved outcomes. They didn't know whether what they were trying to do was actually leading to better outcomes. That's incredible, man. Next, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation did not know who was benefiting from its initiatives. And the third point, key findings. There was minimal federal accountability for reaching the National Housing Strategy target to reduce chronic homelessness by 50% by the 2027-2028 fiscal year. Incredible. The government's much vaunted housing strategy, and we find that the government literally doesn't know if their efforts to prevent and reduce chronic homelessness are leading to results. They have no idea. They can't claim that they're producing good results because, according to the Auditor General, they simply don't have that information. They're not tracking. They didn't know, according to the CMHC, didn't know who benefited from these initiatives, and there was minimal accountability for reaching the targets in their national housing strategy. That is extremely damning. So we've got a government that loves to talk about the fact that they have a national housing strategy. Look, we've got this great announcement, this great statement, this great framework, but they're not even assessing or measuring the results. They don't have basic information. They're not tracking whether their efforts actually produce good outcomes. So you can only conclude from hearing the way they talk and then looking at the Auditor General's reports that they really believe that it's only the good thoughts that matter. They think it's the thought that counts instead of the results that count. And it's time we have a government in this country that is authentically concerned about the well-being of Canadians, that is concerned about the results of the policies that they produce. Is focused on virtue, not virtue signaling. Is focused on what happens to Canadians, not on wrapping themselves in the aura of, look at how we are showing we care through announcements, through expenditures, and yet are not tracking the results. So we have a damning report from the Auditor General of 9 years of failure on housing. And of course, Canadians didn't need to hear this report to know that this government is failing on housing. Canadians know that the deal that has defined our country, the deal that hard work leads to opportunity, has been broken under this government. Canadians know that the price of rent, the price of housing is way up, the price of food is way up, that life is becoming less affordable as a result of policies pursued by this government. A failure to support the construction of new housing, the carbon tax that has made food less affordable, inflationary spending in general, government spending far outstripping anything we've seen in this country before, more than doubling the national debt. These are concrete policies that are having concrete negative impacts on our national life. So it's time we have a government that is focused on virtue, not virtue signaling, that cares about good results, over good thoughts. And in that spirit, Conservatives have not only begun to plan for an alternative government, but we have concretely put before this House, in this Parliament, proposals to address the housing crisis right now. And a more wise and more humble government would have adopted these proposals, but sadly they have not. Conservatives put forward Bill C-356, a comprehensive plan to addressing the housing challenges facing our country. This was put forward by the Leader of the Opposition. And this is Bill C-356, the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act. And for those following at home, you can actually find the key recommendations in Bill C-356, also in the Conservative supplementary report at the back of the 31st report of the Public Accounts Committee. These are common sense recommendations that I think any reasonable person would find worthy of support. And yet all other parties in this House voted against it. It doesn't make any sense to me why members of the NDP Liberal coalition would reject this common sense plan. Of course, if there are particular details that they wanted to adjust slightly, they could have supported it at second reading and proposed those amendments at committee. But they didn't just vote against particular provisions at a later stage. Even if they thought it was imperfect, they were willing to throw it out wholesale. I don't think it's imperfect. I think it's an excellent bill and could have been adopted in its present form. But just to say that NDP Liberal members who are quibbling about details could have supported it to go to committee at least, but they didn't. They rejected the principle of the bill. So, what is in this bill? First, it calls for the establishment of a target for the completion of new homes in high-cost cities that increases 15% every year and ties federal infrastructure funding allocated to high-cost cities to that target. Essentially, municipalities have a target for new home construction. If they exceed that target, they get a bonus. If they fail to meet that target, they lose out on some federal funding. It's using federal funds to stimulate municipalities to take action to build more homes, to allow the construction of more homes in their community. It creates an incentive for municipalities at the local level to remove red tape that prevents new home construction. It's not prescriptive on how they do it. It respects the principle of subsidiarity, allowing local decision-making around development, but it sets vitally necessary targets in order to move us forward in the direction we need. That is building more homes in this country. The bill provides for the reallocation of $100 million from the Housing Accelerator Fund to municipalities that greatly exceed housing targets. That's about rewarding municipalities that exceed their target. Next, requiring that federal transit funding provided to certain cities be held in trust until high-density residential housing is substantially occupied on available land around federally funded transit projects stations. In other words, Madam Speaker, if the federal government is putting money into a big transit project, it's common sense that we would expect that there be substantial new housing built around those transit stations. That's a reasonable thing for the federal government to expect in the process of providing this funding. We wouldn't want to see big new transit projects that were not associated with people being able to actually live at and around where those transit stations are. Next, this bill would make it a condition for certain cities to receive federal infrastructure and transit funding that they not unduly restrict or delay the approval of building permits for housing. This bill would amend the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation Act, the National Housing Act, and the Excise Tax Act in order to eliminate executive bonuses unless housing targets are met and reduce executive compensation if applications for funding new housing construction are not treated within an average of 60 days. Bonuses should be based on results, Madam Speaker, something that, again, this government doesn't seem to believe. They think it's the thought that counts. Conservatives believe it's the results that count, which is why we will tie any bonuses to the achievement of real outcomes. This bill would provide a 100% GST rebate on new residential property for which the average rent payable is below market rate. This is a specific incentive around average rent being below market rate. I think there was some confusion about that earlier in the debate, so I think that's important to clarify. And then finally, this is apparently the point that the NDP took issue with, that is requiring the Minister of Public Works to table a report on the inventory of federal buildings and land to identify land suitable for housing construction and to propose a plan to sell at least 15% of any federal buildings and all land that would be appropriate for housing construction subject to certain exceptions. In addition, require the Minister of Public Works to place these properties on the market within 12 months of tabling the report. So this is what the NDP objected to. They said, well, Conservatives are proposing that we sell public land and public buildings for housing. And they said, well, we can't do that because then it would be wealthy people and corporations that would buy these homes or buy these lands, and well, we can't have that. Well, Madam Speaker, the point is not that we would give these lands away, but that we would sell them and in the process promote the construction of new homes people could live in. As part of the plan, the point is you have to make more land, more space available, because we have a problem in this country that we're not building nearly as many homes as we did back in the 1970s when we had far fewer people. We're not building homes in general to keep up with demand. So obviously, if you have supply not growing to keep up with demand, that's going to lead to higher prices. So we need to increase the supply overall. This bill, as I read off, does contain provisions specifically around below market rent. But part of the solution has to be increasing the housing supply in general. That's just basic economics. Basic economics that other parties don't appear to appreciate or understand. So if we had passed this bill, we could have begun the work right away of substantially increasing the supply of housing in this country, which would have led to more housing affordability. And we didn't wait for an election. We put this bill before this House, and yet the NDP and the Liberals, they voted against the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act. So, Madam Speaker, it's not the thought that counts, it's the results that count. Let's look at the results. Not the announcements, not the spending figures. Let's look at the results. Canadians are struggling. Housing costs are way up, rent is way up, the price of food is way up, and crime is up as well. And these changes are the result of policy decisions made by these governments. Fundamentally, the Liberals are not working. Their agenda is not working. They are not attentive to the impacts that their agenda has had on Canadians. And this is why we need a new government in this country that will rigorously hold itself and the entire apparatus of the federal government will hold itself and that apparatus to the achievement of results. That will focus not on good thoughts and good intentions, but on good results. That is, on the common good. We will replace this NDP Liberal government that has failed to deliver in so many areas with a common-sense Conservative government that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And we will do this through measures like Bill C-356. We will do it through measures that make housing more affordable in reality. And you can simply contrast the clarity of our common sense legislation with the damning assessment of the Independent Auditor General of this government's performance. That they don't know whether their efforts prevented and reduced chronic homelessness, that they did not know who benefited from their initiatives, and that there was minimal accountability for reaching the National Housing Strategy target. This government has failed. They failed to even assess or measure the results. They failed to show that they have any real concern about the outcomes for Canadians who are struggling. We need a new government that is concerned about outcomes. Since they insist on voting against the constructive proposals we put forward, the only choice now is to have a carbon tax election where we will bring about the change we need and give Canadians the homes they need. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question to the member is about the pattern that this report finds, which is so similar to a pattern we see repeated over and over again under this government. One could look at the promise to plant 2 billion trees with results that are wildly at variance, much, much lower. As a representative example, why does this member think it is that we expect governments to be imprecise, I suppose, and inefficient compared to the private sector sometimes, but why is this government so spectacularly off its targets, so spectacularly inept in what it fails to accomplish as compared to its grandiose statements? What makes this government stand out as compared to others in the past?
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for an excellent question, and he's right to situate what we're talking about in the context of this report within the larger context of a government that doesn't care about results. They seem to believe that they ought to be judged based on their intentions instead of on the results that they produce. But Canadians are struggling, Canadians are suffering, and they are not comforted by the fact that this government purports to have good intentions. There are other examples of this failure to be concerned with results that I was going to get to and didn't have a chance to. One issue that we're studying right now at the Government Operations Committee is Indigenous contracting. The government has a policy that's supposed to benefit Indigenous businesses, and yet has been inept at actually determining who and what an Indigenous business is. They've allowed non-Indigenous businesses that are not on any recognized list created by Indigenous groups themselves, they have allowed businesses that are not on anyone's list but their own to claim to be Indigenous and then benefit from these program set-asides. Now, the effect of that is that the government's able to say, look at us, we're helping Indigenous businesses. But then you have the AFN coming before committee and saying, actually, it's a small percentage of those claimed Indigenous businesses that are actually Indigenous businesses. So the government gets to make their claim, but the outcomes are nowhere near what they claim. And I think the reason that happens so much is because this government simply doesn't care to measure the results. They only care about trumpeting their good intentions. But Canadians are seeing through that because they're experiencing the negative effects of this NDP Liberal government's policies.
Questions and comments? Okay. Resuming debate. There being no further members rising pursuant to order made earlier today, the question is deemed put and a recorded division is deemed requested. Conformément à l'article 66 du règlement, le
Pursuant to Standing Order 65, the vote is deferred until Wednesday, following question period.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians are increasingly worried about the broken promises, half measures, and watered-down policies of the Liberals. Time and time again, we see the government exempt companies that are making record profits while their emissions go up and up and up. This summer, we heard from concerned environmental groups that the government was going to once again walk back their promises when it comes to delivering a strong, sustainable finance framework. We were appalled, but not surprised to find out the government was looking at including fossil fuels in their sustainable labeling system. This would mean that the government believes that some fossil fuels are considered sustainable. This is completely unacceptable. It is greenwashing. It's greenwashing the actions of the big banks. It's greenwashing fossil fuel companies. And it begs the question, why are the Liberals doing this greenwashing dirty work for them? Already, Canadian banks are among the worst in the world when it comes to funding the oil and gas industry. The oil and gas sector is now the only sector in the Canadian economy that is increasing their emissions, not reducing them. For that, they're being rewarded. Recently, the Competition Bureau and the Ad Standard Canada have been investigating greenwashing in advertisements about the claims made by big oil around clean gas. If the Liberals include fossil fuel subsidies in the taxonomy, they'll join oil and gas lobbyists in misleading Canadians. Also, reports show that when you include emissions from the production, the processing, the pipeline transportation, liquefaction, shipping, and regasification, exporting it will not only will not reduce global climate emissions, as the oil and gas industry claims, it will actually make global warming worse over the next 3 decades. Conservatives and big oil love to point to China's coal use as the reason we need to continue expanding oil and gas in Canada. Yet the amount of wind and solar power under construction in China is now nearly twice as much as the rest of the world combined. And according to recent reports and new research shows that these fossil fuels could displace this renewable energy. The Liberals are listening to the misinformation spread by Conservatives and oil and gas lobbyists. And maybe this shouldn't surprise me, because this government has met with oil and gas lobbyists over 1,200 times. Wow. That's nearly 5 times a day. Wow. Our planet is burning. And the Liberals continue to listen to oil and gas lobbyists instead of climate experts. Environmental experts are saying they would rather see no sustainable finance taxonomy than one that includes fossil fuels. Greenwashing the sustainable financing labeling system is the wrong choice. Can the member confirm whether the government will be once again caving to the interests of big banks and big oil and gas? Will they make loopholes that allow fossil fuels to be labeled as sustainable?
Yeah, that's a good question. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I've said many times before in this House when debating the Member of Parliament from Victoria, and generally any non-Conservative member that would like to talk about fighting climate change, lowering our emissions, reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. It's heartening to be able to discuss how we fight climate change, not if we fight climate change. It does seem, however, that the Conservatives are hell-bent on increasing our emissions. Indeed, the failed former member of the Conservative Party, the Member of Parliament for Regina Capel, seems to believe that Canadian emissions are actually superior. They're better than emissions from other places. He often says a CO2 molecule doesn't have a passport. That's true. That means one emitted in India or Canada or China are relatively equivalent in that manner. So we need to be focusing on global solutions as well as our carbon footprint here at home. We have proven measures to lower our carbon emissions here in Canada. It's true that Canada is about 0.5% of the global population, with a little bit more than 41 million people. Out of 8 billion, that's 0.5%. But we are responsible for more than 1.5% of global emissions. And that means, basic math, a Canadian is unfortunately responsible for 3 times the global average. It's because we're a developed country, we're an oil and gas producing country, we're rather wealthy, we heat our homes in the winter and we cool them down in the summer, Madam Speaker. And we know that all of those activities need to change over time. And that's why our government is bringing forward a taxonomy for the sustainable finance of the future. Madam Speaker, back in 2021, Canada signed the Glasgow Statement, where we committed to end new and direct support for the international unabated fossil fuel energy sector. We're also the first oil and gas producing nation in the world to put a cap on oil and gas emissions, Madam Speaker. We are taking huge steps forward on conservation, committing 30% of Canada's land mass to be conserved by 2030. And Madam Speaker, just recently, a little bit more than a year ago, in July 2023, the Government of Canada released the Inefficient Fossil Fuel Subsidy Assessment Framework and its guidelines, which will ensure that all federal government subsidies provided to any fossil fuel industry align with the climate agenda. Madam Speaker, oftentimes the NDP like to paint all fossil fuel subsidies or any kind of support for the energy sector with the same brush. And that's not just simplistic, it's also the wrong approach, Madam Speaker. Some oil and gas subsidies go to clean up orphan wells. Others make sure that we have energy sovereignty and solutions in the far north, Madam Speaker, and those things are important. But we're also at the same time taking concrete action to eliminate those inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, but that's not all we're doing. Over the past couple of years, our government has worked to transform Canada's financial sector and provide the enabling conditions to align private capital with our sustainability goals. And in Budget 2022, the federal government committed to moving towards mandatory reporting of climate-related finance risks across the Canadian economy. And as the member knows, because we sit on the Environment Committee together as colleagues, this includes new requirements for federally regulated financial institutions to disclose climate-related risks, because our government believes that big polluters should be held responsible for their actions, Madam Speaker. And in line with that commitment, effective fiscal year end 2024, the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, which is OSFI, published its guidelines for the management of those climate-related risks. And I'm happy to say that in a very short time, we're going to have what's called a taxonomy. So a glossary of terms for that sustainable finance future.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his comments, but I find it incredibly disappointing that today, when I asked the minister a valid question about his government's plan to label fossil fuels as sustainable, his only response was misinformation about the NDP and carbon pricing. 2 weeks ago, when I asked him, will the Liberals put a hard cap on emissions? Will they make the biggest polluters pay what they owe? Misinformation about the NDP and carbon pricing. And yes, the Conservatives are misleading Canadians on the carbon tax and the rebates, but the Liberals have also pitted communities and whole regions against each other and allowed loopholes that let the biggest polluters off the hook. Yeah. New Democrats have repeatedly said there should be a price on pollution, but we are critical of how the Liberals are doing it. We think the biggest polluters, the oil and gas companies who are raking in record profits, should be paying more. But the Liberals' fetishization of the consumer carbon price seems designed to distract from their capitulation to big oil. Yep. It shows that Liberals...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I was going to avoid talking about the NDP's recent backtracking on climate action with respect to it is 100% backtracking when you say that carbon pricing isn't as important as another party wants to say it is. Madam Speaker, our emissions are down 8% since 2005. We're making remarkable progress, and that's due in part to carbon pricing. Now, the Speaker opposite just said that we're not doing anything on the industrial side, which is so false, Madam Speaker. We have an industrial price on pollution. We're managing to lower our emissions. As I speak, I'm being heckled from the other side, Madam Speaker. Look, we are doing a lot on climate. And the NDP want to claim that, their platform was somehow stronger. That was refuted by all the environmental non-government organizations and research groups. They don't have a climate plan, Madam Speaker. And when the tough gets going, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives turned their tail and did exactly what the Conservatives said the NDP should do, and they turned their back on evidence-based, science-based solutions.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My intervention is about corrections, but I have to correct something that the honourable member just said a second ago. Our emissions were down 8%. Our emissions were up several thousand% last year, 2023. Because our forests were on fire, we became the world's third largest emitter. And Madam Speaker, the lousy forestry practices of this government are a substantial contributor to that ecological catastrophe, Madam Speaker. Now, I'm here to follow up on a question I raised on September 27th regarding a conflict of interest in which cows have been purchased from members of an advisory group styled the Prison Farm Advisory Panel in Joyceville, Ontario. This panel was set up by the Liberals as a first step in fulfilling their 2015 election promise to reopen the prison farm at Joyceville, which at that time had recently been shut down. The minister's approval of the panel's request to include cows in their plan for a reopened prison farm was contingent on the panel's assurance that this would be an achievable goal at, quote, no extra cost, within the farm's original $4.3 million budget. However, following a litany of errors, and the costs of constructing the cow barn have ballooned to $16 million. Thus, it is no exaggeration to say that in order to create a situation in which these cows would be purchased and thereby to financially benefit the members of the advisory panel, it has been necessary to spend many millions of dollars that would not have been spent had the project actually been about what it was supposed to be about, which was providing job training to inmates. The entire reason for reopening the farm, the entire ostensible reason, was that the newly elected Liberal government rejected Corrections Canada's rationale for shutting down the farm. The rationale was that, in the form in which it then existed, the prison farm was not teaching marketable skills, marketable job skills to inmates, and thus was not helping them to reintegrate into the community. The Liberals brushed this reasoning aside. Immediately following the 2015 election, the then Minister of Public Safety, Ralph Goodale, asked Corrections Canada to outline options and recommendations for reopening the prison farm. In a November 2015 briefing note, the CSC responded that prison farms did not enhance offender employment. Nonetheless, if one had to reopen the prison farm, CSC arguing that investing in prison farms, I should actually mention first that prison farms, CSC pointed out, are actually counterproductive. They actually lead to less employment and more recidivism because they direct financial resources away from more effective offender training programs. Now, CSC was particularly opposed to reintroducing dairy operations. Instead, they recommended that if a prison farm program did have to be reopened, it should have minimal startup costs, no expensive equipment or infrastructure, and, quote, must at a minimum break even. To achieve these goals, CSC recommended small plot farming in lucrative specialty crops such as lavender and garlic, which former inmates would be able to grow in small amounts with limited capital investment and to sell at venues such as farmers markets that are open to someone with a past history as an offender. All of this was ignored, and at present the plan is to hand this $18 million barn over to McGill University. The barn will be staffed by 4 people, none of whom will be inmates. The CSC has identified only 2 offender positions related to the dairy research, and this is in basic data entry. Otherwise, prisoners will gain only generic soft skills from doing groundskeeping tasks such as whippersnipping. These are activities that prisoners were already engaged in before this project came along. Madam Speaker, the obvious question is, why has so much money been spent on something that will achieve so little to prevent recidivism?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Government of Canada remains committed to evidence-based policy that is informed by experts. That is why a prison farm advisory panel was established back in 2017. The panel works to bring together agricultural and farming leaders, amongst others, to provide informed recommendations on program ideas and how we can better protect our communities through offender rehabilitation. Regarding the claims being made, there have been no preferential treatment or conflict of interest, and all decisions have been open and transparent and made at ensuring the value for money for Canadians. CSC works to support local farmers and support local communities where the penitentiary agriculture program operates. All cattle are chosen specifically based on criteria such as their health, age, size, and production capacity, as well as overall cost. At no point is a vendor selected based on who the seller is, and procurement costs are always determined based on fair market value. Madam Speaker, CSC has a long history supporting local farmers. For example, in 2011, following the closure of Corcan farm operations at Collins Bay and Joyceville institutions, CSC signed leave and license agreements to local farmers to use the lands for agricultural purposes. Today, farmland is being maintained and utilized through the penitentiary farm program, including rebuilding the land and crop production, incorporating environmental considerations, and opportunities into the planning utilization. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to note that CSC is recognized as an international leader in the development and delivery of correctional interventions. The Penitentiary Agricultural Program helps federal inmates gain employment skills to find meaningful employment in the community, which enhances reintegration and reduces recidivism. The farms at Joyceville and Collins Bay institutions provide on-the-job and vocational training that relates to the agricultural industry, but is also transferable to other industries to help support offenders in their reintegration. And research dating back to earlier than 2014 has found that inmates that participate in Corcan employment programs while incarcerated are more likely to be granted parole and more likely to get a job in the community. As we know that offenders who find jobs in the community are 3 times less likely to reoffend. Programs such as those offered by the Penitentiary Agricultural Program contribute to safer communities across the country. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank members of the panel who have helped contribute to the success of these farms.
Anarch Frontenac Kingston.
Is the Parliamentary Secretary denying that members of the panel sold cattle to the prison farm program, which is an obvious conflict of interest?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it should be noted that when the Conservatives decided to use non-evidence-based approaches to our criminal justice system, it was actually the community who came together, formed a co-op in order to preserve the lineage of these cows, knowing full well that a government that actually cared about safer communities would one day be reelected and could hopefully reinstate the lineage of these cows back into the community. The community supported this work, and it's only Conservatives who, again, stand on their privilege points to stand in this place and actually tell the community that they know better when we know that offenders who receive vocational training reduce recidivism.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Today is the first anniversary of the horrible October 7th terrorist attack on Israel. 1 year later, we continue to grieve with the families who lost loved ones and with the survivors of sexual and other forms of violence who carry the scars of that terrible day. 1 year later, we continue to demand the release of the many hostages who still remain in captivity. Bring them home. My grandmother was a Holocaust survivor. Growing up and learning about the Holocaust, I was always haunted and perplexed by the images of Holocaust victims. It is with these images in mind that Jews today fight back against those who try to kill them. It is good, right, and necessary that peoples and nations defend themselves. While self-defense can be morally complicated and necessarily involves the making of difficult distinctions, self-defense remains absolutely necessary for a people with the will to survive. Now, at the root of this conflict is the aggression sponsored by the Iranian regime. This regime is pursuing a threefold strategy in the Middle East: demonize Israel, thwart regional peace efforts, and use the struggle with Israel as cover to colonize Arab states through terrorist proxies. This strategy responds to significant strides that have been made in the pursuit of peace between Israel and its Arab neighbors. It is wrong to suppose some inevitable antagonism between Jews and Muslims or between Israel and Arab states. Israel has in fact normalized relations and is actively collaborating with a growing number of regional partners. But in response to this collaboration, Iran's regime seeks to unite Israel's remaining opponents and use them for colonial expansion against other regional rivals. While Israel is the primary rhetorical enemy, Iran and its proxies are also waging a campaign to destroy and subjugate other states in the region, starting with Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. These, along with the Gaza Strip, are now places where the regime ruthlessly suppresses its opponents and stages attacks against Israel, attacks aimed at undermining regional peace efforts and creating further opportunities for the Iranian regime's expansion. We have good reason to believe that the Iranian regime specifically wanted the October 7th attacks and directed them in order to create the conditions in which the expansion of the Abraham Accords, particularly the expansion to include Saudi Arabia, would be much more difficult. Now, given this context, the Iranian regime will not accept a ceasefire as long as its strategy continues to advance its real objective, the subjugation of its Arab neighbors. The real path to peace, therefore, runs through the weakening of the capacity of the Iranian regime, the strengthening of popular movements against the regime inside Iran and elsewhere, and the strengthening of engagement with regional players who have an interest and a capacity to make and enforce regional peace. These are things that we have long called for. More than 6 years ago, this House passed my motion calling for the listing of the IRGC as a terrorist organization. While this has now finally happened, the failure to act for so long gave the regime extensive runway to continue to operate, recruit, and fundraise here on Canadian soil. So much of the damage has already been done as a result of this senseless delay. In government, Conservatives will take swift action against the Iranian regime and its proxies. That action will be in support of the people of Israel, the Palestinian territories, Lebanon, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Sudan, Afghanistan, and Iran itself, all of whom have been victims of this terroristic regime. We reject doctrines that demonize whole peoples, and we call for the liberation of all peoples from Iranian regime domination. The Iranian regime is the greatest threat to the sovereignty and self-determination of peoples in the region. Speaker, here in Canada, the principal concern that I hear from many Jewish and Muslim leaders is about security. For everyone, Canada feels less safe than it once did. Foreign interference, attacks on different communities, the dramatic rise in anti-Semitism, and an increase in crime in general leave many people feeling that they are a long way from home. While working for peace and justice everywhere, we must place the highest priority on the security of all people here in Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before beginning my remarks, I'd like to acknowledge that today is the one-year anniversary of the terrorist organization Hamas launching a horrifying attack against Israel. Our government stands with Jewish people and Israelis on this painful anniversary, and we won't relent until we see every last hostage returned home. As the member opposite knows, on June 19, 2024, our government listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, as a terrorist entity under the Criminal Code. The Iranian regime has consistently displayed a complete disregard for human rights, both inside and outside Iran, and as well as a willingness to destabilize the international rules-based order. Listing the IRGC builds on the Government of Canada's broader efforts to ensure that there is no impunity for Iran's unlawful actions and its support of terrorism. The decision to list IRGC through the Criminal Code listing regime sends a strong message that Canada will use all tools at its disposal to combat the terrorist activity of the IRGC, conducted both unilaterally and in knowing association with listed terrorist entities such as Hezbollah and Hamas. As a now listed entity, the IRGC meets the definition of a terrorist group under Canada's Criminal Code. As an immediate consequence of this listing, Canadian financial institutions such as banks and brokerages are required to immediately freeze the property of a listed entity. It is a criminal offense for anyone in Canada and Canadians abroad to knowingly deal with property owned or controlled by a terrorist group. And as my honourable colleague knows, the listing the IRGC is one of the tools the government has used to limit the threat posed by the Iranian regime and to call out its undermining of peace and stability in the region. We have been and remain resolute in our determination to hold the Iranian regime accountable for its support of terrorism and systemic human rights abuses. The government holds Iran accountable for its actions with a wide suite of additional tools, including listing key entities and proxy actors in Iran's so-called axis of resistance under the Criminal Code terrorist listing regime. And since 2012, Canada has continuously upheld the listing of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps force as a terrorist entity, and the force is Iran's primary tool for terrorist operations and providing arms, funding, and paramilitary training to other terrorist groups, including the Taliban, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, as well as other destabilizing forces like the Houthi that continue to attack civilian ships in the Red Sea. Again, Canada imposes various measures against Iran and its Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. They have been and continue to be sanctioned under the Special Economic Measures Act, or CEMA, which explicitly targets IRGC, its leadership, and several sub-organizations, including the IRGC Air Force and Air Force Missile Command. Since October 2022, Canada has imposed 17 rounds of CEMA sanctions targeting 155 individuals and 89 entities at all levels of Iran's security, intelligence, and economic apparatus, including on April 24th listing Iran's Minister of Defense. All told, 446 Iranian individuals and entities have had their Canadian assets frozen under CEMA.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I'd also like to comment on the Iranian regime's role fomenting violence in Sudan. Sudan is in the midst of the worst humanitarian crisis that we have seen in a generation, and the Iranian regime's support for one of the belligerents fighting in that terrible civil war is contributing to this crisis. Estimates are that over 2.5 million people will die in Sudan this year. To put that in perspective, that is more than the entire population of the Gaza Strip. The horrors in Sudan and how other actors are fueling that conflict desperately need more attention from this House, from the government, and from governments throughout the world. Madam Speaker, this is another example of where the Iranian regime is sowing violence and discord around the world. The member mentioned that 6 years after this House voted to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization, they finally did it. But a simple question: why did it take so long?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as I mentioned in my earlier comments, that listing of the IRGC organization was just one of the tools in the toolbox, and that in fact Canada had already initiated a number of measures. The member opposite is correct. The situation in Sudan is truly tragic, and it's precisely why our government continues to make all of the necessary, take all of the necessary actions to destabilize terrorist entities here at home and abroad. And Madam Speaker, we will continue to do this work and list additional individuals where needed, as we have various tools, as I've laid out, that are not only listing but using our CEMA sanctions as well, and our special economic measures through that act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.